Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor. All right, man, let's get right into it. Yo, this is SET with SET Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we got an interesting lineup tonight. We're still going to get into this LA riots. But first, let's get into some words from our man Trump. Let's get right into it, guys. And let's not forget to double tap that screen.
A couple poor kids from Missouri and Indiana to make it to where we are today. So thank you for your leadership. This would not happen without the reconciliation bill and the work of the many in this room, but spearheaded by the Speaker and Jason Smith, the big, beautiful bill. This is the vehicle to get the Invest America Act passed. So thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Brett. Great job. And nobody knew I was going to call you. He might have done the best job of the group. You've got to think about that, Mike. Good recommendation, Michael. Does anybody have any questions? I think it's something that's really got to be talked about because it's somewhat of a miracle that we're close to pulling it off. Please.
What's the latest estimate on when you think the big, beautiful bill will pass?
We put Independence Day as a self-imposed deadline, and we certainly hope, I believe, we can still meet that. It's up to the Senate. The bill's in the Senate's hands now, but spoke with Leader Thune as recently as last night. He's feeling very optimistic. You see the Senate going through the same deliberations we went through in the House, except we had 14 months to do it. They've got a truncated time period to get that done. But as you all know, I've encouraged my dear friends and colleagues over there, don't modify it too much because we've got a very delicate balance that we reached, and it took us a long time to get there, and we don't want to upset that balance too much. So they're putting their fingerprints on it. I hope it'll be a light touch, and they'll send it back, and we'll get this thing done and get to the president's desk.
And really, we have tremendous spirit. I've never seen anything like
the Senate's going to look at it, say, look, we want this change, that change. I think we could increase spending here, cut spending there, probably remove this AI infrastructure policy, all that wild stuff. Yeah, things can be worked out.
Like it. There's just an unbelievable. We'll always have a couple of people. I don't want to use the word grandstanders. I never use such a word, but you'll always have that a little bit. But maybe you won't even have that. Who knows? There's tremendous spirit for this bill. I think like we haven't seen very much, Jason, right? We haven't seen too much. So I think it's going to go pretty quickly.
With Prime Minister Netanyahu, you just mentioned Iran. Did you discuss Iran?
Very
Did you
well.
discuss the Gaza war?
Yeah, we discussed a lot of things, and it went very well, very smooth. We'll see what happens. We're trying to do something with a country we just spoke about, Iran. I think you should negotiate this. You might be better. I think I'm going to send you today. What a good idea. This could have been the idea of the day. We'll have Dara get up and negotiate. They are good negotiators, but they're tough. Sometimes they can be too tough. That's the problem. So we're trying to make a deal so that there's no destruction and death. And we've told them that, and I've told them that, and I hope that's the way it works out. But it might not work out that way. We'll soon find out. Yeah, please.
Yeah, we will.
When you were talking about
Either they're going to completely denuclearize, dismantle their nuclear facilities, and they'll just focus on their oil, which they got plenty of. So I'm not really feeling too bad about them taking apart their nuclear facility. Or, maybe we had a little bit of a concession and say, you can keep this much percentage of enrichment on your nuclear power. But I'm pretty sure we're sticking to the status quo of, you guys don't get any type of nuclear enrichment. None.
about unrest in American cities. You said, quote, "We have to go by the laws. We can't call in the National Guard unless we're requested by a governor." What changed now? Why is this situation different to not consult with Governor Newsom about this?
Well, the biggest change from that statement is we have an incompetent governor. So I talked about governors, but I didn't talk about he's an incompetent governor. Look at the job he's doing in California. He's destroying one of our great states. And if I didn't get involved, if we didn't bring the Guard in, and we would bring more in if we needed it, because we have to make sure there's going to be law and order.
And the worst thing about California is that they keep voting for these people. It's crazy. California might be the one state where I'm considering we literally force a good leader on them because we can't trust them to vote for one. Like, we have to force a good leader on them.
A disaster happening. And they now admit it was a disaster. I watched the chief yesterday, who's a good man, by the way. And he said, well, we're lucky we did this because they were overwhelmed. You saw what was happening. Mm-hmm. So we did the right thing. Everybody agrees to that. But you have a governor who let the city burn down, didn't want water to be sent down to him. I sent billions of gallons of water. I wanted to do it in the first term. He wouldn't do it over, I don't know, they have environmental reasons, but there were no environmental reasons. I think it's just a political philosophy. But it's like,
and that's the problem. Like, we keep trying to help Newsom. We keep trying to steer this man in the right direction, but he just doesn't take the hint, and he damn near lets his entire state walk off a cliff. It's like, yes, the man is not a good leader. Like, bro, the LA fires happened, and you're telling me you're allowing these protests where people are looting, starting fires, and you're trying to tell the American people that, Trump is overreaching. I'm like, bro, we have eyes. We see the fact that there's looting, that people are setting fire, that they're throwing bricks and all that good stuff. Sorry, but the LA riots have met every criteria to release the National Guard.
Lucky for the people in Los Angeles and in California that we did what we did. We got it just in time. It's still simmering a little bit, but not very much. Yeah, please.
Have you gotten
What crime has Governor Newsom committed?
A crime has he committed? I think his primary crime is running for governor because he's done such a bad job. What he's done to that state is like what Biden did to this country. And that's pretty bad. It's the wrong philosophy.
California has lost a lot of high net worth individuals, so they lost a lot of tax revenue. They went from bringing in like 500 billion, something like that a month, to maybe like 250 billion a month. Yeah, something's going on there in California. I'm thinking it's the crazy taxes and terrible governing.
Hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants, many of them prisoners. They're taking up your health care. They're taking up your space in schools. They're taking up your hospital. And in many cases, they're criminals. And we have to do something about it. And we're doing something about it. I want to thank the incredible patriots of ICE and Tom Homan, who has been incredible, and Kristi Noem, likewise incredible. The job they're doing. And it's like an unforced error. There was no reason for this. 21 million people were allowed into our country, and many of those people were criminals. And it's a shame. It's a shame. But we're getting them out. And
here's the scary part. 21 million was let in, but it was confirmed that there is 10 million undocumented immigrants, aka illegal aliens. 10 million is in Southern California. So we already know where half of these guys are. So it makes sense why they're kicking and screaming in LA, because, well, this is where the concentration of the illegals are, and they know it.
And I will say, I think it's a 95-5 issue, just like so many other issues, 95-5. And the Democrats lost an election in a landslide because they're on the wrong side of the issues. I mean, it's not even conceivable that somebody would do the kind of things that he did. And then, you talk about projects. They want to build a train going from San Francisco to L.A., and it's costing hundreds of billions of dollars.
I mean, they can't do anything because they have too many regulations. Like, I mean, it's honestly, we have way too many regulations on the entire country, but California is regulation central. Like, even Bill Maher was complaining how he has to have all these permits just to fix his shed or just to build a shed in his backyard. And I know you're over here thinking like, bro, you really got to do that in California? Yeah, you got to do all that. I mean, trust me. When most people I know that want to build a shed in Ohio, it's not a big deal. But in California, it's a major deal. And that's why they have problems, honestly, putting in on their infrastructure. And guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation and push the video, or hit those 3 dots up there in the corner to like and subscribe.
It's more than they thought it was going to cost. It's not even believable. To Brad and to people sitting here, would you believe that a train, it was going to cost X dollars, and it might be 100 times X?
Would have paid for this for about 50 million American children.
You're right.
50 million American children instead of a 3-mile train track that never got built.
We could have put Lincoln in charge with no experience. He would have done a good job. I guarantee you that.
I mean, that's actually a really good statement. He's saying, yeah, $50 million could have went towards that homeless problem that people are profiting off of. Like, you're supposed to be fixing the problem, but you're profiting off a homeless problem.
All right, please, Peter.
Mr. President, have you gotten an update from your negotiating?
Thank you, President Trump. So it seems like Gavin Newsom likes the attention that he's getting right now from
I do.
you.
Yeah, I think
it seems like he does. If you look at recent history, somebody who was running for president, you, who got arrested and had a mugshot, you could make the argument that politically that wound up helping you. Are you worried at all at this moment that talking about him getting arrested could be helpful?
Bro, if Gavin Newsom was getting arrested for doing something heroic, like trying to save the country or trying to speak against the deep state or something like that, sure. But no, he's catching criticism because he's stopping the will of the people. We wanted ICE to go into LA and round up all those illegals. There's citizens in LA who voted for this. So majority of the American people wanted for this, and the people of LA, or I guess the immigrants of LA, is trying to subvert our democracy. The same democracy that, well, the Dems said that Trump was putting in danger. But looky here. Craig.
Helpful to his political prospects, because a lot of people think he wants to be sitting right where you are.
Well, in my case, it was a witch hunt, and everybody knew it. And I was able to explain that during the process. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. And it was a total witch hunt. It's proven to be a witch hunt, and you see what's happened. In his case, it really is very obvious. You look at what's happened between the fires, I could name 10 things right now. We talk about the trains. We talk about all of the costs in California. You talk about all of the people that are flowing and destroying life for everyone else. So no, I don't think it's going to help him. I think it's actually very bad for him.
And right around the time that we were walking,
I mean, after the LA fire, the complete disaster that that California has been under Gavin Newsom's leadership, this man might just have to disappear from politics. Being a president, I mean, no, bro, no. You completely damn near ruined the best state we have. You ruined it. Trust me, you cannot run the country.
in here, the governor and the state attorney general said that they're going to sue you for sending the National Guard in. They're saying there's no invasion, there's no rebellion. The president is trying to manufacture chaos and crisis on the ground for his own.
Well, actually, there is kind of a rebellion against law enforcement. The law enforcement, which is ICE, is coming through to deport these people. And, well, they're stopping them. So they're rebelling against law enforcement to do their job. They're outside of ICE facilities trying to gain access. So, yeah, they're trying to overthrow pretty much, well, what ICE is doing, or trying to overthrow law enforcement for these illegals who aren't even supposed to be in the country. Honestly, every bit of this LA riot meets the criteria to involve the National Guard.
Political ends, federalizing the California National Guard is an abuse of the president's authority under law.
Well, you know, it's interesting. You watched the same clips as I did. cars burning all over the place, people rioting. And by the way, we stopped it. We were able to make it much better, but it still looked pretty bad. And in watching clips last night, people were saying this is really a big problem. And until we went in, if we didn't do the job, that place would be burning down just like the houses burned down. They were in big trouble last night, Peter. You know it. And the night before, and the night before that. And I feel we had no choice. I don't want to see happen what happened so many times in this country. I watched Minneapolis burn. Look at what happened in so many different parts of California. You take a look at what happened in San Diego. There's so many different places where we let it burn. We want to be politically correct. We wanted to be nice. We want to be nice to the criminal. And what you're doing is destroying the fabric of our life in this country. No, we.
Facts. And here's the thing. Here's a criteria, right? So there's the one. There, excuse me, guys, but this fits the criteria for involving the National Guard, and I'll tell you why. Because there is a rebellion or danger of a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States, or the president is unable with the regular force to execute the law of the United States. This is why they're bringing in the National Guard, because they're unable to execute the immigration laws that we have because of these riots. These riots are a form of rebellion against our immigration laws. And let's see, the last one is the United States or any of the Commonwealth of possessions is invaded or is in danger of invasion by a foreign nation. And I mean, well, they got 10 million of them in there. So you kind of could say this is an incursion. But I would say this fits 2 out of the 3 of the criteria to involve the National Guard. Let's just be real here, guys. And guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. But yes, double tap that screen.
We did the right thing. We've been given credit by people that I would least suspect. Why I would say that some of the people that came in and said, thank goodness, they said, some of them, thank God that Trump got involved.
Man.
And I'm very happy I got involved. And I think Gavin, in his own way, is probably happy I got involved. Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
What do you make of the fact that he says you want a civil war on the streets of America?
No, it's just the opposite. I don't want a civil war. A civil war would happen if you left it to people like him. And I liked him. You know, I always got along with him.
So is there going to be a civil war between those who want illegals to stay in America and those who don't? Because I promise you, they're going to lose that war.
Never had a problem with him, but he's grossly incompetent. Okay.
From negotiators in London. Have you gotten an update from your team in London negotiating?
What? Louder.
Have you gotten an update from your team in London negotiating the China trade talks?
We are doing well with China. China's not easy, just like your home country is not easy there. I think we're doing very well. They're over there now. I'm only getting good reports. It's a little early, but they'll be calling in soon. In fact, probably when I get back, I'll have my first call from them. We want to open up China. And if we don't open up China, maybe we won't do anything, but we want to open up China. It'll be a great thing for China, a great thing.
Sad thing about China is that I don't even think Trump really knows about China's consumer consumption rate and how, well, I'm gonna be real with you, the tariffs have completely broken China's economy, and they're kind of falling in on their $54 trillion of debt because all they do is, well, build their empire on debt, on top of more crushing debt. And then they go out and try to put other people in debt. So it's just all one big economy ran on, I mean, the biggest debt pile almost in history. Oh, really, it is the biggest debt pile in history. With the people of a consumption rate of 38%, when the average consumption rate of a country is 54%, and, you know, America being one of the exceptions, 67%, it kind of shows you that even if they open up their market, they can't even afford their own products. The deflation is going so crazy that all the prices are falling and nobody's buying because they're waiting on next day for lower prices. Yes, the Chinese economy is broken, but that's what communism does, though. And it's crazy how their communist economy or their communist government could only stand off sucking off of capitalist governments.
For the rest of the world.
To lift export controls when it comes to China? Did you give your negotiators any sort of limitations?
We're going to see. Look, China has been ripping off the United States for many years. Nobody charged them 10 cents. No president had the courage to charge China for whatever reason. They didn't want to do it. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars. I put on tariffs on China when I got in first term, and we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. And then I did it again, but I did it for a lot of others. If you look at the stats, the deficit last month was cut in half. Everybody was shocked. I wasn't shocked. I think a lot of the people at this table weren't, because they saw the billions of dollars that were pouring in, and the tariffs hadn't even started yet, just about. They were in cars. They were in some countries at a very minor level. And we cut the deficit in half. And it was a big story a couple of days ago.
Yeah, it went from 1.2 trillion to, I believe, what, 600 billion. I mean, that's amazing right there. And all you had to do was just switch it up. It was almost like the border. All you had to do was just address the problem and things got better. Like, just if Biden would address the border, actually, it'd have got better. If Biden would actually address the economy, it would have gotten better, instead of trying to push some climate change BS. But yeah, you see what happened when we actually address the problem, Dems? Things get better.
Ago, they said, I don't believe, one of the announcers on a business network went wild, said, I can't believe these numbers. Those numbers are good. The numbers are going to be very good. I think we're going to have a great 4 years. You know, we had the greatest economy in history during my 4 years. I think this one's going to blow it away. Yeah.
Mr. President,
Go ahead, please.
do you have a message for Greta Thunberg, and did she come up on your call with the Prime Minister today?
Well, she's a strange person. She's a young, angry person. I don't know if it's real anger. It's hard to believe, actually, but I saw what happened. She's certainly different.
And if you don't know, Greta Thunberg is kind of grifted from the climate change to the pro-Palestinian cause in the worst way. And, she took a boat with her and some supporters, and they had some food, and they were going to go take it over there to the people of Gaza. And they never made it. Well, because, the IDF came through and turned them around. I mean, quite nicely, though. I will give it to them. I mean, they gave her a sandwich. They said hello. They said, here you go. And now turn around, nicely. So, yeah. I mean, it was a complete waste of everybody's time, and I think Greta Thunberg knew better. But to be quite honest, I mean, I'm not really mad at her, because I get that it was a protest, but it kind of makes me wish that people who could actually do something would do more than just this little girl over here.
Anger management. I think she has to go to an anger management class. That's my primary recommendation for her.
Kidnapped by Israel, as she says? Was she kidnapped?
I find it. I think Israel has enough problems without kidnapping Greta Thunberg.
And secondly, are you going to
Is that what she said? She was kidnapped by Israel?
Yes, sir. Are you going to get rid of the Tesla and the Starlink service that you have here at the White House?
No, I haven't heard that. I mean, I may move the Tesla around a little bit, but I don't think we'll be doing that with Starlink. It's a good service.
Where are you going to move it to? Move it around. What do you mean?
I have a lot of locations.
Actually, about the
I got so many locations that I don't know what to do with them all.
Tesla, did you ever see Elon Musk get physical with the Treasury Secretary?
No, I didn't.
And I tried to
They
ask.
did have an argument, but
I
didn't.
See, I knew it. I would just say, like, Elon and Scott Besson did not get along, and they were going at each other a lot. I mean, not on Twitter, but everybody kept saying, like, behind closed doors, Elon and Scott Besson were at each other's neck over this whole IRS stuff. And yeah, they kind of fell out. That's why Scott Besson was over there smiling his ass off as Elon took that gold key, ready to leave. That man was in the corner smiling, him and Lutnick.
I didn't see a lot of physicality there.
And there was this New York Times report that he did not want to talk about, Elon Musk, that alleged that he, towards the end of his time in the White House.
Oh, guys, and do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get the likes up. Let's get more people on the conversation, guys. All right, let's keep it going.
Was blurring the lines between recreational use of drugs and medicinal. Do you think he ever had drugs here at the White House?
I really don't know. I don't think so. I hope not. Look, I wish him well. You understand. We had a good relationship, and I just wish him well. Very well, actually. Yeah.
About aid in Gaza, you mentioned now the flotilla. Do you have a response at all about Israel intercepting this boat? And can you give us an update on what's happening to the entry of aid into Gaza right now? We've had people being shot by Israeli forces who are trying to get aid from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Yes.
Gaza right now is in the midst of a massive negotiation between us and Hamas and Israel and Iran, actually, is involved. And we'll see what's going to happen with Gaza. We want to get the hostages back. That's all I can tell you. Yeah, please, in the back.
You said insurrection taking place, but then on True Social a bit later, you had said they were insurrectionists. After what you've seen
You're
now-
talking about in L.A.?
Yes, sir, in LA.
I wouldn't call it quite an insurrection, but it could have led to an insurrection. I mean, that was...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, like I said, it was a protest turned riot, and it's about to look like it's about to be transformed into an insurrection. Or, I mean, hey man, thank God we ain't like the libs, and we didn't let the media spin it into an insurrection, because we could have easily did that. So Dems, you're welcome, because I mean, you're hurting. People are getting hurt. You're breaking into houses. You're busting down buildings. You're lighting cars on fire. You're hurting police officers. All the things that you complained about on January 6th, plus more. So, I mean, if Trump really wanted to, he could turn this into an insurrection type of ordeal.
Serious. That was a lot of harm that was going on last night. I watched it very closely, and it was amazing that the job that the National Guard did. And by the way, the police were working very hard also. But, the police are given instructions to be politically correct. I said, no, you don't have to be politically correct. You have to do the job.
Yeah, LA police literally said that they're not going to help with no deportation assistance or no net mass deportation assistance. And I'm like, so you're pretty much helping the protesters, because the protesters aren't really helping this situation. So what are you going to do? You're just going to try to stop the protesters from stopping the deportation efforts? Wouldn't it be better if you helped to expedite this, hurry things up, and just get this all cleared up so these protesters can just go home already, instead of being out there for 4 days at this point?
Anytime soon? I know some.
Which one?
On Elon Musk. Do you plan to speak to him on the phone anytime soon?
I haven't really thought about it, actually. I would imagine he wants to speak to me. I would think that. If I were him, I'd want to speak to me, and maybe he was already called. You'd have to ask him whether or not he's already called. But I'd have no problem with it.
If he calls you, you pick up and speak to him.
Well, I don't want to say that, but I would imagine he'd want to talk to me.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please.
We're supposed to get a counter proposal from Iran today. Have you gotten that proposal? And what is the main impediment?
We have a meeting with Iran on Thursday, so we're going to wait till Thursday.
And what's
for
the
that
main
proposal.
impediment to getting a deal?
Well, they're just asking for things that you can't do. They don't want to give up what they have to give up. You know what that is?
The nukes.
They seek enrichment. We can't have enrichment.
All right, so we're hardlining on it. We're hardlining on no nuclear enrichment program. You can't have no percentage of enrichment. You just got to cut it out. We'll come in there. We'll dismantle it for them. And then you guys can just keep pushing with the oil production, and we'll open you guys back up to the world and take the sanctions off. No, and it's a nice deal.
We want just the opposite. And so far, they're not there. I hate to say that.
Damn.
Because the alternative is a very, very dire one. But
yeah, the alternative is that we go in there and we forcefully do it. We go in there and, well, as Trump likes to say, we bomb the shit out of them. And then we're just going to go in there, take out the government, and forcefully make them take it apart. Or once, like I said, we'll do it ourselves. So it's like Iran. It's either you do it and you come to peace with us, or we go in there, bomb the crap out of you guys, and we do it ourselves. I mean, I know, right? But here we are.
But they're not there. They have given us their thoughts on the deal, and I said, it's just not acceptable.
So this is the main topic for Prime Minister Netanyahu today when you spoke?
I would say, yeah. I don't know what else I can talk about. The weather.
Well, you can talk about Lebanon.
Pretty much that's the main topic. Yeah.
Mr. President.
We talked about Lebanon also. Yeah, we did.
What about Lebanon?
Well, Lebanon's working very hard. They have a great new ambassador that I put there. Man I know very well. He's very smart. I didn't even know he was Lebanese. And I said, why would you want Lebanon? He said, I was born there. I love it. I love the people. I said, it's very dangerous going to Lebanon. There are some ambassadorships that are wonderful. There are some that are dangerous. I said, Michel, his name is. It's a he, Michel, very elegant man. And I said, why would you want this? And he said, because I love my country and I love those people. I said, it's very dangerous. He goes, I don't care. This is not a man that lived on danger. He's a very successful man from here. And he wanted to be the ambassador despite probably a very dangerous situation he's going into. You see what's going on. But I had great respect for that. He loves that country. He loves it. He was born there. He loves the country. Yeah.
Mr. President, you've got a big
beautiful parade coming up on Saturday.
We do.
What's your biggest expectations for that? And I've got a second question in regards to Gavin Newsom. Go ahead and talk about the big, beautiful parade.
It's such a, thank you, Brian. It's such a, I think, important moment for this country. 2 weeks ago, I was calling people and back and forth with leaders, including President Putin, including French president, including lots of different people. And all of them said, we're celebrating victory in World War II. And I said, wow, isn't that amazing? We're the only one that wasn't celebrating, and we're the one that won.
All right, guys, I'm about to put a poll in the chat. Is Trump going too far with LA? Go ahead and vote on that for me. I do want to know what you guys think. And if you have any polls you guys want to ask the chat, just $2 and up, just go ahead and send in $2 with your question, and I'll go ahead and I'll ask the chat and go ahead and we'll set it up. All right, guys, appreciate the support, and make sure to double tap that screen.
In the war. Now, Russia did help. They did lose 51 million people, in all fairness. People would say, oh, he's sticking up for Russia. No, they lost 51 million people. And, we can't forget that. But France was celebrating. And as you know, Hitler made a speech at the Eiffel Tower. But when I spoke to President Macron, he said, oh, we are celebrating the great victory of World War II. And I think that's great that he was doing it. But we're the one that won it. And we weren't celebrating. I said to myself, isn't that crazy? And I think it's time for us to celebrate a little bit. We've had a lot of victories. We won 2 world wars, and then we go out and change the name of the forts where we won the wars. You go out, we win world wars from Fort Robert E. Lee, from Fort Bragg, from all the different forts. And what do? We change the name of the forts because we want to be politically correct. Yep. So a lot of them were changing back. You probably noticed Fort Bragg and others. But I think it's a time to celebrate our military. We've rebuilt our military largely, little low on ammunition. That's because it goes out very fast to other countries, one in particular. Ukraine. But we'll get that back very quickly. But we have a military the likes of which nobody has. Nobody comes close. We have the best equipment in the world. We make the best equipment in the world. There's no military like our military. We showed that with ISIS. I was told by the television generals it would take 4 years to win, and we did it in 3 weeks. And it was headed by General Raisin Kane, who's now the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's great. Just left him. No, I think it's time that we celebrate. And I sort of have to laugh at these people. Well, you're going to spend a lot of money. A lot of that money is being paid for by me and people that make donations. I don't know if you know that. A lot of it won't even come out of the military. I think I can say that, Susie, right? We have people putting up money to do it. Not that it's necessary, because I think it's a great expenditure. We have mini tanks. We have all sorts of new ones and very old ones, old from World War I and World War II. It's really a celebration of the Army. So the Army is a year older.
I know. What's wrong with celebrating our military force? And then I heard Dems, well, what about the pavement and the tanks? Do you really think we're going to put tanks on the pavement, guys? Really? Like, we pay for that. We're going to put it on a nice little float on a platform and roll it through the city and make it and show all the women and children about, look how strong our military is. And this is why you guys should feel safe. Oh, and you should also appreciate these guys, because these are the guys that protect our freedoms. So, yes, we should be able to celebrate the military without no complaining from the Dems. Like, for real, guys, like, come on, just sit down on this one.
Within the country. So next year we celebrate 250 years, but we're celebrating the Army on Flag Day. And it's not my birthday. It is my birthday, but I'm not celebrating my birthday. I'm celebrating Flag Day. It happens to be the same day, so I take a little heat. But Flag Day is the appropriate date. And we're celebrating 250 years of the Army, a great service. And remember, think of it. We won so much. We won World War I, World War II, so much else. And then we became politically correct. But I can only tell you that I was told that ISIS would take anywhere from 4 to 5 years, and we did it in 3 weeks. You were there, you watched, right? We have the greatest military in the world. Nobody can beat us. As long as we have our right leadership, nobody can beat us. If we have stupid people running it, like you had in Afghanistan, when you look at that, first of all, Afghanistan should have been an easy victory as a war, but we were so sad the way we fought it, so ridiculous. We fight not to win. But
Yeah,
we didn't used to
I
be.
know. I mean, that. Yeah, we didn't fight to win. We was fighting to prolong and keep on fueling money through it, keep on sending weapons through it to fuel the war industrial complex, and well, also certain drug trades as well.
That way. And we're celebrating because I think the day in Afghanistan was the saddest period of time in the history of our country. That was a Biden mess with bad generals like Milley and others. They were bad. They were incompetent generals. I know all the good ones and the bad ones. We got rid of most of the bad ones. But it was time to celebrate, and that's what we're doing. So it's on June 14th, and it's going to be a parade the likes of which I don't know if we've ever had a parade like that. It's going to be incredible. We have even though it's the Army, we have a lot of those Army airplanes flying over the top, and we have tanks all over the place, and we have thousands and thousands of soldiers going to bravely march down the streets. It's going to be a beautiful day, I think. And we're going to celebrate our country.
You spoke of leadership.
Nothing wrong with that. And guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. But yes, let's make sure we double tap that screen.
Quickly, speaking of Gavin Newsom, is he the right leader for California, considering how massive their economy is and all these U.S. investments coming in? Is he the right governor and leader for the future of California and for U.S. investments?
I don't think he is. I mean, I think he's done a terrible job. And, you know, he's a guy, I always got along with him. You look at his past statements about me. I was a great president. I always took care of California, you know, all that. But I'm just talking on results. You look, you know, he has the advantage of beautiful weather, maybe the best weather of any state when you think about it. Beautiful weather, beautiful ocean, beautiful everything. You have all the advantages. And
the man ruined it with high regulations, high taxes, and high crime. I mean, nothing that was in the high was ever good.
Didn't take advantage of that, and he's let people come.
Like, I'll be honest. Like, all right, if somebody really asks me, "Yo, is Gavin Newsom a good governor? Do you think he's the right type of leadership?" Oh, hell no. Like, yeah, that's exactly how I would answer.
In by the millions who are overrunning your hospitals, your education system. And your police are being overrun. Look at what's happened. He should only be happy I sent in the military, because if I didn't send them in, you would have had a problem there, the likes of which we haven't seen in a long time. Yeah, please. Thank you, Brian, very much.
Supersonic flight. On supersonic flight.
Supersonic
Yes,
flight.
sir. I know you just signed an executive order on it. Do you want to see a supersonic Air Force One in the next 10 years or so?
Oh, well, I don't care too much about that, but I would like to see, you know, if you think about it, flight, the word flight's an interesting word, but it's probably the only category where we've actually gone backwards, because we used to have the Concorde, and we could fly to London, Brad, very quickly and nicely. And today it takes you 2 times and 3 times as long. It's the only thing where we've regressed. By the way, the Concorde, to my way of thinking, to this day, Michael, because you're very much into aesthetics, I know, but to this day was one of the most beautiful pieces of art I've ever seen. It was a piece of art, the beauty of the Concorde. It was the most beautiful plane, but it was, you know, got you there in half the time. Now you spend a lot of time, and there's no reason for it. Because, you know, they have the sonic boom. It's not a huge problem, but they have the sonic boom thing pretty well figured out. The technology changes, the change in the skin, the change in weight, all of the other things. There's no reason why we shouldn't do great. So we are making it possible for them to do supersonic and get us back on the track. I mean, think of it, 30 years ago, we actually had planes that flew much faster than we do now. It took you half the time to get to a location. So we've regressed, and we're going to progress. Okay? Right. Sort of an amazing thing, isn't it? We've gone backwards. On Wall Street, they haven't done that. If Goldman Sachs was like that, you wouldn't have Goldman Sachs anymore. Yeah, please.
Are you planning to deploy Marines in California to address the situation in Los Angeles? Are you going to deploy Marines in California?
We'll see what happens. I mean, I think we have it very well under control. I'm
pretty sure the National Guard should be enough. I don't think we need to do all that. I mean, unless these guys are really going to turn up and start now, everybody from around California is trying to protest, then yeah, we're going to have a huge problem.
Would have been a very bad situation. It was heading in the wrong direction. It's now heading in the right direction. And we hope to have the support of Gavin because Gavin's the big beneficiary as we straighten out his problems. I mean, his state is a mess. And I'd like to get somebody involved in the rail because, look, personally, it should have never been built because you can fly there for $2. And what are you doing? They're doing that. You could drive. You could do lots of different things. You know, if they did a study, if you gave every passenger the finest limousine service in the history of our world, the most expensive chauffeur-driven white glove limousine service back and forth, we would have saved billions of dollars as opposed to building this monstrosity that's going up. And I've never seen anything. You know, I've seen cost overruns.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's just one big, huge waste of money. And that's all Gavin Newsom does. Even when it came to solving homelessness, it got to the point where people were profiting off it. And then the continuation of the problem. And now we're just wasting. Now they're just wasting money on homelessness. It's like high crime. They're wasting money on crime that they're not solving. Like, bro, they could have been working with this whole LA fire thing and getting a water reservoir. They didn't want to solve that. It's like the main things that are the problem in California do not get addressed. But I'll tell you what does get addressed: climate change. I know that's it. Climate change.
I'm a person, I've always done well on cost overruns. I don't have them. But I will tell you, I have never seen cost overruns. You see them where they're 20% more, 50%, 100% more. These are thousands of percent. Nobody even knows. They have no idea. And it was supposed to be from San Francisco to Los Angeles. Well, they just made it way outside of Los Angeles, where it's stopping in the middle of, I don't want to say nowhere because I happen to like one of those little cities very much, but it's way short of the destination. And our government is saying, you know, why are we involved in this thing? It's been handled so badly before him, but he really blew it. So, you know, all right, one more question.
Can you speak to any of the discussions that were had there and the purpose of that retreat, your time at Camp David?
On a what?
Your time at Camp David, can you speak to what discussions were had there and the purpose of that retreat?
Well, I don't want to speak to discussions. I mean, I told you what we were there for a little bit. We had discussions on many topics. We had a group of people, a large group of people, including generals and admirals and lots of others. And all I can say is our country's in great shape. We're in great shape economically. The bill that Mike and Jason and all the people are working on is going to be, I think, amazing. I think it's going to be one of the most important pieces of legislation we've ever had in this country. It's going to do things that you wouldn't believe. And we're going to, you know, I have a very simple phrase. We ran an election on very simple words: make America great again. That's what we're doing. We're making it great. We're making it safe. We're making it beautiful. And we're making it very wealthy again. You know, wealth is okay. You need wealth to take care of lots of other people. We have to make our country better. It has to heal from 4 years of abuse. Our country was abused badly by a very incompetent person and a group of people that weren't incompetent, but they were radical left lunatics. And they ran the country with an auto pen. And I hope that law enforcement's looking at that very seriously. That's like a takeover of our country in a certain way, because this guy had no idea what he was doing. You saw that during the debate. You saw that in other cases. I mean, he had no idea. I saw it years ago. By the way, 40 years ago, he had no. He was bad 40 years ago. We're not just talking about. And they always like to say age, but it's not age. I know people 88, 89, 92. Bernie Marcus, who just passed away, was 95. I spoke to him a year before. He was 100%. It's not age. It's something else. But whatever it is, you can't have that in this country. The damage he's done to this country is unbelievable. But the good news is we've got much of it fixed already.
Yeah.
And the rest of it will happen. Thank you all very much.
I mean, as far as immigration goes, I mean, flooding the border, that's been fixed. Inflation is down at 2%. I mean, we got the job market back up, and the markets are all the way up since the Biden administration. I mean, you look at all the major indexes, and they're all in the green. So, yeah, he did pretty much fix almost everything Biden screwed up, you know, except for the 2 wars we're dealing with. So, once he gets done with that, then we done completely cleaned up all of Biden's messes. And then maybe when we get that auto pen, we can clean up the rest by bringing Fauci and Hunter Biden to court. Maybe. All right, guys, let's get into the next one here. Now let's get into the LA mayor explaining herself.
Now
Remember, this was the same mayor that was on vacation in Africa while her city was burning down.
Let's go live now to Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. Hi, Mayor. Thank you so much.
And shout out to my man Fox Chase. He said, I still think Pam Bondi needs to go. And shout out, man. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, she's doing well now with this whole subverting to, Garcia and the riots, but we're still wondering, what happened to the Epstein files, what's happening with those thousands of hours of child porn that you have, because that you got from Epstein Island and some of his apartments or places. Yes, what's happening with all that, Pam Bondi? That's what we really want to know. Like, Garcia's nice, the ICE crackdowns are wonderful, but we're really looking for those Epstein files.
For joining us.
Hi.
Hi. So what are you and your
on.
police force? I know how busy you are preparing for the hours ahead. What are you expecting on that front?
Well, I just have to say that if you dial back time and go to Friday, if immigration raids had not happened here, we would not have the disorder that went on last night. I will tell you that it is peaceful now, but we do not know where and when the next raids will be. That is the concern because
next raid. Hold on. So you're pretty much admitting that you're trying to stop ICE raids and you're trying to stop the the law of the land. You're pretty much sitting there saying, yeah, well, we're doing this because of the ICE raids, which pretty much constitute the National Guard going in, because even the local government or the mayor is pretty much saying, yes, we're going to rebel against the authority of the government of the United States, which is, well, law enforcement. So it's kind of crazy how she's outright admitting that, yeah, this is why we're bringing in the National Guard, because you guys are rebelling against the ICE raids, which are legal because they're illegal citizens. So I'm not sure what this lady gets off. I don't know how she gets off on this, but she literally just admitted to rebelling against the president's order and immigration policies.
Because people in the city have a rapid response network. If they see ICE, they go out and they protest. And so it's just a recipe for pandemonium that is completely unnecessary. Nothing was happening here. Los Angeles was peaceful before Friday. When we find out when and where the other raids are going to happen, that will determine how the police respond.
Mayor Bass, it's Wolf Blitzer here in the Situation Room as well. The state of California, as you well know, is expected to file a formal lawsuit over President Trump's deployment of the National Guard, perhaps as early as today. Your own police chief says the level of violence he's seeing in Los Angeles is, quote, disgusting. So why not welcome more boots on the ground?
Well, no, I think the issue here is state power and state sovereignty. And so we do not believe,
No, there's actually people on this protest that really believe that because America is stolen land, that these people deserve to be on there. Bro, there's literally a lady out there with a sign saying you can't be illegals. You can't be illegals on stolen land. And I'm just looking at these people like, okay, so you really don't believe in our immigration policies and you're rebelling against it. This is why the National Guard needs to be put out there, because you guys literally are going against the law here and you don't care. For who? Illegals, illegal aliens.
Governor is doing is separate from what's happening in the city. But what was the reason that the president had to take the power from the governor and federalize the National Guard? The night before this action was taken, there was a protest that got a little unruly. Late at night, it was 100 people. 27 people were arrested. There wasn't a reason for this.
They're all in front of the ICE facility. And for some reason, these guys have to defend the ICE facility because the protesters are trying to overwhelm ICE to get into the ICE facility because these guys want to release the prisoners or release these illegals. Yeah, this is a rebellion, guys. Like, to be quite honest. And this is why I say, like, yo, this is a riot, but it can turn into an insurrection if this does not stop, or if any of these protesters and their groups gain any ground.
That is the concern. And if there was, the way it happens traditionally is that requests are made on the local level of the governor to send National Guard troops. No request came from the city of Los Angeles.
Yeah, because you guys weren't going to do it because you actually support this. You're going to literally let these citizens or let these protesters harm the ICE agents. You guys were going to let these guys jump the ICE agents, harm them, vandalize their equipment, vandalize their car, all that crazy stuff. You guys were going to let it happen. That's why it had to be done by Trump, because obviously you guys didn't see this as a problem because you want this to happen. We can't trust what you're saying because we know you want it to happen.
What has happened now is an entirely different situation.
You know, and speaking of now, there are also, what, about 500 active duty U.S. Marines over at Camp Pendleton, not too far away, awaiting possible orders to mobilize. Governor Newsom has said that, let me just point out, Mayor, Governor Newsom has said that President Trump is, quote, putting fuel on the fire. And you've called the deployment of National Guard troops to your city a chaotic escalation. Why is this an escalation?
Well, again, it's an escalation that didn't have to happen. Why were there raids? You know, we had been told that he was going to go.
Because there's millions upon millions of illegal aliens in your city. That's why there are raids, because they're all over your city, working everywhere in the city in all levels, damn near. Yeah, that's a problem, ma'am. Yeah, that's why we're doing raids, because you guys ain't handling it. You're damn near hiding them. So yeah, we got to go into these workplaces and drag them out. We got to go into their houses and drag them out because you guys won't. So don't sit there and complain and be like, well, why is there raids? Because you're not doing anything and there's a high concentration of them in your area. So sorry, but this is what happens when you don't solve a problem.
After violent criminals, it wasn't a drug den, it was a Home Depot. It was places where people are working. So what was the point of doing this? And then knowing that in a city like Los Angeles, and we had talked about this for a long time, that has a very sophisticated long-term immigrant rights organizations and institutions, that if these random raids were going to happen, then there was going to be the danger of a backlash. And you add on to that.
All right, let me go ahead and give y'all the results for the poll. Is Trump going too far with LA? Out of 542 votes, people, the ones who voted no is 52%, and the one who voted yes is 47%. So we got a pretty much, the result is no. Everybody believe, well, majority of the chat believe that Trump's in the right. Well, all 542 of you.
The National Guard, and it felt like fuel for a fire that was unnecessary.
Given the point where it has escalated to, do you think the National Guard is needed now?
No, I don't think the National Guard is needed now. Things in LA are calm. I will tell you that I'm saddened by the extent of the...
You know what's absolutely hilarious? While she's saying things in LA are calm, they're showing us the most uncalm riot ever. Like, most uncalm footage as she's saying, well, you know, things are calm. You know, we don't need them no more. You know, as guys on the other video was literally lighting fires, you know, catching tear gases, throwing rocks at the police, you know. But everything's fine, guys. It's just fine.
Vandalism in the form of graffiti all through the downtown area. But it is important for people to know that even in downtown, this is isolated to a few streets. This is not citywide civil unrest taking place in Los Angeles. A few streets downtown, it looks horrible. People committed crimes. It is absolutely unacceptable. And those people that set cars on fire or did other forms of vandalism will be sought to be arrested and prosecuted. This is not the way to promote a cause like immigrant rights.
All right, I want to play some sound from Police Chief Jim McDonnell. Let's listen.
This violence that I've seen is disgusting. It's escalated now since the beginning of this incident. What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent.
Yeah, I know. They went from like pretty much just protesting to literally trying to throw rocks at the police, break windows. Like I said, they're lighting cars on fire. They're literally trying to assault police officers masked up, but then they want the ICE agents to take off their mask. I know, funny, huh?
Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity.
So, you know, you had officers injured. We also heard Police Chief McDonnell talk about officers being targeted with Molotov cocktails, fireworks, rocks, other projectiles. He has also said that, you know, he's overwhelmed by the number of protesters. What are you doing as mayor to make sure you're...
Wild. And she, like, shout out CNN for the one time you made one of your own look stupid as hell. As she just sat there and literally said, oh, everything is fine. We got it under control. LA police chief is like, bro, it's getting worse day by day. It's like, I don't know where this is going, but I'll tell you it's not going in the right direction. That's literally what this police chief just got done saying. And she just got done honestly, BSing all of us. Just for the police chief to say, I'm not even gonna lie, this is bad. As she says, well, everything's under control. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, California, you gotta stop voting for people like this.
Police force has what it needs right now.
Well, first of all, I'm completely in sync with the police chief, and let me just
Are
add that
you in sync? Because this man just said it's a terror town out there. You're saying everything's all right. He's saying it's a full-on riot over there, and you're saying it'll be protests. Are you sure you're aligned?
that some people might think because they don't get arrested right on the spot that they've gotten away with something. And the message that I would send is that there's tons of videotape, and people who didn't get arrested today for committing violent acts don't plan on the fact that you get off, because you can be arrested in the next few days and next few weeks. So it is completely unacceptable, and those people that commit crimes will be arrested and prosecuted. I am completely in alignment with that. I know that when help is needed, that the police chief will call on that help, mutual aid from other cities or from the sheriff's department when that is needed. But I hope that it is not needed anymore. The rage should stop, especially on people's workplaces. The impact that that can have on our local economy. We are a city of immigrants, and I worry about the people who were detained.
That's the problem. You're a city of illegal immigrants. When you have such a high concentration of illegal immigrants, I mean, there's the numbers that came out. They got about 10 million of them there. And you don't think that ICE raids were going to happen? Like, what do you expect? Y'all all concentrated in one area. Of course, we're going to pull up there and make sure we get all of you. That was what we voted for. Like, shout out ICE. We are all in support of ICE going to California. We did this damn near makes us want to really hope that the Senate push through the big, beautiful bill so we can get 10,000 more down there to wrap up the rest of you guys and more funding. So please keep on proving why we need ICE. Keep on proving Trump right, Dems. Please keep doing it.
On Friday, whose families still have not been able to reach out to them. The lawyers have not been able to go in and deal with their clients. This is unprecedented. This has not happened before. And so, again, you want to talk about chaos? Well, this is what contributes to chaos. Policies like that.
There are due process.
No, what tributes to chaos is the fact that you don't let your people get way too comfortable with the idea of illegal immigrants living in their city when that's just not supposed to be normal. You've made it the norm for these people to be part of your community, and that's not supposed to be the way of the American, well, honestly, of American law and immigration policies. So it's your fault. It is the LA mayor's fault because she let her people get used to being a city of mainly immigrants, damn near. I'm not mainly. This is me being salacious with it at this point. But yeah, the way she said it made it sound like damn near her whole city's nothing but illegals. So at that point, yeah, this is on you. You let your people get too comfortable with the subversion of immigration laws. And now that it's coming down on them, they're surprised. They're going like, whoa, what do you mean? We've been ignoring these laws for years, damn near a decade. And now you're telling us that it's a problem? Well, I can see why they're surprised, but sadly, this is the law. Well, actually, thank God it's the law, because it's kind of crazy how they're over here holding out as if they're surprised that we have immigration laws, as if they're surprised that, yeah, we have to deport illegals. This is a problem. You've created a city full of people who just damn near forgot the law.
Concern, certainly. But back to what we just heard from the LAPD chief. You said that you're totally in sync with the police chief. He is saying that he's overwhelmed, that his forces are overwhelmed. What more do you need to hear from him to bring in more resources, to bring him the support that he is saying he needs?
Well, what I was saying is that the support he has called on, and he has received that support from the sheriff's department and from other police departments. And so I do not believe that he was describing a situation where we cannot bring it under control here. I think you should talk to him a little bit further. But what we are seeing, for example, there's nothing happening on our streets now. On Saturday, when this decision was being contemplated, there was nothing happening on our streets. As I mentioned, that evening, There was a protest that got out of hand.
You know, the most disrespectful part about this is when they try to relate this to black people and they try to say, do you not understand that you guys are next? No, because I was actually born in this country, man. Like, you know, through certain laws, because let's be real, my parents are naturalized citizens, and thank God to the United States for, you know, passing laws that allow the children of naturalized citizens to be U.S. citizens. Therefore, I'm not under that category. And the hilarious part is, why are you trying to fearmonger black people as if we're next and if we're illegals like these guys are? You know, we didn't jump the border to get here, and it's almost downright disrespectful that you compare us to these people because, well, one, we followed the law. Our parents, great-grandparents, whoever got into this country first followed the law, and they had to go through an extensive process. And then they followed the law and didn't commit no crimes so they can keep their status all the way out until they're finally be able to be naturalized. You comparing us to these people who just subvert the law, jump in here, commit crimes that have no consequence is completely disrespectful to not only my generation of not only my parents or their great-grandparents that got over here, but to every other descendants of immigrants, parents, and great-grandparents. You disrespecting damn near a whole lineage of immigrants who came over here and did it right because you guys want to compare us to Mexicans who just jumped the border less than 2 to 4 years ago. Yeah, it's disrespectful at a certain point. You guys need to low-key drop it because you sound stupid.
Happening on our streets. As I mentioned, that evening, there was a protest that got out of hand. It was a protest of 100 people. None of that warrants federal intervention, and that's my point.
Right, but you also acknowledge that you don't know if there's going to be other immigration raids in the city.
Right.
So, I mean, that raises the question, what are you doing to prepare for that potential scenario? There could be more violence ahead.
Well, you know what? It's a very difficult thing to plan. We have 88 cities in our county. The raids could take place anywhere. They don't have to take place in Los Angeles.
And that's the problem. You got too many illegals in your state, and the raids could pop up anywhere. I mean, LA, Oakland, name your favorite major California city. ICE is coming there next. And if this is what we're expecting, then I guess the National Guard is going to have to be behind ICE every single trip when it comes to California. This is going to be common practice when it comes to the Californians because you guys are ridiculous. You've been radicalized by the government that allowed you to violate our immigration policies. And now you guys think it's just standard practice.
Example, the unrest that you saw on Saturday was happening in an adjacent city. It wasn't Los Angeles. It was the city of Paramount. So it's very difficult to prepare for something when you have absolutely no idea when and where it's going to take place.
You know, Mayor, the Trump border czar, Tom Homan, has now walked back some comments suggesting that you or Governor Newsom, for that matter, could face arrest if you obstruct federal authorities. How do you respond to Homan, and do you have any concerns potentially about being arrested?
No, I'm not concerned about being arrested, and I can't imagine an opportunity. I can't imagine a situation where I am going to interfere with federal agents. So it was something that was inappropriate to say. And what I am going to focus on is bringing our city together. We cannot allow ourselves to be divided. We are an international city. The diaspora from just about every country in the world lives here. And so this is a time to stand together. And it's also a time to appeal to the administration. Please dial this back.
Whoa, no. We should have asked you to dial back the immigration. We should have told you to dial back. Yo, lady, don't you think you're letting a little too much illegals in here? Dial it back, sis. Now look where we're at. Now you got ICE raiding your city all through because you didn't let in all these illegals. You cannot sit here and blame ICE. You can't sit here and blame Trump. You guys got to sit here and blame yourselves. And that's what's wrong with the Dems. Like, if the Dems would actually sit out here and be like, you know what, we were the ones starting this sanctuary city BS. We foresaw this coming, but now we're crying out now that it's happening. You knew we were coming. They knew ICE was coming for them because they have the most immigrants, and they knew they were going to do this. That's what's so disingenuous about this lady, because you knew all of this. You knew you had a high concentration of illegals in your city. Knew it. And you didn't think this was going to happen? Crazy, man. Crazy.
was not necessary. It has created a sense of fear. It feels deliberate. It's like, how can I deliberately create chaos in a city? Nobody needs that right now.
Have the protests, Mayor, impacted police responses to other parts of your big city?
No, I do not believe that is the case. Again, I will reemphasize that what you are watching is taking place on a few streets downtown. Obviously, it is terrible what you are looking at, but I don't want people to leave with the perception.
That's what I'm hearing from protesters. Protesters saying it's getting damn near getting over into the well, past the city. It's damn near almost getting out of downtown. I mean, like I said, they're on the highways, guys. They're on the highways. So it's getting a bit crazy. And they're trying to stop ICE and other police and law enforcement to get into, they're trying to stop them from getting into the city. So trust me, it's going all throughout the city if they're trying to stop police entering from the city at all angles, which is almost damn near impressive. The fact that they're mobilizing like this, but is disrespectful to, you know, what we voted for and our, once again, our laws.
That the city of Los Angeles is experiencing citywide unrest. Nothing could be further from the truth.
I want to share the CBS poll. It shows 54% of Americans approve of the Trump administration's program to deport illegal immigrants. A minority, 46% disapprove. Are Democrats out of touch on this issue?
Yes, you guys are, because you've let your citizens get too used to disrespecting the immigration laws. You don't let your community get too used to living next to these people, and now they done fused in. These guys feel like they're one of them now, but they're not. And you fed them that lie. You let them think that these legals was one of them, that they're part of the community, and they never was, because they were never supposed to be here. And that's your fault. Like, I get that it's probably heartbreaking for some of these people to see these members of their community leave. And I'm not saying that they're all bad people. I'm pretty sure there were some good illegals, but you broke the law and you got to get up out of here. And I'm sorry that this government allowed you to think that it was okay to be here without getting your papers straight. And you had all this opportunity to, but the government, well, I mean, LA government, California government never let y'all know that it was what you guys were doing was wrong. So you never had time for correction. And this is what it leads to. I don't blame the illegals. I blame the government. I blame LA mayor and I blame Gavin Newsom.
Well, I think if you did the polling in Los Angeles, I'm not sure it would be that way, considering we are a city of immigrants. And then people might approve that policy.
The fact that you're saying that LA is a city of immigrants when, I mean, every city should be a city of U.S. citizens. It shouldn't be a city for immigrants. Like, this is the United States of America, lady. This isn't the United States of immigrants, woman. So it's kind of irritating when she sit there and say we're a city of immigrants, when I'm like, last time I checked, California was for the American people. It was for the American people to live on and prosper off of, not immigrants, last time I checked. Like, America's supposed to be for the prospering of the U.S. citizen, not illegal immigrants. So please, it's irritating me that she's literally saying we're a city of immigrants. We're supposed to be a city of the American people, a city of U.S. citizens, not a city of immigrants. You should honestly be ashamed of even saying that.
But do people really approve the federal government coming in and seizing power from a state and from a city? So I drilled down a little further on that poll, because I do not believe that Americans support federal intervention in a city takeover.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, we do, because this is kind of scaring us. Y'all literally trying to stop what we voted for. We literally wanted mass deportation, and you're stopping it. And then there's a high concentration of these illegals in y'all area. So you're problem number one. You didn't think we was gonna get to you? No, this is what we all voted for. You can't sit here and try to say, "Oh, I don't believe it." There's a reason you guys lost the election, because you effed up on the border. Did you not realize that? Like, when you guys realized that you lost on the border, I think you guys should have been preparing for this to happen.
Or a state takeover.
Right. And just to be clear, the poll talks about American sentiment as it pertains to illegal immigration, but it does say that the majority of Americans, we should note, disapprove of.
But all right, now let's get out to Pam Bondi and let's see what she got to say. And then we're going to get Hakeem Jeffries. See what this man has to say, because Boy, these Dems, man, no accountability, huh?
American to know. I'm gonna forego my monologue for now because of this breaking news. As you can see, chaos about to unfold in Los Angeles, in California tonight. There are people that this country can blame. The fact that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Alejandro Mayorkas and every single Democrat that lied to the American people and said the border's closed, the border's secure.
Bro, literally lied and said, oh, there's nothing wrong with the border. Everything is all good. And then everything gets reported that, oh, well, oh, yeah, we lied and there's about 10 to 20 million, illegals in here and we don't know where they're at. Oh, yeah, and about 300,000 missing children. Oh, yeah, and we kind of added to the, human smuggling, the sex slave market, our bad. Literally.
Borders closed, borders secure, and told you not to believe what your own eyes were showing you. They are to blame for this. Add to that, sanctuary city mayors in blue cities and blue states, sanctuary state governors like Gavin Newsom, they allowed this illegal immigration to get out of control, out of hand. And now you see that officers' lives are in risk tonight and property damage could be great. Here now with reaction is the U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. Pam, we know the restrictions that local police are under, for example, in a sanctuary state like California. They're prohibited to even inquire about an individual's status during a routine, course of work. They're forbidden from holding illegals until they can be transferred to ICE. Federal authorities.
They do everything to keep illegals here. They do everything to subvert the law. That's why when Gavin Newsom was upset, I was like, bro, who's going to trust you to uphold the law when it comes to immigration when you've literally allowed this for the past 4 to 8 years? Like, what are you talking about? Like, dog, sit down and let us get this done. Because obviously you wasn't going to get it done because you allowed these people to be here. You allowed them to subvert the law. You even allowed them to get away from the police. So, no, this man has no right of even saying that Trump is out of line because the fact that you weren't arresting these guys, the fact that you weren't letting ICE do his job in the first place is out of line. That's the reason why we're here. It's all because you didn't want to uphold the immigration policies. That's it. This is why we're here, Gavin Newsom. Has nothing to do with Trump.
Federal agencies are prohibited from commandeering local authorities. We do have the supremacy clause. Okay, I get it. Taxpayer-funded health care, education, and other benefits for illegals in California. We know what Gavin Newsom's going to do. I'm not interested. He's not capable of doing the job. He's too ideologically radical left, and he hates Donald Trump too much. What can this federal government do to protect law enforcement and the people in L.A.?
Sean, what we're going to do is we are going to enforce the law regardless of what they do. Look at it out there. It looks like a third world country, and it's not. It's the United States of America.
And why do I keep seeing this? I ain't gonna lie. This it irritates me. My patriot heart hurts every time I see this. The fact that they got the Mexican flag out, waving this mug in the right direction, right side up. But the American flag, every time I see it, it is upside down. And I always say, how dare you disrespect the country that allows you to do this? It's like, it's not the Mexican flag that's allowing you to do this. It's not the Mexican government that's allowing you to assemble like this. It's the American government. I just want to let y'all know that. And here's the thing. How are you guys so proud to wave a flag of a country that you ran from? How are you so proud to wave a country that you refuse to go back to and help? How are you have this much pride for a country that you've literally abandoned and then you want to come here with a BS excuse of, well, you can't be illegal on stolen land. You want to bet? You want to bet? Because I bet your ICE got something to say about it.
Look at it out there. It looks like a third world country, and it's not. It's the United States of America. We are not standing for it.
Hey, and shout out Woodwick for donating $1. I appreciate the support, my man. Hey, and shout out to the supporters, man. Appreciate it. Guys, let's make sure we double tap the screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage you with it. Just $2 and up, and we can go from there. Also, if you want to start a poll, $2 and up, I'll go ahead and get the poll started for you.
Donald Trump won't stand for it. And something else tonight, look at all those great men and women in the LAPD. We are going to protect them. If they will not protect them and prosecute people that abuse the LAPD in terms during a civil unrest under 18 U.S.C. 231, we can prosecute federally people who assault state law enforcement officers with a maximum of 5 years in prison, and we are going to do it. We are going to prosecute them federally. If California won't protect their law enforcement, we will protect the LAPD and the sheriff's office out there. Not only that, we have 9 open cases right now and more to come on assaulting federal officers. The Molotov cocktail cases that you've seen, we've charged 1, more to come, 3 outstanding. The looters.
But it's a peaceful protest, guys, even though they're throwing Molotovs at police officers. But it's a peaceful protest.
You saw they began to loot last night, going into 7-Elevens, going into drugstores. Typically, you don't charge those. We do under federal law now. Under the Hobbs Act, we are charging robbery. You loot a business in California, you are looking at maximum of 20 years in prison.
And shout out Pam Bondi for telling them exactly this.
Going to jail. Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You're going to jail. You're going to jail.
Ah, man, such a beautiful jingle.
Spit on a federal law enforcement officer, no more. As President Trump said, you spit, we hit. Get ready. If you spit on a federal law enforcement officer, we are going to charge you with a crime federally. You are looking at up to 5 years maximum in prison. The cinder block case, Sean. Remember that case? We have breaking news right now. The case where the guy was breaking up the cinder blocks and he was throwing them at police cars. The police officer, the federal officer had injured his hand. He was wearing a mask. The FBI has identified him. Bill Isali, our incredible U.S. attorney out there working with ATF, DEA, and the FBI have been doing a remarkable job. That guy has just been identified, and they are doing a search warrant on his house as we speak. And he has been identified. See his face. He is going to be on, his name is Reyes. He is going to be on the most wanted list. You have broken the news. His face is out there right now. That's him. He has been identified by great police work.
Oh, this guy here. Actually, I think he was on he's on Twitter. Yes, he was on Twitter throwing rocks. Yes, literally throwing rocks at the ICE cars as they were rolling through. I actually have it on my Twitter right now.
By the FBI. So you can run, you can't hide. We are coming after you federally. If you assault a police officer, if you rob a store, if you loot, if you spit on a police officer, we're coming after you.
Going down.
Okay, I want to be very clear. You said a lot there, Pam. There's a lot that I didn't know that the federal government had authority on. There is a federal law against hurting state law enforcement. So if California won't do their job, remember back in 2020, with 574 riots, we had 24 dead Americans, thousands of injured cops pelted, very similar, bricks, rocks, bottles, Molotovs, cocktails. They didn't do a good job in Oakland. They didn't do a good job in other parts of the country. If you spit at officers, or in this case, you now have apparently a good lead and you're going after this guy. There were a number of people throwing cinder blocks and big ones at patrol cars. You're saying that federally speaking, it doesn't matter what the state of California do. And how big an issue is the supremacy clause in terms of who has jurisdiction here?
Here it is. I found the guy. Here that guy is. Look at our guy in the motorcycle helmet. See? Same helmet. Throwing rocks, picking them up out the dirt, trying to break windows. You know, it's crazy. He could throw one of these rocks, miss, and severely hurt somebody else. Damn. Oh, broke something. That broke something. Well. But S.E.T, you're blowing it out of proportion. It's a peaceful protest. This is racist. Yeah, or it's a version of the law, and these guys need to get locked up. And, well, some of these protesters need to get locked up, and the illegals need to get deported. It could be that as well.
We have jurisdiction, and under 18 U.S.C. 231, we are going to go after you if you assault an LAPD officer, if you assault a deputy, we are going to go after you.
I thought Dems were against assaulting police officers. You know, since the whole January 6th was all about, but what about the Capitol Police? What about them guys? Hey guys, what about the ICE agents? What about the ICE police guys? What about the LAPD guys? What about them? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, when the shoe's on the other foot, it sounds pretty annoying. I'm pretty sure it does.
You, if 3 or more persons in the course of civil disobedience injure or hurt a law enforcement officer, what's going on right now, you're watching that, we are going to prosecute you. No longer will you be left out alone in the cold, what they've been doing to them. If California won't protect state officers, we will. They're rioting out there, and our great men and women in the FBI, they have a command center set up. And again, look at the guy with the mask who we got tonight. We have identified him. Our FBI agents, our U.S. attorney.
Yeah, the guy I showed you in the video, yeah, that's the guy that they got.
They have been working around the clock. We've all been on the phone with them all day long, and we're coming after you, and we will find you. The mask won't protect you. Technology is amazing right now. We are tracking you. We will find you, and you will go to jail, and we will prosecute you federally.
You know, Pam,
once again,
Going to jail. You jail. Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You're going to jail. You're going to jail.
I was listening earlier today or over the weekend, and I felt so sad for the LAPD chief. And he was out there saying, we are being overwhelmed by riots. This is the opposite. This is the antithesis of what the governor out there has been saying, what the mayor of Los Angeles has been saying. And he talked about the danger of that his officers out there are facing. I want people to listen because they've been lied to. Oh, they were told by Cory Booker, Maxine Waters, and Kamala Harris, and by, Gavin Newsom on MSDNC and local media. Oh, they're mostly peaceful. Well, let's listen to the LAPD chief.
We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity.
I'm sorry, it's not funny, but the fact that he started off on, well, we're overwhelmed, and the fact that we need I'm like, hey, man, shut out. Well, shut out Fox News, because CNN did the same thing to him, though. Well, to the same thing to the LA mayor. They let her sit there and spew talking about, oh, it's not that bad or blown out of proportion. Then show the same clip of the LAPD officer going like, yeah, it's kind of out of control. It's escalating. Wild, guys. Wild.
And the type of things that they're doing, they'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people. We've seen people with hammers, and you've broadcasted breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete, and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows what description thrown at officers.
Cinder blocks, liquids, hammers, Molotov cocktails. It seems to me that the president really had two choices here. Allow this to disintegrate, and I don't know how many people die. I don't know how many cops or law enforcement would be injured, and then act, or knowing that they have Sanctuary City handcuffs on local law enforcement, act now and get involved early and hopefully save lives. If this continues, people will die. And I already have said on this program, Pam, many times that Mayorkas, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, they have blood on their hands. Those people that lied to the American people as 12, 14, whatever the number is, illegal immigrants coming into this country, they have blood on their hands. We have known terrorists in this country, Iranian hit squads in this country. I'm sure you, Cash, and Dan Bongino dealing with this every single day. And it really is unfathomable to me that murderers, rapists, cartel members, gang members, how do we find them all and get rid of them all? And why are Democrats putting their so-called rights above the safety of their own citizens? I don't get it.
Yeah, and Sean, the police chief also said in that press conference, the feds don't mess around, and he's right. Secretary Noem, Secretary Hegseth, Stephen Miller and I were with President Trump today in the Oval Office. We were talking about this, we were discussing this, and we are lockstep together in protecting our citizens and getting these illegal aliens and these criminals out of.
Oh, guys, and hey, man, make sure to follow me on Twitch. Hey, man, shout out to the guy who's on Twitch. But yes, make sure to follow me on Twitch as well, because I'm streaming on YouTube, Twitch, X, Rumble, and Kick. Appreciate the support, guys. And also, make sure to double tap that screen for me.
Our country. They think they can run to California and hide from the law. You've seen all the violent offenders that have been arrested in California. They can't. We are going to arrest you, we are going to prosecute you, or we are going to deport you. And we are also going to back the blue. President Trump gave us a very clear directive: make America safe again. And that's what we're doing, not just for California, but for all Americans. And we are going to continue to do that and protect our great country, and especially the men and women in uniform who go out every single day to keep us safe. None of them deserve what is going on right now.
I know they're literally just doing their job, within the guidelines of the law, and they got to deal with this BS. I know it sucks. All right, now let's go to our man, Democratic House leader, House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries holds a press briefing, and pretty much are saying the man gets grilled by reporters about the LA protests at his briefing. All right, man, let's get into it, and let's hear how he defends the indefensible, as all Dems do.
The American people have a constitutional right to peacefully assemble, to express themselves.
I know, we said that on January 6th, and you guys hit us with the
and to petition the government to redress any grievances that they may have with policies that will impact their lives. That's a constitutional right that is contained in the First Amendment. We encourage everyone who is exercising that right to do so peacefully in Los Angeles County and beyond. But the right to peacefully assemble, to express themselves to the government in order to bring about change in this country, is a fundamental American principle, and we will continue to stand behind it. Thankful for the leadership of Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass in terms of managing a fragile situation that Donald Trump and the extreme MAGA Republicans are intentionally trying to inflame.
Bro, I would say that the flames already started. Actually, you was dealing with already having a forest fire, and I mean, no pun intended, but you already was dealing with a fire, and we kind of put it out, and when we're trying to put it out, you guys are throwing gasoline on top of it while we're trying to put it out, and the fire is your immigration problem. Like, man.
They should be ashamed of themselves. And these people have zero credibility. Zero credibility.
We don't? Oh, so those videos, the video proof all over X, all over the news is not enough credibility. Oh man, you gotta love it, bro. You gotta love it. They're just defending indefensible oh so well. It's like you almost believe them.
On the other side of the aisle, when it comes to issues of law and order. Questions?
Mr. Leader, good afternoon. Thank you. Do you think that some of the images we're seeing from Los Angeles put Democrats who are in swing districts in a tough spot when they might be asked to defend some of these things, when immigration and fighting back against ICE is not a front and center issue in those districts?
No one is actually defending any unlawful behavior.
You are son of a gun, bro. These people. Yes, you are. Yes, you are defending unlawful behavior. You're defending the unlawful behavior of the illegal citizens who are staying here unlawfully, illegally. Yes, you are defending unlawful behavior. That's the problem. It's like, do you not get this? Like, does somebody need to rip out the immigration laws for you to be like, yes, so under this section right here, yeah, it says that, yeah, if you're a non-citizen, you can't be here. So under this right here, yeah, this is the law that you guys are just not following for some reason, and this is what we got to put in order.
I am defending the right for the American people to peacefully assemble. and will continue to encourage people to exercise.
Hey, and shout out to my man AJ. He says Hakeem seems like a soulless Obama. Hakeem Jeffrey seems like a soulless Obama. Yeah, it doesn't have quite the vigor, I guess.
Exercise that right peacefully. And if anyone crosses the line, they should be held accountable by the relevant authorities. We will not be lectured by Donald Trump and anyone in the Republican Party about issues of law and order. Not a single one of them. Donald Trump promised to lower costs on day one.
He did.
Costs haven't gone down, they're going up. Inflation is going up. Donald Trump.
Whoa, bro, you not about to sit here and just lie like that. Hey, Najee, no, inflation's went down. Actually, just a year ago today, inflation was like at 4%, damn near going into the 5, 6, 7. Bro, so last year in June, inflation was like at 4% damn near. I think it was probably a little higher. We're at 2% at the dot. What are you talking about? Inflation went up. No prices went up. Inflation is down. What do you mean? Like, the economy's up. Like, yeah, y'all just gonna lie and try to make it make sense here? Do I have to show all the indexes again like I did last night, proving that the American economy is in a good place? Do I have to show the inflation rate again to show that it's at 2.0? 2.0. It was at 2.3 in April. Now we're at 2.0 inflation. It's kind of one of the reasons why prices ain't increased. If you know,
Trump lied to the American people. You know what he did do on day one? He pardoned hundreds of violent felons, criminals, who brutally assaulted police officers and attacked the Capitol.
Okay, guess what? At least they were U.S. citizens, though. At least they were U.S. citizens, and not all of them violently attack you, Capitol officers. And I mean, who are you guys to talk when you're violently attacking LAPD officers and ICE agents? So I don't know if you want to stand on that anymore. Like you kind of lost that ground with the January 6th due to the LA riots. And that's what I don't think they're trying to admit right now. It's like you guys lost a lot of ground with January 6th with this BS right here. Because you are attacking a nice facility. So, I mean, you know, it's not quite the Capitol building, but I mean, it is a government building in a way. I mean, a law enforcement building. And I mean, let's see here, a lot of damage to government property. I mean, they're looting, causing fires. I mean, hey, we weren't doing that on January 6th. We weren't looting and causing fires. So you got us on that one, guys. I mean, you guys are hurting more police officers and all that good stuff. So, I mean, you kind of see where we can relate it to January 6th. I mean, just like we related BLM to January 6th. So this is the second time you Dems have rioted, and it's been way worse than January 6th. And nobody says anything. Well, we do, but the Dems never do.
On January 6th. That's what Donald Trump did on day one. The hostages weren't released on day one. Like he promised, he lied. The war didn't end in Ukraine on day one. Donald Trump lied.
Yeah, but the war in Ukraine started under you guys, and it only got worse under you guys, and there was no reports of any type of negotiation going on under you guys. So I get it. But here's the thing. It's so childish to hang up on this whole day one thing when you guys didn't even start a day one. You guys didn't even make a day to solve this. Actually, waited until Donald Trump said he was going to solve it. Then you want to criticize the whole day one thing when you guys spent 2 years not doing shit. Are you serious? When the man's made more progress on the situation in 5 months and you guys have in 2 years, you really want to bring up that day one? When the whole conflict started under you guys as well? The audacity is wild.
Costs didn't go down in America.
Like, if I was the Dems, I'd just shut the hell up. I'd be like, let me not. I want to bring up day one, but seeing that we had 2 years to make the situation better and we did nothing, and then we want to criticize a guy who's made it better within 5 months, but we couldn't do shit for 2 years. I don't know if we have that ground, but I mean, hey, they'll say it anyway, right?
On day one of Donald Trump's presidency, he lied to you, the American people. You know what he did on day one? He pardoned hundreds of violent felons.
And Biden blanket pardon a whole bunch of people who we didn't even get to investigate, including his son Hunter Biden, who was obviously guilty of crimes. Anthony Fauci, who was obviously at least, come on, reasonable suspicion, reasonable suspicion, to be quite honest, what he did with COVID. There's a lot of people. Oh, the January 6th committee, you pardoned all of them. Why'd you do that if they were doing, good work? If there was, giving everybody their due process and all that. Why'd you pardon them if there was no crimes? So I hear you, but here's the problem with the January 6ers. A lot of them got done dirty. A lot of them didn't even really assault police officers. Like, there was literally one of them that they said assaulted a police officer. You watch the footage and he got pushed into the police officer and they said, yeah, you assaulted him. I was like, bro, really? So yeah, when you look into every case of assaulting a police officer, a lot of the times they were bumped into them. There were some that outright attacked them, but a lot of the times it was guys being bumped into them, or that was the crowd got too big and it was brushed up against them, and that became assaulting a police officer. Wild.
Who brutally beat police officers. That's the insurrection. And so the notion that Donald Trump and his minions, his sycophants here in the House of Representatives or in the Senate, who are nothing more than a reckless rubber stamp for Donald Trump's extreme agenda, are going to lecture America about issues of law and order, get lost.
Are you serious? Of issues of law and order, you guys have not uphold the law of immigration. What? Yes, we got to talk to you about issues of law and order because you forgot the immigration laws, apparently. And you also forgot the peaceful assembly laws and what constitute that. So you guys forgot a lot of things that it seems like we have to remind you about. Then you want to have this condescending attitude, like, how dare you tell us anything? Obviously, we got to. Obviously. Like, you want to go ahead and bring out here, well, what about the insurrection of January 6th? I mean, bro, if we line up the numbers right now, you're already looking worse than January 6th. If we line up the numbers right now, I mean, you guys are already looking bad with BLM. You're already looking bad with that. To be quite honest, there's really no topping that one. I mean, well, maybe. I don't want to speak too soon. But you kind of see where this is going now, chat. This is why the Dems are getting mad, because January 6th it's honestly, y'all about to lose y'all ground with this LA riot. I thought y'all lost y'all ground with the BLM riots, but nobody really wants to assess that. So let's just stick to something current.
We're not feeling you at all. You have zero credibility.
You're not feeling us, dog. You don't need to feel us. You just need to look at the video. Like, bro, don't listen to us. Like, we don't give a damn if you hear us out. We don't give a damn if you hear Trump out. Look at what's happening in the city, my friend. It's not about us. That's the problem with Dems. When serious shit goes down, they want to talk about, the Republicans, these conservatives and Trump. Bro, we have nothing to do with y'all problems. Y'all got to sit there and sit down with y'all leadership and figure out why the F are we failing our cities, our states, our people? Why are we doing this? Like, this has nothing to do with the credibility of Trump or nobody. It's all right there for us to see. Oh, man, my bad. Shout out to my man, Daniel Castro. He says, they're just haters that are hypocrites. Wake up, man. I'm telling you, man. And shout out Castro, man. Shout out to the support. Appreciate the support, guys.
On this issue.
What did you make of President Trump's comment saying that it would be a great thing to see Governor Gavin Newsom arrested?
Donald Trump is clearly trying to distract from the fact that he has a failed administration. A failed administration. He promised to lower costs.
And they are lowered. I mean, bro, I remember I was going on and shopping on Amazon. I was like, so why would I just notice, why is everything on a deal? Why is everything 30, 40% off? That's kind of funny. I thought prices were supposed to raise. I looked up inflation. It was at 2%. I looked up all the major indexes and they're in the green. Actually, they're all up from Liberation Day. And actually, even the S&P recovered its 6,000 mark. It's recovered. So I'm wondering, what are you fear-mongering on? And everybody can look this up, Hakeem Jeffries. Like, if you guys, please look this up right now. Go look at the inflation rate. Does 2% seem high to you? You know what? Go ahead and check on Amazon. Do those prices seem high to you? Like, please, actually go check the job reports for the last 5 months. 100K, 100,000 plus jobs a month has been added to this economy. Does that sound like a loss to you? I'm just wondering. And if it does, I mean, hey, man, you'd be the first one to tell me that.
He promised to deal with inflation in America. Costs aren't going down. Life has become more expensive. The business environment is shaky. Small businesses are being forced to close. Our credit rating has been...
Because never in American history, and we should have never let these small businesses only be able to profit off cheap goods. That's one thing where we failed in the small businesses, because we let these people profit off cheap goods, not knowing that was low-key taken away from the American people. And now that we're trying to self-correct, yeah, there are some small businesses that are kind of feeling the heat of it because we've allowed them to sell out for cheap goods. And that's kind of on us. Like, I'll be real with you. But hey,
reduced.
It's either we let these Chinese companies take our jobs and take our business, or we kind of stand firm and we got to go through, like I said, Trump's have a little pinch point and get things back on track. Now, will things always be like this? No, they will not. But I do wonder here, because I'm thinking, like, I would have heard of King Jeffries about that if we were still at 145% tariffs with China, but we are actually at 30% tariffs. So I understood how the the small businesses were actually losing their mind, because 145%, that's damn near like decoupling. We're damn near decoupling from the economy. So to bring it down to 30, and the fact that the Dems have not said, you know what, this is some relief for small businesses. Instead, they say taco. I know, right? Taco. I know they were crying out about the tariffs when they were raised, and then instead of being relieved that they're brought down and then going like, you know what, Trump helped out the small businesses by bringing them down, no, they say taco.
The bond market is reacting adversely to Donald Trump's erratic policies. The Trump tariffs are going to result in thousands of dollars of additional expenses per year.
Hilarious. $1,000 of additional expenses a year when they're actually bringing back jobs and they're adding money to the government that, well, they don't got to take from us. That's kind of crazy. It's like the Dems. Like, I thought you were cutting taxes for the middle class. Why can't we just cut tax for the middle class and then have the tariffs kind of pay for some of that? Like, what's wrong with that, guys? What's so wrong with that? Like, why do you guys just want to completely sell out Americans and then tax us without taxing nobody else? It's like, you kind of see why the world gets off on us, because of your guys' seemingly humanitarian efforts on you do it on the backs of the American taxpayer. That's the worst part about it.
On everyday Americans, Donald Trump and the Republicans are crashing the economy in real time and then driving us toward a recession. His presidency has been a failure.
Really, though. And shout out to my man, Daniel Castro. The job numbers are up in spite of the 10K Fed firings. That's what I was saying. In spite of Elon low-key going through and firing all types of federal workers, the job report was still up in the private sector. And you know, it's so crazy. A lot of people want to be like, oh, the job report's up because of all the federal firings, because the federal does not count for the private sector. So the private sector gained 100,000 jobs, or 100,000 jobs a month, not the federal government. And that's how it should be.
And now they're trying to jam this big, ugly.
Oh, man, shout out to my man Jet. He says, drug test, dollar store, Obama. He hanging with Hunter. I'm done, bro. You guys are going off. Hey, man, shout out to the supporters. That was too funny.
Bill, this disgusting abomination down the throats of the American people. A bill that's deeply unpopular with the American people and with just...
Please, Akeem Jeffries, tell me how no tips on overtime, no tax on tips. Please tell me how that's unpopular with the American people. Oh, yes, and a 15% reduction in taxes for those who are making 30K, well, between 30K and 80K. Please tell me that that's unpopular. Like, you guys don't make sense.
Just getting started. And then he's in a big fight with Elon Musk, the most personal of disputes possible.
The most personal of disputes possible, really, between a man that he's only started hanging out with last year. Now, if you was to tell me this was a Trump bought in a long time friend, or if Elon Musk was friends, I don't know, for like 5-10 years, sure. But you're making it sound oh so personal for a guy he just met maybe like a year ago. Man, really, probably less than that.
Is it any surprise to anyone that he's trying to distract the country?
And Timu Obama, bro, y'all, hey, bro, you're cooking this man at this point. Like, bro, well, y'all got
With
the
this
jokes.
erratic and extreme behavior? No. And we're not going to fall for it.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. On Friday, a district court judge in California granted approval for billions of dollars in retroactive pay to athletes and paved the way for athletes going forward to get paid for their name, image, and likeness. This comes ahead of a House Energy and Commerce Committee hearing this week on this issue. As a sports fan and the top House Democrat, what's your reaction to that ruling, and what role does Congress play going forward in helping shape the landscape now that this ruling has been granted?
We look forward to our continued conversations with the NCAA and the relevant college athletic authorities in order to make sure.
And shout out Coism. He says another good night. Love the discussions. Hey man, appreciate the support, man. Cause I think it's like my second time seeing in here, man. Appreciate the support. Coism.
That in view of this court decision, that there's a framework that exists nationally to make sure that there's a level playing field and that athletes and their families are in a position to benefit and not be exploited by outside forces that may seek to take advantage of them. And that at the same time, we can maintain a competitive landscape across all sports, not simply men's basketball and men's football.
I understand the Hispanic Caucus is seeking an investigation into the handling of the protests in Los Angeles. What do you see as avenues for oversight and investigation into that matter?
Well, we'll continue to press Republicans here in the House to undertake their constitutional responsibility to serve as a check and balance on an out-of-control executive branch. It only takes a handful of Republicans to actually show some spine, some backbone, and some courage.
Yeah, where's your spine, backbone, and courage when Biden was running the economy into the ground? Where was your spine, backbone, and courage when Biden was allowing millions of immigrants to come through the country? I mean, where was your spine, backbone, and courage when Biden wasn't doing anything about the two wars that you're bitching about right now? Where's your spine, backbone, and courage, Akeem? Where was it then? I mean, why are you asking the Republicans to stand up to Trump? You couldn't even stand up to Biden. Shoot, you couldn't even call it my man's mental decline. So where's your spine, bro? Spine, backbone, and courage. Please inform us.
What is happening in America?
The audacity.
A clear assault on the American way of life, on the rule of law, and on our democracy. And the American people aren't feeling it. That's why this guy in the Oval Office is the most unpopular president in the first 100 days in American history. Claims to have some big mandate. And each and every day that passes, he becomes more unpopular as the behavior and the corruption and the cruelty and the chaos becomes more erratic. So
no, we don't blame Trump for the chaos. We blame you. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. We blame you guys for the chaos. We know that if this was going on in a red state or in a state that like voted for Trump, we'd all step to the side. If anything, we'd have damn near been right behind us. Like, hey, no, they right there, bro. No, kick down that door. And when you're done, go kick down the door across the street, cut over there too. If they was in a red state or city, we'd have helped them. So no, we kind of know this is only going down because of you guys. If this was to happen in any other, I'm gonna be real with you, in any other state in America, most likely people are going to step to the side, especially in a red state. So the fact that it's you guys, trust me, is the common denominator. If this happens in another state, is that it's going to be a blue city or blue state that where they're going to resist ICE following the law or upholding our laws. It kind of seems to be a pattern here, guys. I'm sorry, but what high immigration are in blue cities or states? Oh, high crime, blue cities. I mean, shoot, the blue cities damn near bring up the crime in the red states. It's absolutely ridiculous how the leadership of the Democratic Party is so condescending when they have so much bad results.
We're going to continue to use every lever available to us as members of Congress, partnering with our colleagues in state and local governments across the country to shine an intense spotlight on the egregious overreach that is taking place by the Trump administration on a daily basis as it relates to targeting law-abiding immigrant communities, as well as dreamers and farm workers and people who are actually contributing to the communities that they live in on a day-to-day basis. That's why you're seeing the American people express their discontent with another lie that came from the Trump administration. Trump administration said that they were going to focus.
You know what's crazy? If we actually have a whole civil war over the fact that there's people who want illegals to be here, I will tell you right now, guys, you are a small group of people. You are a very small group of people, and the majority, even in the Democrat side, would sit there and be like, you guys are tripping. Even your own Democratic companions would be like, yeah, you guys are tripping. You really think we're going to sit behind you as you pretty much just say F immigration laws? You want to fight to keep these people here? These people who take more from the American people than they put in, because I know what they like to tell you guys. Oh, they pay taxes. Yeah, but they use up more taxes than they put in. So they take more taxes than they put in taxes. And that's just a lie. Honestly, that's just a lie that these guys always want to tell you. Well, they put into the tax system. They actually contribute to America. No, they don't. They're in a negative with us because they put in like 4 or 5 trillion while cost. Oh, my bad. Not trillion, but 4 or 5 billion while costing Americans 400 billion. Yeah, you're not helping us. You're taking away from us. And especially when it comes to the job market and all that, like a lot of these construction jobs and all that good stuff, Americans could work those. We don't need illegals for that. But hey, you'll have these Democrats make the racist statement of, well, who's going to pick the cotton? Who's going to work construction? Who's going to work in the sweatshops? And just like, bro, really, guys, really?
On targeting violent felons.
Oh, and shout out to my man Fox Chaser. Here's my thing. Even if they take income tax or property tax, they're going to tax more somewhere else. They always win. I mean, when I was going through the big, beautiful bill, I did not see that, to be honest. I didn't see where they raised taxes in any other, place to kind of even it out. So it does seem like the government is trying to take in less money. And that's why the Dems are trying to frame it as, well, when the gov takes less money from you, that's an increase in spending, even though they've been proven wrong multiple times on that theory. And then, like I said, the other theory they go on is that when they take more money from you, they do less spending, which they've also proven wrong under Biden. I mean, taxes like crazy, and look what happened. They're still doing crazy spending. California taxes like crazy and still doing crazy spending.
Who should not be in this country. And that's something that we could have agreed with had that been the effort that was undertaken. Instead, Donald Trump and his administration are deporting American citizens, children with cancer, to countries that they've never lived in before. That's an assault on the American way of life. It's why this administration is collapsing in terms of popularity and public approval in real time. And this reckless bill, this out of control budget, this GOP tax scam, the one big ugly bill, the disgusting abomination that they're trying to jam down the throats of these.
So now you're using Elon Musk's words. It's crazy, bro. These Dems they have nothing, literally. And honestly, this is why Trump low-key isn't really going to be cool with Elon again, because it's like you kind of just gave these guys ammo for no reason. For what reason, my man? You gave these guys ammo. They're using your own words. When the Dems start quoting Elon, the same guy they said cannot be trusted, that's trying to buy the government and all that, man, the Dems are in a bad place. Or they're just petty and they just want to reach for anything.
The American people, it's not going to make things better for everyday Americans. It's going to hurt everyday Americans. And the American people are rejecting it because it's designed to help extreme MAGA Republican billionaire donors. And that's unacceptable. That's unconscionable. And that's un-American.
And here's the thing, people do have this myth that the reason why these legals are here to do cheap labor, no, they're here illegally. Like, we don't allow that. Honestly, to be quite honest, back in the day, we used to let the kids do the cheap labor, not the illegals. Back in the day, these jobs that these illegals are doing were for kids or for people or the trades, like construction and all that good stuff. I mean, you guys can't sit here and pretend like we can't replace these people. Don't sit there and pretend like that. And stop sitting here and pretending like we need cheap labor. And here's the thing. The only reason why these companies went over to China to get that cheap labor is, one, because we have no tariffs to protect our domestic economy. And, well, China got slave wages, child labor. I mean, do you support that? Oh, okay. You support it when it's against non-citizens, right? So, and that's kind of crazy. So you're okay with these non-citizens being like, what, second-class citizens working for cheap? So that's what we support here in America? Because I don't. I'd rather they ass be up out of here than be second-class citizens working for cents on the dollar. Now, if that's what y'all want, then I mean, shit, man, you can't call yourselves humanitarians, and you can't say you care about these guys if you just want them here for cheap labor. Man, you sound like the same corporate elites y'all hate so much.
Second row.
Thank you. So the Department of Homeland Security released some information about some of the individuals that were apprehended during ICE's raid in LA over the weekend, and some of those people were previously convicted of murder and sexual battery and cruelty to children, amongst many other crimes. You say that if they wanted to go after violent people, that's something you could agree on. So do you support ICE detaining illegal immigrants that have criminal histories and backgrounds?
The Department of Homeland Security, under the leadership of...
I mean, what's wrong with a toaster factory, my friend? What's wrong with your kid being in engineering on a toaster factory, being an engineer at a toaster factory, being a plant manager, making six figures plus at a toaster factory? Like, why are you acting like there's only low-level jobs at a toaster factory? I mean, considering that they have machinery that they pay people low-level, mid-six figures to operate. Like, why are you assuming that there's only low-wage jobs at these factories? Like, have you ever been to one, my friend? To be making such a, I'm gonna be real with you, I ain't gonna say uneducated, but it is quite an ignorant statement to say that I don't want my kids working at a toaster factory. You could say you don't want your kids working at an assembly line at a toaster factory. You could say you don't want working as a, material handler at a toaster factory. But would it be cool if they ran a toaster factory? Wouldn't it be cool if they owned a toaster factory? Wouldn't it be cool if they worked on the machines? They did all the mechanical work for a toaster factory, getting paid like, $150K a year, or their electrician for a toaster factory? I mean, guys, what is really wrong with you? Do you not know how these companies work? Like, even in a factory, they have office jobs. And even in the office jobs, they got damn near jobs where you can find in a factory. They still need people to work in their lights and do the damn plumbing. So where's this whole idea of I don't want my kids working in a factory? If they have a high level in a factory, I'd be perfectly fine. I don't know what your problem is. But then again, that's what you Dems do. You look down on jobs that are not in office for some strange reason.
So-called...
Basically, you look down on most Americans.
Secretary Kristi Noem is a complete and total embarrassment. And so anything that they put out should be scrutinized through that lens.
Nonetheless, is that something that you would agree with?
I made my statement on this issue, and we've been very clear that the deportation efforts of any administration should be focused on making communities safe and deporting violent criminals who are undocumented.
So Elon Musk has gone on his social media network and appears to be endorsing the Trump administration's response, also deleting many of the posts from over the weekend, including the claim that Trump is named in the Epstein files. Do you think that we could be looking at greater influence again from Musk over the Trump administration, something that would warrant congressional scrutiny?
Yeah, it's not clear to me at the end of the day, our view of the whole sordid affair between Trump and Musk is that we're going to keep the focus on the disgusting abomination that is the GOP tax scam. The largest cut to health care in American history. Republicans are targeting the health care of the American people. More than 15 million Americans will lose their health care as a result of the GOP tax scam.
Nope.
Hospitals will close. Nursing homes will shut
Nope.
down.
No, they won't. And I don't know why you guys keep fear mongering that. Because here's the thing: when this bill passes and none of that happens, I wonder what they're gonna say. But here's the thing: like look what they did with tariffs, and they still haven't taken back anything they've said. Like I remember they said inflationary prices is gonna rise. I mean, we're gonna start losing jobs left and right, and none of that's happened. So I do wonder, like, all right, well, when you say that we're gonna all lose our health care, when this big beautiful bill passed and that doesn't happen, I wonder what you guys are gonna say then. I mean, like you fear mongered on it and it didn't happen. This is why we have no worries about you guys in 2026. You give us oh so much ammo that is just like, how do you guys even stand a chance?
Tens of millions of Americans will pay increased premiums, copays, and deductibles, and people will die. That's a result of the one big ugly bill. That's disgusting that this is the Republican agenda. At the same period of time, they want to enact the largest.
And shout out to my man Fox Chase. He's like, S.E.T is probably a psyop to degrade blue collar jobs so they can go to college and get indoctrinated. Exactly, because there ain't no indoctrination going on with the trades. I'll tell you that. I mean, boy, them guys in the trades, at least political. Well, they're political, but I mean, shoot, most of them aren't Dems. I'll tell you that one, because Dems like those soft, cushy office jobs and all that good stuff. And I mean, I don't blame them. I'm not judging them. But just because you guys like that, don't mean you should look down on blue collar jobs, which you do. I mean, one of you guys in the chat literally says, my kid will not work in a factory. Okay, now you think you might have said something inspiring or thoughtful, but you really said something condescending and disrespectful.
Cut to supplemental nutritional assistance in American history. Literally, these extremists are trying to rip food out of the mouths of children, veterans, and seniors in the United States of America.
Yo,
that's
this
a
man.
Disgusting abomination. And they're
This
doing
man.
all of this to reward their billionaire donors. We never said at any point that we were going to let our foot off the gas pedal as it relates to the so-called Doge effort to destroy the American way of life, to target thousands of veterans who have been fired, to take a chainsaw to Social Security. We disagree with all of that.
Yeah, I know. Y'all disagree. That's the problem. Y'all disagree too much. Y'all have way too much criticism with no plan. And y'all think that y'all can win off a disagreement. That's the problem. It's like, when it comes to, primaries, like, 2026, what are you guys going to say? Like, what you're going to say? Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad. And then we're going to be looking at you like you're stupid. Like, you're not going to be running against this man in 2 years. You're going to get somebody completely different. So this whole Trump bad narrative is going to have to take a pivot eventually, or you're going to sound dumb running against somebody else talking about Trump, Trump, Trump. And then once again, you guys have no plans, but all the criticism in the world. Like, you complain about the healthcare and all that good stuff when we're doing, but you have no plans to make it better. You guys complain about the tariffs and how the fact that, oh, well, you're right that a $1.2 trillion trade deficit is going to hurt us, but we don't like tariffs. So the problem is you have all the criticisms, but no real plan to help any of the problems that are being highlighted. And that's why everybody's kind of just ignoring you guys, because that's all you do is, that's all you do is bitch. That's all you do. I mean, no plan. Like, you're not problem solvers. You just bitch. Pathetic.
Our goal is to take a chainsaw to Project 2025. And we're not going to rest until that gets done, no matter who is standing on the side of the Trump administration.
Two resolutions condemning the Boulder attack are coming to the floor this week. One of them, from Congressman Gabe Evans, includes language labeling Free Palestine an anti-Semitic slogan, and also praising ICE for quote-unquote protecting the homeland. I know that some of your progressive members are very unhappy with some of that language. I'm wondering, A, how you plan to vote on that personally, and B, how you're advising members to vote on that.
It's not simply a subset of members of the House Democratic Caucus who oppose the so-called Evans resolution. Who is this guy? He's not seriously concerned with combating anti-Semitism in America.
Are
It's
you?
not a serious effort.
Hold on, are y'all? Because, like, let's be real now. I thought attacking anti-Semitism was like a conservative stance, seeing, that Trump is the one kind of putting his foot down on Harvard, and not you guys, because you guys love Harvard because it's mostly liberal. So y'all not going to touch y'all own. So yeah, you can't really talk about attacking anti-Semitism when, well, reportedly is that all the anti-Semitism is happening on liberal campuses or on, liberal indoctrinated campuses. You can't say that you're fighting anti-Semitism when all these protesters shouting anti-Semitic rhetoric, well, is what they're saying, is coming from you guys. I mean, not the conservatives, but the liberals. Yeah, and y'all got to own that one. And trust me, there's some conservatives on our side like myself that agree with you guys, but the way you're going about it is terrible. Absolutely terrible.
This guy's going to be a one-term member of Congress. He's a complete and total embarrassment. He's not even pretending to be moderate at this point. He's all in on ripping away health care from the American people. And this is a desperate attempt to distract. Why do we know that's the...
And no, that's actually not true. The whole Barron thing, like, oh, he's mad at Harvard because they didn't let Barron in. One, I mean, man, I probably believe that Barron is overqualified for Harvard. And two, yeah, what was it? Melania Trump, First Lady, came out and said that was a lie. Like, no, they didn't reject Barron. And that's the funniest part, because it's just like, wow, you guys will come out with any lies to pretty much make it feel like Trump is being vindictive when, I mean, you can't prove that. You can't prove that Barron got rejected by Harvard. Trust me, it'd have been front page news and it showed the rejection letter. Actually, Harvard would have been the first one to post it on the news like, yeah, see, we rejected the man. But they didn't.
The case? Because every major Jewish organization, including AJC, has come out in opposition to the so-called Evans resolution.
Bro, oh man, I love backwards ideas like this. No offense, not good, but that's a terrible plan. And here's the thing, the wage gap in America, one of the best ways to fix that is bringing back the jobs that you look down on. Those are the jobs that was fueling the middle class, and that was, not making the wage gap so obvious. When all those jobs left to China, that's when the wage gap widened. It wasn't because we weren't taxing billionaires enough. It's because we let these billionaires take their jobs and take them out of the country, and that lowered how many people were working those good jobs. Like, in steel, like when 700,000 steel companies leave, 700,000 steel jobs leave, and that's 700,000 Americans. That's 700,000 Americans that is now adding to the wealth disparity or the wealth gap. So when you say you want to sit here and tax these wealthy people, well, sir, you're kind of moving backwards, because what are they going to do? And let's say, you don't believe in tariffs most likely. So what are they going to do, my friend? They're going to take their money, take their business, and go overseas so they can escape your high taxes, your high corporate taxes, but you don't believe in tariffs. So they'll still be able to sell into your oh so great economy without getting any lashbacks or any kickback. Do you see where your plan falls apart? So you want to tax the ultra rich, get them to run to another country because they're already doing it in states. I thought an example to this plan, would be California. They raised taxes on the rich. What did the rich do? They left. So don't you think that if the United States did that, what do you think the rich is going to do? They're going to leave, and we don't even keep them here. We're not like one of these oligarchs or these communist regimes. We don't just control our billionaires. They can do whatever the hell they want, and God bless it. But we got to kind of make them benefit us. And that's what you guys don't understand. Now, I think you might be on the same wavelength since you're saying that you want to highly tax them, but that's just going to get them to run away and take all their jobs with them. And then, like I said, you guys don't believe in protecting domestic economy, so you won't put tariffs on these guys to even it out. So to just be able to sell into here without really, without us benefiting whatsoever. So like I said, your plan is backwards because it doesn't address the real problem.
Every major Jewish organization, as far as I can tell, these are organizations that are at the forefront of combating anti-Semitism in America. That resolution is...
And how can you expand worker protection when you tax the extreme wealthy, they move and take their jobs? What worker protections when we're losing jobs? Because you want to extremely tax the wealthy. Like I said, the wealthy really isn't your enemy. They're the ones giving you the damn jobs. The problem is that if we'd have put tariffs, keeping these guys from going out into China and making it damn near useless to take advantage of their cheap labor, if we'd have did that sooner, we wouldn't be here. And that's what I mean by protecting our domestic economy. Because if you really had a good plan, you'd be like, yeah, well, I'm going to and I mean, this is, hey man, this is to make your plan better. Yeah, you could highly tax them, and then you could put tariffs on. So even if they move out, it would still be like they're paying the high taxes here, except they're just doing it overseas instead. So you got to make it not worth it for them. And when you just tax them with no tariffs, you're kind of just telling them to leave the country and take advantage of the market anyway. So these half-ass plans that you Dems come up with, like taxing the rich, don't work. Extremely taxing them don't work, at least not without tariffs.
Embarrassment. It's not serious.
But all right, that's enough cooking.
It's a joke. And Gabe Evans is a joke. And he's on his way out. He's done in November of 2026.
So is leadership whipping against that resolution?
I don't know. We don't normally whip one way or the other as it relates to resolutions. And so it's not my understanding that a decision has been made different than the approach that we normally take. I'm a no. And everyone will have the ability to make their decision in terms of what's in the best interest of the districts that they represent. Anti-Semitism is a scourge on America. Shouldn't be weaponized politically. It's not a Democratic issue or an American issue or a Republican issue. It's an American issue. And we should tackle it not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans. So I'm going to stand on the side of the overwhelming majority of Jewish organizations who have the credibility on this issue and have concluded this is not a serious effort to solve what is a serious problem, anti-Semitism in the United States of America.
I mean, shoot, y'all was just letting it run rampant, though. So what were y'all doing?
Thank you, Leader.
Like I said, all the criticisms in the world, but it's been happening. Like for 2 years straight, this has been happening, and you guys have not done anything. But like I said, have all the criticism of how Trump handles it, even though you guys did nothing.
You know, when we talk about the images that are happening in Los Angeles,
I mean, this is why you guys lost the Jewish vote. This is why all the pro-Israeli guys went straight to Trump.
Now, what is your argument to the American people that the National Guard is not needed in this situation?
There are thousands of members of the LAPD and the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department and the California Highway Patrol who have the capacity, by all accounts, according to Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass, to make sure that the lawlessness and disorder that the Trump administration is clearly trying to bring about by fanning flames.
I mean, bro, you guys already fanned the flames. You're right. You guys already started the fire. Like, there's 10 million illegals in the state. I mean, trust me, the flames is there and it's roaring. We're trying to put it out, and you're throwing gasoline on it while we're trying to hit it with the water. Okay, this is the problem that's going on right now. You're saying that, oh, he's starting a fire. I mean, the fire is already there. Like I said, the fire was the immigration problem.
And inciting things on the ground in California that the state and local officials and these brave, courageous members of law enforcement, thousands of them who are part of the LAPD, the LA Sheriff's Department, other local law enforcement, and the California Highway Patrol, seem to have the capacity to make sure that the situation is addressed, that peaceful protests are allowed to occur, and that lawbreakers are held accountable. The Trump administration has zero credibility on this issue. Really?
Really?
I was here on January 6th. Donald Trump wasn't a leader on January 6th. He didn't send the National Guard.
You know, it's actually funny. There's actually some wild things that was going on with January 6th. Hold on, let me see if I can find a video. It's gonna be crazy.
To stop the violent mob that was brutally beating police officers in plain view for every single American to see. And this guy?
All right, guys, check this out. Since we're talking about January 6th, just check this out real quick, because this is crazy. Go in there. This is from January 6th. Now, remember that whole story where they said there was FBI agents, like 26 confirmed FBI agents on duty in that area on January 6th? Yeah. Here's a little bit of that. Here's a little, proof.
Do not go in there.
A radio journalist from Michigan was shooting video that day at the Capitol. What he captured were two, most charitably called suspicious actors, but they are dressed in such a way that led him to believe that they were government agents. And one of them, after the windows had been broken by a protester, it was encouraging people to pull the rest of the glass out and go inside. Bobby Powell, who was the journalist that had shot it, and he has his camera rolling, he told him that would be illegal. And that wouldn't be a good idea. He warned people off not to go into that window. And then he turned his camera around and he caught this agent or suspicious actor pulling a large pane of glass out, this tempered glass. It kind of folds into itself, crunch onto the ground. When he realized he was being filmed, he quickly dropped it. It seems apparent on the video that he did not want to be seen doing what he just did.
FBI.
So he pulled in a protester and started blaming him. He said, "What are you doing breaking that window?" The poor fellow that was being accused didn't know what was going on. And then he gave him a couple of really good shoves and cocked his arm like he was going to punch him. We don't know his facial image.
Yeah. So, yeah, trust me, there's obviously a lot of things that they didn't show you about January 6th. And we can get into that another day.
Who likely withheld the National Guard. He certainly didn't send them forward.
No, he did actually. He's asked for the National Guard, and Nancy Pelosi denied it. Yes, Nancy Pelosi is on camera admitting that, yeah, Trump asked for the National Guard, and she said no. So that was Nancy Pelosi's fault while the National Guard did not pull up to that situation or January 6th.
Is lecturing the country about law and order. And if this wasn't enough of a reason to dismiss his credibility on any of these issues, on his first day in office, Donald Trump pardons hundreds of violent felons, some of whom have gone back to their communities all across America and recommitted crimes.
Name one, please. Because that is wild how they keep saying it about the January 6ers. Because I haven't read one story about where these guys literally got out of jail and went back to committing heinous crimes. And you know why? Because don't you think they'd have named them? Don't you think they'd have named them just like we got our Kilmar Garcia? Don't you think they'd have named that January 6th? Like, see this guy right here. Trump pardoned him. Here's his name. He went to this country. I'm sorry, but he went to this state and he committed a crime. Again, look at it. Where's the name? That's what kills me about these guys, because you know they're lying. Because wouldn't you guys be oh so thirsty to show a name at least? Give us a name of somebody that was pardoned by Trump and then later went to go commit a crime. Yes, within that same time period, at least 6 months from being pardoned. Please show me. Because if you're not saying a name, I'm assuming you're lying. Because why wouldn't you give a name? Just like we're like plastering Kilmar Garcia as your poster child, you guys should be plastering this January 6th like all over the place, going like, look, you see what happens when you let go of violent criminals? Where's his name at? Because I'm telling you, this would have been a perfect time to use that against Trump. I don't know what you're doing, Dems.
Against everyday Americans?
Like, am I wrong?
Give me a break. We're not failing you, particularly as it relates to this issue. Donald Trump and all of these minions who support him, the sycophants, the extremists, have zero credibility on this issue. Republicans have become the party of lawlessness and disorder.
Honestly, it's real easy to kind of catch them in their lies, because like, first of all, you telling me that you guys have a January 6er. You guys have proof that the January 6er that Trump pardoned that committed a violent crime, that went out there and committed another violent crime after he just got out. What's his name? Why aren't you saying his name then? Because I mean, let's be real. You guys would have this guy's name all over mainstream media. So the fact that you guys aren't showing his name lets me know that this is most likely a lie. Because God forbid there was actually somebody who actually did that, you guys would have his name all over the place. A January 6er who said they committed a violent crime, gets pardoned, and goes out and commits another violent crime, and you don't know his name? Man, cut the BS, please. Cut the BS. I mean, even the Dems should be able to see, even y'all Dems should be able to logically see through that one. Like, come on, be honest, guys. As a Dem, don't you think that if you had that information, you'd have released the name, of this guy by now? You wouldn't just be saying some January 6er, would you?
Trump officials are also watching what is happening right now on the ground in Los Angeles. President Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, is actually there on the ground. And as we've been talking about why the National Guard has been deployed, what the White House's basis is for that.
So you're telling me that it's been widely reported, but I have not seen it on no mainstream media, no names, no nothing. But it's been widely reported, but I have not seen one thing. Don't you think they'd have been throwing this in our faces? Like, really, of the name of this guy, at least? That's all I know is BS. Like, that's how I know you guys go off BS. Like, you want to tell me to do my research? Why don't you know a name? If this January 6th is real, what's the name? Look it up. Tell me. I'll be happy to dig into it. But you're not going to sit here and act like that's just not funny, bro. That's not funny business. You're going to say that there's January 6ers who committed crime as soon as they got out, but you don't got a name? When this will low-key be probably the biggest story that a Democrat can release, that's a big ding on the Trump administration. This is the biggest thing y'all can do. And y'all don't have a name? Oh, yeah, y'all ain't trying to win then. Y'all just slow then if that's the case. Because if I was y'all, I'd be looking for this man's name up and down if I was so anti-Trump.
We asked him about that. We're going to continue to watch what is happening here on the ground, keep these pictures up. But I also want you to listen.
All right, he says Matthew Huddle is who they're talking about. Man, why do one of my people know the name and y'all don't? Why do my people know the name? Shout out Castro, by the way. Shout out to my dog, Castro. But why don't y'all know it? Why do we know more about this ish than y'all? Like, we damn near got to help you guys for which y'all own arguments sometimes. It's crazy.
Listen to what Tom Homan's rationale was for why they have deployed the National Guard and hundreds of Marines to the scene that you're seeing now. Being here, what we're seeing right now is the first time since 1965 that a president has actually activated a state's National Guard without a request coming from that state's governor. Why was that necessary here?
Well, because Governor Newsom and the Democrat leaders of California weren't weren't quick enough to act. I mean, I've been here since Wednesday last week to initiate an operation, and things got out of control quickly Friday night and Saturday. And the president took quick action to deploy the National Guard to protect government property that was being destroyed, protecting our agents and officers, and protecting the general public. I think President Trump did exactly the right thing. He's trying to prevent another Minnesota from 2020, trying to prevent another Portland, Seattle tragedy. So I'm happy he deployed National Guard.
Well, speaking of 2020, there was a comment that the president made then about.
Hold on. I'm not sure if you got the right one, Castro, because I'm reading it and you said he committed a crime. An Indian man who stormed. This is Matthew Tuttle. An Indian man who stormed the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021, and had recently been pardoned by President Trump, told authorities that he couldn't afford to be in legal trouble just before a sheriff's deputy fatally shot him during a traffic stop last month. Body camera video released Thursday shows a special prosecutor said that Jasper County Sheriff deputy was legally justified in shooting Matthew Huddle, 42, on January 26. So they got the argument wrong. No, this guy actually went out there and got shot at a traffic stop. For what? A violent. Okay, it said Huddle ran to his vehicle, said he would shoot himself, and raised a handgun after he was told he was under arrest for a traffic-related felony, and the deputy shot him after a struggle. Oh, so he didn't do anything violent. If anything, the man had severe mental problems. He was threatening that he would shoot himself and harm himself, raised the handgun, and the deputy ended his life. Yeah, Tuttle literally said, I'm shooting myself, Huddle said. The deputy said, no, and fires. The video shows. So the man wasn't violent. He was just extremely depressed and suicidal. And that's what you're going off of? I mean, damn, Castro, I'm kind of sad right now. You got any better names? Like, ouch. This is the only guy they got? This is the guy that you're saying that got pardoned and went to commit a violent crime? Against who? Himself? Ah, man, as we dig into stuff, man, we just see how duplicitous these Democrats argue. It's like, I see why they don't say his name, because it's not a good argument once you really dig into it.
Whether or not he could deploy and activate the National Guard. I want you to listen to what he said then.
We have laws. We have to go by the laws. We can't move in the National Guard. I can call insurrection, but there's no reason to ever do that. Even in a Portland case, we can't call in the National Guard unless we're requested by a governor.
The law, of course, has not changed since then. So what has?
Here's the thing. If they didn't request this thing would have got out of hand. And the fact that, well, Governor Newsom has been proven not to be able to handle things well. I mean, look at the LA forest fires. I mean, high crime. I mean, shoot, a whole lot of money is left California. Yeah, he's failed California in every way, shape, and form. I mean, look at the riots. Look at the fact that LA called itself a city for immigrants. Yeah.
You know, I'm not an attorney, and all I know is I'm on calls every day with the heads of DOD and DOJ. So we got legal minds in DOJ and DOD, and DOJ are making these decisions. So I certainly think the president's acting within the confines of the law. I mean, I'm on phone calls every day, and these lawyers are making these decisions, so I stand by it.
But I think some people may look at that and say, well, one, you know the law very well. Obviously, you worked in deportations when President Obama was in office. You're now back in this role.
I know immigration law very well, but I do not. I'm not an expert on constitutional law or insurrection law or national. You know, that's out of my lane. I simply am thankful that whatever President Trump decided, that was backed up by attorneys in the Department of Justice and Department of Defense. I'm just glad he deployed those National Guards here, because I think.
No, and just like I said, there is a guidelines that allows Trump to go around the well, pretty much the governor. And I read them out before. I think it was section 124006, National Guard in Federal Service call. Whenever there is a rebellion or danger of a rebellion against authority of the government of the United States. And another reason is, well, the president is unable with the regular forces to execute the laws of the United States. These are the two calls that he was able to send them out there without the government. Because, you know, who would think that the government or the governor would let it get this bad? Who'd have knew?
We're saving lives. I need to protect them property.
Well, some people may look and say, you know, if this has not been something that any president has done and hasn't happened since the 1960s, is this the worst protest that has happened since then, warranting that?
Look, I was on the ground Friday night where hundreds and hundreds of protesters who were protesters all of a sudden became criminals. They breached a federal building that had to be pushed back, where officers were at risk. Detainees that we had arrested were at risk. Officers have been injured. Property has been destroyed. So, yeah, you know, if the Democratic leadership wasn't taking action, President Trump stepped up and took the action. I've been on the ground. I've seen the worst of the worst down there, so I'm glad President Trump reacted to save lives and property.
Yeah, I was just in LA on Friday as well. But on this front and what the president's plans are in the administration overall, have you been personally involved in conversations about invoking the Insurrection Act?
No, again, I'm here running a Title VIII immigration operation. I'm not involved in discussions, but I do know every day a conversation happens with the leadership of DOJ, DHS, and DOD on a decision going forward. I think decisions on deployment of the National Guard and any other deployment of DOD is a decision being made by the White House along with
you know what? I believe Crowder actually explained this way better than my man Tom Homan is, because like I said, he is an immigrant. His specialty is immigration, and a lot of things play into this. So you know what? Let's get into our man Steven Crowder breaking down why Loki, one, this is a hell of offensive, and two, well, why Trump is able to do this without the governor's help. Because let's be honest, the governor shouldn't even let it get to this point. He should have never let immigration or the amount of immigrants even get into the city of LA or into the state of California, or we wouldn't be here. So due to the lack of leadership of Gavin Newsom, here we are, guys.
Montages for you, and we have claims and truths from the governor
from the mayor, as well as a Reddit retard segment where they compare this to January 6th. It's all so tiresome. But November 19th, 2024, 2 weeks after Donald Trump was elected, right, a mandate from the masses, Los Angeles voted to become a sanctuary city. Let me give you a list of numbers to start this off for context. 810,000, 31 billion, and 26. That's the amount, okay? That's the amount of illegals in Los Angeles County.
What? Hold on, go back. I couldn't believe those numbers.
Sanctuary city. Let me give you a list of numbers to start this off for context. 810,000, 31 billion, and 26. That's the amount, okay? That's the amount of illegals in Los Angeles County. 810,000.
Damn. Okay, supervisor districts 1, 2, undocumented population. God damn. Supervisorial districts 1 and 2 altogether 180. So damn, LA County altogether and all their districts all together, all 5 of their districts, 108. Damn, 110K. 810,000 illegal immigrants are in LA County. And they just said in Southern California alone, they said they at least got 10 million. So, and this is just LA, and they're wondering why we're kicking in doors trying to get them all, because you damn near got 1 million of them. Oh, yes, and illegal immigrants cost California taxpayer nearly $31 billion a year. I know, right? And this is by fair. So it is funny how they always say, oh, but they put into the economy, yeah, like 4 or 5 billion, but they cost us 31. Altogether, I mean, the American people, trust me, you don't even want to know what that cost us.
That's the amount, 32 billion, the amount that illegals cost California taxpayers annually, just California. It's about 400 billion for the American taxpayer. And 26 is the number of illegals that have been arrested in 2024 from the LAPD that had charges for murder, homicide, assault against children. I believe this was one sting, just to be clear. So remember those numbers. 810,000, $31 billion, 26 illegal aliens arrested in a sting in 2024, and that this city voted to.
And that's why they kind of got serious with the raids, because, yo, they did one raid and they found a lot of serious offenders. So they're like, yo, how much else is around here? Now I really need to start kicking in doors, because, like I said, the LA mayor and Gavin Newsom did not care about the immigration problem. Honestly, they see these people as a plus. They didn't think they were breaking the law or anything. They made it normal to break the immigration law. Normal day life for your average Californian.
To be a sanctuary city, because they just don't want to be subject to the rule of law that you voted for, while they accuse you of subverting democracy. It's time for Golden State of Crime. So for those of you who have missed it, and just last night, I believe the LAPD declared it an emergency.
Yeah, they declared what was an unlawful assembly?
Yeah, unlawful assembly,
downtown area.
Finally.
Yeah.
But these have been fiery, Mexican-y, but mostly peaceful protests. And by that, I mean this weekend, Los Angeles descended into complete and total chaos with these protests over lawful deportations from ICE taking place in the city. Give that man a raise. Shoot on sight.
Look at that.
Shoot on sight.
Wild. Backing them up. I said if more of that continues, where these guys can't get in and do their job, it's going to turn into something crazy. When a National Guard gets in there, and God forbid the National Guard can't get things done, things are going to get a little crazy. And if you think we're going to stop trying to get all 800,000 of them, 800,000 plus of them, well, sorry guys, we're not. Trust me, they're gonna do everything they can to get each and every one of them, if you like it or not. And I'm all for it, man. God bless America. And shout out Hellbat. He says reasons they are for mass illegal aliens is because they count them for their electoral college, which technically isn't voting, but undermine the citizens. Exactly. It's like they want to start stuffing more of these illegals in here so they can low-key use it for the electoral votes. And ain't that crazy? But then when we call them out on it, what do you mean a great replacement theory? You guys sound like conspiracy theorists. I mean, are you sure, bro? You are letting in millions of these guys to certain states. Like, you sure?
not legal to follow an illegal order, dumb shit. Why do you keep your mouth shut if you don't f***ing know how it works?
Shoot on sight.
Call you later.
This is the GTA 6 trailer?
Just show them some respect.
No, this is what Donald Trump escalated. Oh, sorry, this is before anything happened. Anyone was sent in.
No, they're not. Abolish ICE with an abolish ICE shirt on. That's what I'm saying. They're literally fighting for these illegals to be here. This has nothing to do with state rights. This has everything to do with the complete rebellion against immigration law. Like, this is what it's about. It had nothing to do with state rights. Honestly, these guys letting these immigrants in is outside of state rights. This is a subversion of law. And I don't know how anybody else can sit here and talk about state rights when what about the rights of these citizens? Like the LA mayor literally called this a city of migrants. That is embarrassing to even sit there and say that. Like, it's supposed to be a city of U.S. citizens, not migrants.
I believe that the LAPD has this underhand.
Believe wrong. In hand?
They are very, very experienced in riot control.
Yeah, it happens all the freaking time.
That's what I'm saying. They keep saying, oh, everything's fine. Everything's all good. And there's, literally like we're recording this from the sky and they're low-key setting cars on fire. Smoke bombs are being thrown back at the police officers. All types of wild things are happening as these people are saying everything's under control.
It's like you have an issue with it.
We are having an administration that's targeting peaceful protest.
They do it every time. Shoot on sight.
He doesn't
On
like
site?
scenes of people peacefully protesting.
Well, you painted the bus white.
Actually, the replacement theory kind of holds water because he lets in tens of millions and he deports the most at the end of it. Actually, he deported so much, he is subverted. He put expedited removal on them. It's so crazy. Biden does expedited removal on immigrant kids, and it's okay. It's all good. Trump tried to get gang members out of here, and y'all are pulling teeth over this. Y'all are literally kicking and screaming and crying, and I don't get it. So when you say that Biden deported at a faster rate, I mean, he let him in at a faster rate and at a higher rate. So yeah, I would hope out of letting in tens of millions, out of letting in 10 to 20 million, I would hope you deported the most. I would hope so, since you let him in at such a high number. So it actually does hold water because you let in 10 to 20 million and we still got millions upon millions in here. So I'm sorry, but your argument doesn't hold water.
What'd you expect?
Shoot on sight.
They'll do it.
Shoot on sight. Anyone pouring gasoline on a vehicle, anyone throwing bricks or rocks through a window. Many people have died, right? Many people have died from that. Shoot on sight. Comment below. Comment below if you think that's too extreme. They want to call us a fascist? Okay, fine. Let's enjoy at least the rule of law and order if we're going to be accused of being fascists anyway. So President Trump has deployed 2,000 National Guardsmen to the city, and he has said that he's prepared to do whatever it takes. And he particularly doesn't like the llama approach that is known from Antifa.
On California, are you prepared to invoke the Insurrection Act?
Depends on whether or not there's an insurrection. No, but you can have violent people, and we're not going to let them get away with it.
Do you foresee those protests spreading to other cities, Chicago, New York, for example, in the next few days?
We're going to be watching it very closely. And when they spit at people, they spit. That's their new thing. They spit, and worse, you know what they throw at them, right? And when that happens, I have a little statement. They say,
why hold on. Y'all can't. It's so crazy how there are some people who are willing to brag about, Obama deported more than Trump. I mean, yeah, but here's the thing, guys. One, that's Obama. Can we say to the current argument of the fact that the last Democratic president let in tens of millions of illegals, and then he tried to rush order them out the very last moments of his presidency, like, and he still let in the most illegals than any other president. I mean, let's be honest. This man, like, when border crossings under Biden, there were 4 times, 5 times the border crossings. Like, bro, less border crossings under Trump and Obama. I mean, Trump had it at record lows twice. So did Obama. But Biden, sky high. 4 to 5 times the border crossing than Trump and Obama. That's indefensible, and you guys know it. Like, that's the problem here. You can't keep bringing up Obama's deportation, because here's a funny thing too. You guys get mad about how much people Trump's trying to deport, but now you want to bring up Obama's deportation as if it's a good argument. I hope you guys aren't double speakers like that, or just talks out of both sides of y'all mouths. Like, Jesus.
We hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military, which they do as a common thing. They get up to them this far away, and then they start spitting in their face. That happens, they get hit very hard.
And here's the thing. There is the chance, and some people are saying that protests could be spreading to other cities. The good news is you have the rooftop Koreans making a comeback. What is that? Do we have a helicopter?
Oh, no, the Covenant on CNN right now. What's 129?
I'm Lauren Fox on Capitol Hill, and
okay.
This is CNN.
Oh,
this is CNN breaking news.
That's our roof.
Can't say you want to pass! You'll never take me back, you bastards! Don't play your knuckles!
What? But Choi doesn't even intern in here anymore.
No.
Yeah, I don't know how he got
there. How long has he been here?
I don't know. It's news.
We got to get someone on that roof.
We'll check it out. I mean, but you know what? Let him do his thing, because
maybe they got in the helicopter.
It's like having a rat snake around.
It's true.
You know that it takes care of rats as long as you're okay with the rat snake. Of course, Democrats.
I'd have to ask you, Dems, do you guys honestly support these guys stopping do you guys support ICE being stopped? Do you guys support ICE or you don't support ICE? Like, that's what I want to know. Do you guys support mass deportation or don't you support it? I'm going to go ahead and ask it in the chat. Well, go ahead and make a poll.
And the media, but I repeat myself, they're in full force trying to spin this, and it's time for some claim truth. All right, as always, links, references, every single show in the description. You can go check them out. Here's the first claim that you are hearing from the left. And just remember, they're always telling on themselves that Donald Trump is being a fascist.
None of this is unexpected. None of this is surprising, right? We heard on the campaign trail, and we heard even in the last Trump administration, they were itching to send troops in to put down the George Floyd, riots and protests.
And shout out to my man James, man. Hey, appreciate the support, my dog. He says June 14th is gonna be fun. They are going to do a protest next to the freeway near me. They are apparently trying to do these rallies all over. Oh yeah, the No Kings. I think that's what somebody was calling in the chat. It was a No Kings rally. I was like, oh my God, you guys are so childish. Like, how about this? Why don't y'all think of some solutions instead of thinking of ways that you can bitch? Like, bro, that all you will do is complain? Y'all just a bunch of complainers. Y'all got no problem solvers. I mean, I won't say all of y'all, because there's actually some decent problem solvers in the chat. Like, some of you Dems actually try to come up with some ideas. Even if they're faulty and I don't agree with them, at least you're trying. Unlike your politicians, though. At a certain point, I damn near think the Democratic voters need to become some of the politicians, because at least you guys are trying to come up with ideas. Even if I don't agree with them. But I can respect you guys coming out with ideas instead of having constant criticism of somebody else's ideas because you have a lack of ideas. It's like you're hating on the leaders because they can lead and you can't. All you can do is cry about what another leader's doing.
And they've been itching for reasons.
President Trump said he wanted to ask why he couldn't shoot.
That's right.
He can shoot the president.
So are we. So, of course, they don't need to do this.
This guy wants all of the power. He does not believe in the Constitution.
Yeah, what
he
do
does
you
not
want?
believe in the rule of law.
Yes, I remember that amendment.
How about your citizens who voted for it? Third biggest Republican voting bloc in the country is California.
Los Angeles did not require.
Damn, really? Third biggest Republican voting bloc is in California? God, that's a lot of people, so that makes sense.
Request the National Guard, but he thinks he has a right to do anything he wants.
You told me you got caught up in the tear gas as well. Describe what happened to you.
Oh, just tasted a little tear gas. Tasted like fascism.
No, it tasted like your father's disappointment.
I'm sorry, that was funny. The bro said it tasted like I tasted some tear gas. It tasted like fascism. I mean, damn. I mean, well, shit. Did it taste like oppression or does it taste like slavery? Like, tell me which one.
So here's the truth, just to be clear. Trump is, of course, executing his executive authority, which he is well within his rights to do to quell an emergency. Under Title 10, the National Guard can be placed under federal authority when...
Under Title 10. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of people don't know the law. So I want you guys to listen to what he's saying again and look it up yourself. Look up what Title 10 and look at what Trump can do without the governor's consent. Okay, let's go straight to it.
To do to quell an emergency. Under Title 10, the National Guard can be placed under federal authority when the United States is invaded or in danger of an invasion by a foreign nation, or if there's rebellion or danger of a rebellion against the...
I mean, yeah, AKA, let's say that, I mean, some random country, I don't know, like Russia, decided to invade California. We're not going to wait on Gavin Newsom to do something about it. I hope you know that.
The authority of the U.S. government. Okay. So we've already met... You just need one of these. We've already met two. And the third, if the president of the United States is unable to execute the laws of the U.S. with the regular forces. You mean like...
And guys, we are about $57 away till we open up the call-in lines and run a conspiracy hour. Appreciate the support, guys. We can go ahead and get some of you guys up here. Seems like some of you guys want to debate each other, and I'll be happy to host that debate, guys. But hey, man, just help me reach the goal. And other than that, double tap the screen and like the video.
Like ICE deporting illegal aliens who cost the taxpayer $150 to $450 billion a year.
Woo! $450 billion a year. I did say that, didn't I? But let's go back to him explaining why Trump is able to do this and why the Dems don't understand Article 10 or executive powers. Because I guess they want to ignore executive powers because they're like, it's unconstitutional. He doesn't have the right to do this. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
He is well within his rights to do to quell an emergency. Under Title 10, the National Guard can be placed under federal authority when the United States is invaded or in danger of an invasion by a foreign nation, or if there's rebellion or danger of a rebellion against the authority of the U.S. government.
That's the best one.
Okay. So we've already met... You just need one of these. We've already met two. And the third, if the president of the United States is unable to execute the laws of the U.S. with the regular forces. You mean like ICE deporting illegal aliens who cost the taxpayer $150 to $450 billion a year, and the American people overwhelmingly voted to deport? Yeah, actually, he's checked all three. Go ahead and make the argument, please, that it's unconstitutional while you allow folks to burn vehicles in your city as tax-paying citizens, the American workers in California, are trying to go to their jobs and their contributions to society. Here's the next claim.
I mean, we literally pay for these immigrants for them to disrespect our laws and burn our American flag. I mean, and we pay for them. Oh, but said they put in like $5 billion. I know. But and Californians pay $31 billion a year. The American people altogether pay $400 to $450 billion a year. So when you guys talk about, oh, well, they put into the economy, I will tell you this. Well, they're net negative then. They're net negative. Because that means if they're putting in $5 billion, then they're about, I don't know, $395 billion in the negative with us.
And they're always telling on themselves. Keep in mind, the left. They accuse you of doing that which it is they are doing. They say that President Trump is the one inflaming the chaos.
Oh, wow. It was kind of inevitable that you would see this kind of confrontation and pushback because they're now going to these workplaces and in heavily Latino working class communities like Paramount and in Southern California.
One of the things that has enraged individuals is to know that there are hundreds of National Guard that have been deployed in our city, and it just seems as though it's an intentional, provocative move to sow chaos in our city.
Donald Trump needs to pull back. He needs to stand down. Donald Trump is inflaming these conditions. This is Donald Trump's problem right now, and if he can't solve it, we will.
Yeah, here's the truth. The ones inflaming it are the ones lighting things aflame. Also, California officials, including that mayor and governor, they've been egging this on from the start. Here is Mayor Bass before the riots even started. Sorry, uncanny clip. Here's the appropriate one.
There were a number of locations where ICE raided today. And, you know, to me, when these things happen, it sows a sense of terror in the community. It's bad enough that it happened at this location.
That would be MS-13.
The way this goes and spreads throughout the community, then people are not sure where they're safe. We are going to fight for all Angelenos.
Watch this.
Regardless of when they got here, whether they have papers or not. We are a city of immigrants. And this impacts hundreds.
A city of immigrants is pissing me off. I don't know why, guys, but the fact that you're supposed to be a city for the American people, a city of American people, a city of U.S. citizens, basically only. Now, you can go ahead and have, you know, a little bit of mistakes. You can go ahead and have your illegals here and there, but not freaking intentionally have mostly illegals there. A city of immigrants, that should literally be embarrassing. Like, she should literally step down as mayor to even saying that. Like, ma'am, you know you're supposed to have a city of U.S. citizens. What are you talking about? You literally saying that you failed as a mayor to uphold the immigration law. Yeah, please step down and go to Africa somewhere while we fix your city. Because you went to Africa last time and it was burning down. Do us a favor and go there while we fix it.
Hundreds of thousands of Angelenos.
Yeah, over 800,000.
And shout out to our man Dova. He says, deport all illegals, no exceptions. Hell, let's put a massive halt on illegal immigration altogether. Subsidize Americans, responsible families. Exactly. Yes. Rid of EBT. Oh, damn. He said yes and get rid of EBT. God damn. But shout out my man Dova. Shout out to my man, dude. I respect that one. I respect that take.
1,000 illegal aliens who you just said you would protect. That's treason.
I cannot believe that a mayor of...
Hey, man, you know my stance on immigration. I don't think that immigration even works out for us. It just strains our resources, and it doesn't even work out for the country that we're taking them from. We're just taking their best and brightest. And like I said, these guys could be the George Washington of their country. They can go back there and get a constitutional republic going. But nope, instead we take them in and now they're a CEO of some company, and God bless them for that. I love it, but they'd have been better off, you know, liberating their country so their people don't have to keep on coming over here. Let's just nip a problem in the butt instead of just trying to put a Band-Aid over it.
One of the largest cities in the world is saying that in the United States, that we're going to fight for illegals to be here, that the only problem is that ICE showed up in the first place to actually execute the laws. And then Governor Newsom comes out and says, this is Donald Trump's problem. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Well, nothing is that guy's problem.
How long before the LAPD turns against their mayor?
Right. Well, it's one of those things where it's, and I'm going to get to the next claim. They're not even consistent. It's like when a girl breaks up with you and says, actually, I already have a boyfriend, and it's not you, it's me, and I just want to be friends. It's like, well, which is it? Which has got to be one of them. You're just throwing everything at me. Because the next claim, contrary to Donald Trump is inflaming things, is actually, don't worry, everything in Los Angeles is actually super peaceful.
On one level, protests are always about images, about spectacle. You might even say it's about theater, and we are seeing that play out in LA. And I think it's valuable to have that perspective as we see some of these pictures, especially as we zoom out and we recognize that the unrest is isolated, is not overtaking the entire city of LA. LA is home to millions of people, most of whom are having a normal day here on Sunday.
Large group of people. It could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into
what? Whoa, bro, what the fuck? Yo, did we all hear that? A bunch of people having fun watching cars burn? As if that's not, if that's just a normal day in LA. So guys, please tell me, maybe I'm missing something, but is watching cars burn just a normal thing in LA, guys? Maybe I'm just outside of the culture of LA. Maybe I'm just looking at things from the outside, and maybe I need somebody from the ground. Maybe we're wrong, guys. Maybe we're just not like LA, guys. We're just not like them. They're just different people. They burn cars and watch it for fun, apparently. Different people.
Very volatile if you move law enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into confrontation and altercation between officers and demonstrators.
Well, it could just be my white privilege talking, but I do harken back to the days where we could stand by and enjoy a nice arson fire.
That's right.
You know, some cities you go to parks or museums or go to the beach or play volleyball. Here in LA, we like to burn cars in the street.
Well, listen, if you've never made a s'mores over a car fire, you're not living.
It's our culture.
It's like grilling with charcoal. You never recreate the fuel flavor from the burning gasoline
it's
tank.
the oil. I think it's the oil.
You gotta have the oil, not synthetic. So
we're gonna go for a Dodgers game and then burn a car later.
just think, if they send in the police the wrong way to deal with this these dozen flaming vehicles, hey, it's like eating a Reese's. There is no wrong way to kill an arsonist asshole.
Man, they're talking about burning cars in the street the same way that people talk about fireworks.
I know.
Hey, we're just trying to have fun once a year.
Which, by the
It's
way,
patriotic.
They also ban in most counties in California because of the droughts. So it's like, in this case, remember, it's kind of like COVID, where, we had to stay in except for the mostly peaceful protests because it probably wouldn't spread outside. And by the way, because some big tech guys who are claiming to be kind of more conservative out there are trying to present this Los Angeles mayoral candidate and also governor hopeful Rick Caruso as a moderate. Let me show you that they're all the same. Here's a quote from Rick Caruso. There is no emergency, widespread threat, or out-of-control violence in L.A., and absolutely no danger that justifies deployment of the National Guard, military, or other federal force to the streets of this or any Southern California city. Local law enforcement is capable of handling the situation and should arrest anyone causing violence in the street. We must call for calm in the streets, and deployment of the National Guard may prompt just the opposite. Here's the truth. That's complete and total horse crap, because here's the LAPD chief, Jim McDonnell, saying that the situation was completely out of control and they need to reassess things.
What is your position on the National Guard being deployed? Do we need them here?
Do we need them? Well, looking at it tonight, this thing has gotten out of control. Before I could answer that, I'd have to know more about what their capabilities are, what their role is intended to be.
Bro want to say yes so bad, but he don't want to get fired.
To be able to make that determination.
Yes,
but we have great cops in Southern California here that work together all the time. So we have tremendous capability here. To say that we would go to that right away, I'd say we wouldn't have been there yet. Looking at the violence tonight, I think we got to make a reassessment.
Yeah, and then last night, the LAPD declared all of downtown LA an unlawful assembly.
Right, exactly. And by the way, so that chief says that, and then Gavin Newsom comes out and says, let me be clear, this is Donald Trump's fault. We don't need these people here. And I'm like, but the guy on the ground in charge of the situation just said, I wouldn't have thought so, but have you looked outside?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe we should ask them to come in.
But this is why they wonder why they lose the working man's vote.
I know.
Because you're okay with having these immigrants take the working man's job. It is, oh, no, those are low-wage factory jobs. You don't need them. I'm like, damn, you're talking about the jobs that damn near built the middle class. Like, what are you guys trying to say here? You don't respect the middle class? But, all right, guys, now let's get into Jesse Waters' video. This is actually a good one. The man does have a nice comedic spin to things. Just like Crowder.
ICE, we ain't afraid of you! ICE, we ain't afraid of you!
Except with better hair.
Chaos in Los Angeles.
I'm not even gonna lie. This guy right here is going to be the screensaver of this protest right here. Because I may not agree with what's going on. I really don't. But I gotta admit, man, that's a pretty badass pose. I will admit. F this guy. I hope he gets deported. I hope he's one of them guys that get deported, but that's a pretty badass.
ICE, we ain't afraid of you! ICE, we ain't afraid of you!
Chaos in Los Angeles. Stores looted, cars burnt to a crisp, and American flags torched. Anarchists and dirt bikes are waving Mexican flags around LA while the city's engulfed in flames. And they love this country so much that they're waving the flag. So why do they hate the idea of being sent back? This doesn't look like assimilation. This looks like what it is, an invasion. This all started Friday afternoon. ICE agents were assisting a federal drug and money laundering raid in downtown LA, when all of a sudden, dozens of protesters showed up and clashed with officers on the scene. The mayor of Los Angeles didn't stop it. She told LAPD to stand down for hours and hung federal agents out to dry.
Pretty much.
Karen Bass told Trump
because they were supposed to go in there and help the ICE agents do their job, pretty much help with the deportation. But no, they were ordered not to help with the deportation and just go in there and I guess protect the protesters who are the agitators is kind of crazy.
Your hands off my Biden migrants.
We are going to fight for all Angelenos, regardless of when they got here, whether they have papers or not. We are a city of immigrants, and this impacts hundreds of thousands of Angelenos.
While rioters were raising hell, Democrats chose sides.
I skipped out of LA so that order can be restored.
If they're escalating their tactics, then so are we.
Huh?
When they show up, we gotta show up even stronger.
I don't know, man. I don't know, sis. That sounds a little, insurrection-y. But hey, if you try it.
Going to jail. You jail. Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You're going to jail. You're going to jail.
By Saturday morning, cop cars were getting pelted with rocks, and officers had to start deploying tear gas. The media told us, don't worry, the protests are mostly peaceful.
Most of the crowds, again, that I saw, that I spoke to, that I was interacting with, these are peaceful people that want to get their message across.
Most of those demonstrators were very peaceful.
The reality is,
Bo out here, bro's literally in the back of her throwing gang signs. Like, what? She literally said mostly peaceful people as some dude walks behind her throwing up gang signs. Oh my God, bro. Hey, man, Dems. Y'all are a funny group of people, I will admit. Yeah, this is hilarious.
Message across.
Most of those demonstrators were very peaceful.
the reality is, we see peaceful protests launching in Los Angeles.
What did happen?
I know, man, that's so true. Shout out Dove. It's like they use the fattest, incapable spokespeople. I know, right? Like, why do y'all choose the most obese people to try to talk to the people? As if anybody's gonna respect an overly obese woman or male. Like, let's be honest here. We're not really respecting what they're saying.
Happened in 1992 was so different from what we're seeing now. I mean, that was a real riot.
What about the cars on fire? ABC says it's just people having fun.
There's a large group of people. It could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation and altercation between officers and demonstrators.
No, police weren't having fun. The chief of LA County says he was outmanned.
We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people.
By 6 o'clock on Saturday, the city was on fire, and Trump had to call in 2,000 National Guard for backup. Now it's up to 4,000. Trump didn't wait for permission from the governor like the last summer of love. Now there's a new policy. When they spit, we hit.
If we see danger to our country and to our citizens.
And my bad, though, I think I missed this one. Solve the aging population by encouraging American families, not by purposefully making it more expensive to justify replacing our numbers with immigrants. I mean, yeah, low key. Honestly, though, I didn't like how we kind of just rolled over for that instead of actually trying to honestly hold our government accountable for the economy that they were destroying, which was leading to a decline in the birth rate. We just let them import a whole bunch of immigrants. Like, it's kind of like the American people literally, like, we gave up on ourselves. We gave up and we said, F it, we don't want to do it. We'll just leave it to the immigrants. And here's the craziest part. The immigrants are out here having kids and not bitching about none of the circumstances that we have. They're out here having kids under a bad economy. They're out having kids in poverty. They're out there having kids under all these crazy circumstances. But we're complaining about having kids in a way better circumstances than them. I mean, we got our family around and all that good stuff. They done ran away from their family. They're separated thousands or hundreds of miles away from their family, but they're still having kids. So I do hate how people do complain about the economy, and it just makes me feel like, damn, I mean, these immigrants came over here and they produced and they ain't give up on themselves, but why did we?
Will be very, very strong in terms of law and order. It's about law and order. When they spit at people, they spit. That's their new thing. They spit, and worse, you know what they throw at them, right? And when that happens, I have a little statement. They say, they spit, we hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military.
Protesters liked spitting, but they didn't like getting hit.
You told me you got caught up in the tear gas as well. Describe what happened to you.
Oh, just tasted a little tear gas. Tasted like fascism.
The media rushed to blame Trump.
Didn't really reach this point of the scale and the intensity of this protest and the scale and the intensity of the confrontation between protesters and law enforcement until National Guard troops were deployed here today. That very much poured gasoline on the flames, and that very much led to the LAPD, acting as in as widespread and aggressive a manner as we saw them acting today.
Now, the press said everything was mostly peaceful until the National Guard showed up. But the New York Times is reporting the National Guard hasn't even engaged with the protesters at all. National Guard troops appeared to largely refrain from engaging with demonstrators. So that debunks the hoax that Trump incited the riots. Karen Bass, who told cops to stand down, said
what incited the riots were the ICE raids. It wasn't Trump. Let's be real. What incited these riots was the fact that these guys did not want these illegals to be rounded up by ICE and deported, which is, well, you got to do it by law. This is what we voted for, but they don't want it. They want it to stop. And we're not for it because it's the law and he's obligated to uphold the law, especially by bringing in the National Guard, seeing that they're trying to stop the upholding of the law.
Streets weren't really dangerous until Trump mobilized the Guard.
What we're seeing in Los Angeles is chaos that is provoked by the administration. When you run armored caravans through our streets, you cause fear and you cause panic.
Lady, when you let in hundreds of thousands of illegals in your city, you cause high crime and panic. So has anybody ever told you that? Yeah, when you let in a whole bunch of illegals indiscriminately and then you let your people get used to it, you cause kind of a state of, I guess, complacency. And here's the problem with that complacency. They're not supposed to have it. Why? Because you're not supposed to be able to sit there and see illegals and think that's okay in your community as a U.S. citizen. But for some reason, she done morphed the mind of these LA citizens to think that, oh, this is normal. This is okay. But then again, you also hear some of their arguments of, oh, well, you can't be an illegal on stolen land. Sweetheart, you're within American jurisdiction. We can deport you. And you are not on stolen land. Not no more. It is very sad how they argue. I do not like it because they always do try to justify breaking the law. Oh, and shout out to my man Dova. He says, we've been brainwashed into thinking a family is not good, being selfish and support feminized society, create a gender divide. Men, women stand together. Hey, man, now that's a message. No, shout out to my man Dova. Because no, for real, that's what we honestly need to do. And if we did that in the first damn place, our government would have taken advantage of us like this. But it is what it is. It is what it is.
And deploying federalized troops is a dangerous escalation.
Even Kamala weighed in, saying deploying National Guard is a dangerous escalation meant to provoke chaos. Yeah, the guy who ran on Law and Order wants to provoke chaos. Makes no sense. Democrats are trying to frame Trump as a heavy-handed dictator, even though the city was on fire before he sent the Guard in. Newsom, who could have called up the Guard himself, is suing Trump for protecting his state.
Fox News is calling it the LA riots. Is it a peaceful protest? What's happening? What are you seeing?
Well, look, Donald Trump has created the conditions you see on your TV tonight. He's exacerbated the conditions. He's, lit the proverbial match. He's putting fuel on this fire ever since he announced he was taking over the National Guard. An illegal act, an immoral act, an unconstitutional act, and we're going to test that theory with a lawsuit tomorrow.
Newsom wants to send the National Guard home. Less law enforcement makes the streets safer? Didn't we learn our lesson already with defund the police?
Yeah. Remember,
Remember, they blame Trump for the fires, too, and the homeless and the crime and the drugs. They say it's all Trump's fault. Newsom spent $20 million to Trump-proof California, and they can't even police their streets and put out a fire.
Man.
Tom Homan says if Gavin keeps obstructing, he's going to slap him with federal charges. Gavin says, lock me up.
The fear, the horror, the hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with.
I mean, bro, if you keep impeding law, if you want to sit there and violate immigration law, then yeah, you should be arrested because you have all the power. You had all the power in the world to make sure this never happened. And this is because of you. And because we're trying to clean up your mess, you're kicking and screaming about it like, oh, don't do it. Like when your mess low-key hurts other people. Yeah, there's something like seriously wrong with this man, Gavin Newsom. Something seriously wrong.
Tough guy. You know, I don't give a damn. But I care about my community. I care about this community. The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up. They need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me. Let's go.
Trump says don't tempt him with a
You're
good.
playing a tough guy when you done left your citizens to this type of like, well, decay. Like this is the problem that you created, and you're trying to play tough guy. You're trying to like, who are you standing up for? Because it better not be for these illegals, and it better be for U.S. citizens. Because like it sounds like you're stepping up for the illegals and not your, the U.S. citizens that voted you into power. I don't know, the ones that expect you to do something for them and not for illegals.
Good time.
Gavin Newsom he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great. Gavin likes the publicity, but I think it would be a great thing. He's done a terrible job. Look, I like Gavin Newsom. He's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. Everybody knows. All you have to do is look at the little railroad he's building. It's about 100 times over budget.
That type of incompetence you should go to jail for.
Putting a flagpole over there. Under budget. I always do under budget.
Mad Maxine Waters, no relation, wants a mugshot too. She's trying to break into federal buildings in L.A.
What?
Ma'am, we're lobbying secure right now to all visitors.
Excuse me, I need to get in.
Contact our public affairs office.
I need to get in.
Miss Waters is rallying foot soldiers, telling them don't be scared of the guard, keep on fighting.
What?
The governor didn't know anything about the National Guard coming here. He did it on his own. We can't be intimidated. We've got to get the people out. We've got to get the elected officials out. We've got to resist him. I'm going back out into the communities where ICE was last night to make sure people know that their elected officials are standing with them.
Democrats called in the National Guard when 50 migrants were flown into Martha's Vineyard. Now they're setting fires to stop the federal government from enforcing immigration law, even though they said only the federal government could enforce immigration law. This is who they're fighting to protect.
Literally.
These bad hombres iced in LA. You ready? They're sexual predators convicted of assault, battery, gun crimes, drugs. One of the illegals picked up in LA yesterday was a gangster who shut up a high school graduation party, killing two. If you're fighting for the rights of foreigners in the United States, that means you're fighting alongside foreign governments. You're fighting for citizens of other countries.
Yeah.
When citizens of other countries break into our country and commit crimes and throw rocks at cops and set cars on fire, historically, we called that war.
Yeah.
And when
a group of citizens feel like they deserve to be here and they're not from here, that's called an invasion. Like, to be quite honest with you. So there's a group of illegals. We don't want them to be here. They feel like they deserve to be here. They feel like, oh, whoa, this is stolen land. We can't be illegals, but they're here and they're fighting it. I mean, shoot, if it was a bunch of Russians who came to California, sat down right there and said, we ain't moving, that would be an invasion, right? So if a bunch of Mexicans come over here and settle down in our town and say they ain't moving, I mean, wouldn't that be the same?
Politician aids and abets these foreigners. How's that not treason? Encouraging foreign national criminals to assault police and federal agents. How's that not going to lead to secession? Violently resisting the enforcement of federal law. That's one of the ways the Civil War started. And the last time the Democrats fought a civil war didn't go too well.
Man.
Gavin says Trump's the one starting it.
What do you make of the fact that he says you?
Here we go again. Dems fighting for, well, slaves. They went from fighting for slavery on the plantation to fighting for slavery in the workforce. Way to go, Dems. Defending slavery once again.
Want a civil war on the streets of America.
No, it's just the opposite. I don't want a civil war. Civil war would happen if you left it to people like him. And I liked him. You know, I always got along with him. Never had a problem with him, but he's grossly incompetent.
There's been 2 assassination attempts. Now, violent riots against federal law enforcement. I hope this doesn't get any worse. It's not like Trump didn't campaign and win on this. A CBS poll says a majority of the country wants more illegals like these deported. Most voters say Trump's deportations make them feel safer. Maxine, she wants to give them citizenship.
They should not be treated this way. They should be given an opportunity to tell their story, whom they are, and why they're here.
Then why didn't they go through the normal process like everybody else? They could have had an asylums claim, and that'd have been cool. But I mean, there probably wouldn't have been a good claim or a good enough claim to make it in here, and they know that. That's why they do it illegally. If they could do it the legal way, trust me, they would have. Or sometimes some of them just didn't know about the legal way, and they took the legal way, and they took the illegal way because it was just open and free. You didn't have to go through no damn interview. You could just walk right in. So some guys did it because of ease of access, and then other people just did it because, well, they didn't know about it, and once again, ease of access.
Here and ask the United States to please do what the Constitution allows us to do, and that is give them consideration for having citizenship here.
Yeah, let's give citizenship to the guy throwing cinder blocks at cops. Democrats are causing mayhem in their cities so when Trump restores order, they can label him a dictator and stir up even more hatred and violence against them. They're burning their own cities just to prove to their bloodthirsty base that they're fighting Trump in the streets. Burning their own cities for power.
Okay.
Not to mention deporting thousands of illegals from Democrat states when the census gets done subtracts congressional seats. One of the groups behind
that is true, though. It's like they are kind of trying to protect their congressional seats as well. I mean, let's say we get all these immigrants out of here, and then let's say next election cycle, somehow, some way, California turns red. I guess we now know what kept California blue, huh?
Behind the riots, the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights is a taxpayer-funded group that happened to get millions of dollars from the Biden administration. And they also have ties to the communist Chinese. So this is a taxpayer-funded riot with foreign fingerprints. And the violence isn't spontaneous. Democrats let 10 million illegals into the country, then called ICE the Gestapo for enforcing the law Americans chose at the ballot box. Their top leaders want to abolish ICE, and their mayor was giving cops stand-down.
All right, hold on. Let's get over to Kristi Noem. I believe she... Whoops. My bad. But yes, go over to Kristi Noem.
Joining us now is Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is with us. Secretary Noem, thank you for being with us. We appreciate it.
Just came out about 6 minutes ago.
One of the biggest problems we have here is when you look at a state like California and the sanctuary status, there are handcuffs on local law enforcement. You know, for example, and I talked about this a little bit in my opening monologue, and, you know, for example, state and local police officers are prohibited from even inquiring about one's immigration status during a routine course of their work. And state and local law enforcement officers are forbidden from holding illegal immigrants.
Yeah, well, laws like these, I'll do ICE raids too, because you can't trust the state because they literally have laws that protect these illegals from even being discovered. So how dare Gavin Newsom even say that, oh, this is unnecessary? I'm like, bro, you have laws that deliberately protect these people from even being discovered. I'm sorry, but we kind of got to leave you out of this. Like, because you're helping them. You're the problem.
Until they can be transferred to federal custody. Now, and federal agencies are prohibited from commandeering local authorities. So there is a real stranglehold in terms of local law enforcement being able to do their job, even those that would want to support.
Hey, nah, they actually threw something that actually crushed the police car. I wonder what this big old object was. Because whatever it was, the police had to get up out the car because they crushed it. I mean, damage to government property. Ooh, Lord.
ICE and in their mission to keep Californians safe. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, you're exactly right, Sean. And I would say that most of these law enforcement officers in those sanctuary states are very unhappy with the policies that they have to follow because they want to be there to back up other law enforcement officers. They want to be there to help make their communities safer and to get these bad criminals out of their states and out of this country. And in LA, what we have been going after is the worst of the worst. They're murderers. They're people who have been perpetuating assault and trafficking human beings and drugs and been devastating these communities for years. And they are so anxious to see people be able to raise their families in a safe state again and make California a fantastic place to be and to have a future. But that is not what happens under the leadership of Gavin Newsom. And so right now our ICE agents are there. They're doing their work. They're following through on exactly what President Trump said that he would do. And they're doing it with the backup of the National Guard. The National Guard that has been deployed under Federal 10, which is federal status, which is completely authorized and a status in which can help make America safe again.
Okay, but we're talking, you say the worst of the worst. You're talking about murderers and rapists here. We're not talking
absolutely.
about. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
And
absolutely. I mean, that's
people-
Sean. Those are the people we're going after. I mean, those are our targets. Today, we had over 400 to 500 targets we were going after that were known members of gangs in LA that have been victimizing people for years. That Gavin Newsom has done absolutely nothing about. That Mayor Bass has done absolutely nothing about. Listen, I served with her in Congress before she was ever mayor, and she is a train wreck of a mayor now that is endorsing these kind of activities. Has allowed her city to be completely devastated with crime, and now she's holding press conferences talking about the fact that people have the right to peacefully protest and that they're a city of immigrants. Well, they're not a city of immigrants. They're a city of criminals because she has protected them for so many years. And so we're coming in and doing what the president has said that he.
I mean, you know, when we say illegal immigrant, I mean, yes, you guys want to call them undocumented. You guys want to call them, I mean, non-citizens. But guess what? They're here illegally. They broke the law, so therefore they're an illegal immigrant. Like, oh, well, that implies they broke the law because they did. Yes, they did break a law.
He's going to do, and he's going to allow people to live in a safe community again. And we're going to use the authority that he has as president of the United States to conduct these operations. And the more that people conduct violence against law enforcement officers, boy, we're going to hit them back, and we're going to hit them back harder than we ever have before. And we conducted more operations today than we did the day before. And tomorrow we're going to double those efforts again. The more that they protest and commit acts of violence against law enforcement officers, the harder ICE is going to kind of come after them, because these people are patriots. These ICE officers are people who are fighting for their country, and I'm so proud of them. They've acted with dignity. They've acted with grace under stressful situations. And when they've been disrespected, they've responded appropriately under the law to make sure that they were treating every single individual the same and making sure that due process was followed and that they were doing their jobs. So this is an unfortunate situation that we see violence and instigators out there, but the President Trump is really dedicated to bringing peace again.
As cars have been burning and agitators have been attacking police and law enforcement and ICE agents, if you turn on fake news CNN or MSDNC, or you listen to Kamala Harris, Cory Booker, Maxine Waters, we keep hearing the same mantra, just like the Summer of Love 2020. Mostly peaceful, mostly peaceful, mostly peaceful. Do we have a count how many officers were injured in all of this?
Oh, we've got, I mean, many that have had minor injuries. We've got some that have had serious injuries, shattered bones, concussions, that have been hurt from different bricks that have been thrown. You've seen various pictures and videos of different vehicles that have burned and what they have done to not even just victimize law enforcement officers, but people in these communities that were stopped on a freeway for hours, weren't able to get to their families, and were victimized from the objects being thrown. So it's an unfortunate situation, but it's one that President Trump is going to shut down because he remembers 2020. I remember 2020. I remember where all this started back in 2020, which was in Minnesota with Tim Walz as their governor, who let his city burn for days. And then he called up neighboring governors like me and said, would you please deploy your National Guard to help me and bail me out because I let this go too far? And we didn't. We said, listen, you had poor leadership and you won't put your own National Guard out there on the front line. Why should we bail you out of a situation situation to where you allowed your entire city to burn to the ground, and the President Trump had to step in. He's doing that again, and he's being very proactive, and I'm proud to be on the front lines with him to bring peace to this city and not let it get out of hand like it did in 2020.
Last question. What about the pallets of bricks mysteriously appearing at the scene of where some of this took place?
Wait, that's damn Castro. That was real. Okay, yeah, Castro. That was real. That was definitely real then. Because yeah, my man Castro sent me a pretty much a plate of bricks or a pallet of bricks that was just placed in LA. And I'm just like, bro, who do this? Like, why is every time there's a riot, I gotta go planting bricks somewhere? And who's doing this in the dead of the night? Like, bro, who are you? Like, you devious bastard.
Have you found evidence of organization and funding?
Absolutely, Sean. These are organized. These are people that are being paid to do this. You can follow how they behave, the signals they give to each other in these crowds and these protests to instigate violence. This is an operation, and it's professionally done. They've done it before, and we're going to stop it and make sure that we prosecute every single one of them.
You know, so funny. Nobody want to sit here and admit the fact that, yes, Trump actually did. Now, guys, go look at Article 10 of executive powers. Trump can employ the National Guard without the governor's say so if it meets certain conditions, and there's about 3 of them, and it meets 2 out of the 3. So for those who want to keep on saying that, oh, this is unlawful, you're supposed to wait for the government. Yeah, for some reason, the Dems do not like to remind you about executive powers. For some crazy reason, they kind of want to make it seem like, well, everybody has power but the president for some crazy reason. Even when the president acts within his power, leave it to the Dems and the Congress to say that he doesn't have it when he does. You know what? Hold on, man. I'm going to show you it later on, but I might as well.
Police Chief Jim McDonnell and LA Mayor Karen Bass are holding a joint press conference about the deployment of military forces. Let's listen into that.
Yeah, the mobilization is what we do internally to be able to get more officers out there. We declared that.
Man, I'm gonna go ahead and read this one more time for those who truly think or who truly has that weird belief that Trump is not able to do this. Well, he is under Article 10, Section 12406, in the National Guard in federal service. So yes, he can do this. And I'm gonna tell you why he can do this. Because there is a rebellion or a danger of a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States. Also, the president is unable to, with the regular forces, to execute the law of the United States. So yes, under those 2 conditions alone, he can lawfully send in the National Guard, which he did under his executive powers under Article 10. You might want to go look that up before you let the mainstream media misinform you.
Earlier, and now we'll have the ability to have roughly 400 additional officers deployed to the field.
Are you concerned with the federal?
And shout out to my man Dovo. All these lefties saying Trump's Adolf and fascist / Nazi, even though they are different ideologies. But damn, I wish they were right. I'm crazy, bro. At this point, he's like, I'm gonna crowd on this one. He's like, they keep on calling us it. Maybe we should just show them what it is one good time. Maybe we should show them what a fascist regime looks like one good time so they never get it twisted ever again. But nah, I know Dems were playing. But sometimes the way y'all put it, we're just like, maybe we need to just show you what it is so you never mistake it ever again. Maybe we need to send you to a country that acts in that way so you never mistake this again. Like, I don't know, like go to China, speak out against the CCP, and, let's see how fascist they get with you. And trust me, they're going to get pretty fascist with you and pretty communist. So I always say, please, you want to know fascism? Go to another country and find out. Or, sometimes I'm with Dovo on this one. I'm like, you know what? Can we just act like fascists just one time so they don't get it twisted no more? And then we'll go back. Like Trump said, I just want to be a dictator for day one. Like, said, what do you say? You just want to be, yes, I just want to be a fascist just for one day. So they never get it twisted again. Then we go right back to a constitutional republic. Then we're going to be like, see? You see the difference, guys? Oh, man.
Mobilization. The National Guard and the Marines possibly coming this way.
Yeah, when I look at this, and my assessment may not be accurate based on this thing's continuously churning, but I see 2 parallel tracks that don't work together, if you will. We're dealing with the issues on the street that you see every day. We deal with that with LAPD resources. When we need additional resources, then we reach out to the sheriff who
like, my dog, did you just not hear what I said though? Like, bro, first off, you just hate Trump, and that's okay. That's fine. I get that. But let's keep it real, my friend. Let's keep it real. This has nothing to do with state sovereignty. Honestly, if we didn't call in the National Guard, state sovereignty would have been at risk. So that has nothing to do with the argument about state sovereignty. And like I said, through his executive powers under Article 10, he's able to do this. So there is no dictatorship. There is no fascist regime. There's nothing wrong with this. He's actually acting within the powers that were given to him. So I'm not sure where you guys are coming with this when the proof is right in front of you. Just go look it up. Article 10 of executive powers. It will show you right there that Trump's within the law. He's within his right to do this. And for some reason, you guys don't want to go look at the truth, but you rather believe the lie because it feels good, right? It must feel real good when the media tells you that, oh, Trump is this, Trump is that. And then they keep feeding the same BS and little stories that feed into it. Like, oh, he went outside of the governor. No, not at all. Actually, he stayed within his powers because, and let's be real, you expected Governor Newsom to do something about this? No. So yeah, Trump is within his powers, and I'm not sure why Dems don't understand this, but y'all gonna have to read Article 10 then. But all right, let's get right back to it, guys.
brings in mutual aid. We have 14 different agencies working with us for that purpose. And then only if we weren't able to continue to deal with that, needed additional help, would we reach out to the sheriff, who would then request National Guard from the governor.
Sure.
So that's one line. The other part then is the National Guard were federalized.
No, I'm not saying I'm smarter than you, sir. I'm just saying I'm more informed than you. That's what I'm saying. That I actually went out there and looked it up. I'm not saying that I'm smarter than you. I just said that I just took the due diligence to go look something up that you just decide to believe the left about, my friend. But I am going to have to kick you for your disrespectful language. So have a good night.
By the president to support federal agents who are working on behalf of ICE to do their operation. The Marines were brought in then today, evidently, to join the Army National Guard in doing what their main mission has been identified as, which is the protection of federal employees and federal property.
Do you feel that incites, do you feel that makes it any different on the streets?
You know, I think everybody, it's a very emotional topic, absolutely. You know, could I quantify what that is? I think it has certainly heightened everybody's level of awareness and certainly anxiety. But to be able to quantify that, I wouldn't.
Chief, how are you avoiding
avoid questions, and then the chief has to step out, but he'll come back.
How are you avoiding less lethal weapons being used on people who are merely there in the way, potentially? Because it doesn't seem like everyone that's being hit and is being attacked, including press. I don't know, like it doesn't really make any sense that people are just being shot at.
Yeah.
And can you explain how you would minimize or at least just not do that?
Yeah, we minimize it through training, through the equipment we use. It is a target-specific munition. That's not to say that it always hits the intended target, particularly in a dynamic situation. I know that the situation you're referring to with the member of the media, we saw that. We're very concerned about that, and we're looking into
and
that.
What about the horse trampling and well, the horse, the person on the horse?
We're also aware of that, and we're looking at that as well.
Horse trampling? What the bro? We ain't even seeing everything, basically. Weak. He's like, oh, shout out Hellbat. Thick as a plank is an insult you would call a woman. Yeah, I didn't even catch that one. I was like, huh? I was like, all right, my man, I just corrected you, but I mean, you want to get disrespectful, then all right. But, you know, actually, let's move on to this video right here, because this video is actually interesting, and then we're going to get a little deep into this trade war. You know, I haven't touched it in a while, so I do want to touch base on it again. Now, let's get over to these Marines. Let's shout out and fuck around and find out. Marines are ready to go to Los Angeles. Let's go.
News out of the Los Angeles protests. So guess who's coming to dinner at the LA protests? Someone so awesome you never thought possible. Well, actually a group of people so awesome you never thought possible. There are boots on the ground right now in LA. Can you guess who it is? Well, bitch, it's the United States Marine Corps. That's right. That's who's been deployed in Los Angeles. So fuck you. The United States Marine Corps is on the ground. Yes, fuck you indeed. So 700 of America's finest are now on the ground, gonna be performing anti-insurrection duty in the city of Los Angeles. Now, as of right now, the Marine Corps is not allowed to arrest anybody because of the Posse Comitatus Act. However, if this begins to spread, and I get news that it already is, they're going to be able to have Insurrection Act powers.
I mean, yeah, bro, there is horse trampling. I didn't even see that in the video, but they're talking about it in a press conference with the guys. Like, it's way worse than what we're even getting video of, apparently.
And that means rounding up liberals using the United States Marine Corps and sending them to a federal prison with shitty foods and government cheese. So you thought the National Guard was bad and some kind of big problem. Well, now you got the Marine Corps.
Man, and I mean, that's effed up. But I know how the Dems are thinking, like, oh, you guys don't care. You guys are actually secretly laughing about this. And look, no, we're not. But I do tell you guys this right now. Now, if you guys don't stop and you guys kind of, start aligning with the American law, then we'll actually feel bad. But if you don't, then yes, we will be laughing. Like this specifically. On God, because at the end of the day, we're gonna treat California like this.
This is Sparta!
You're gonna have to deal with it.
Corps on the ground right now in Los Angeles. And let me tell you something, bitch. If you come up against the Marine Corps, you already lost. Yes, sir, you already lost indeed. That's exactly what happens. Even if you came with 250,000 men, you already lost. Sorry, game over. So you might want to stop your little fucking what have you there and go back to normal life because it's starting to turn stupid for you.
The protests in LA and the morons defending it have me more fired up than I've been in a long time. First of all, this whole fucking remember your oath, remember your oath. Yeah, pussy, I remember my oath. And it was to defend America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And if your reaction to law enforcement enforcing the law is to wave your foreign flag while you burn shit down, block roads, attack federal agents, attack the police, you are an enemy of the United States.
I mean, facts.
Whether you are foreign.
Facts. This man cooking and he's a Marine. This is why it's like, bro, you guys are upsetting the wrong group of people. You're about to fuck around and find out. It's like you are upsetting the very people that protect y'all freedoms. So it's kind of funny how the same guys who protect your freedoms got to pull up and put things back in order. And I ain't gonna lie, bro's tattoos are hard. Like, who is this tattoo artist? But anyway, though, yes, besides my man's nice tattoos, bro, if you guys do not fix yourselves, this what could happen. And and I told you, it could turn into an insurrection because this is how it goes down. Trust me, we've seen it January 6th, except there's not going to be a media spin to make it an insurrection. It's going to really be one.
And you came here illegally, or you were born here, and you're a domestic enemy of the United States. I promise you, regardless of which one you are, we are on that ass. If your response to law enforcement enforcing the law is to further break the law.
On your ass.
And I can't even describe to you the men that they're going to send, the Marines, joined in like the late teens, early 20s with hopes and dreams of getting war in the Middle East. And then the war ended. And now you're bringing it to their front door. I cannot describe to you the type of foaming from the mouth that these men are doing to go to LA. Bro. And there won't be a shred of moral conviction about it either. You asked for it, you got the police. You asked for it again, you got the National Guard. You asked for it a third time, and now daddy's about to be on his fucking way to clean shit up because you're so fucking stupid. And
Bro, and if you think ICE is a problem, you think the National Guard is a problem, bro, the Marines is really going to get round these guys up. For every Marine there's going to be at least 15 immigrants round up. You guys are playing with the wrong group of people, and I would hope you guys settle it down. I hope the threat of the Marines is good enough to make you guys back down, because they've been great enough to make me back down. I'd have been like, all right, guys, hold on now. They're about to send in the badasses, okay? maybe we should think about what we're doing here. Maybe we should go back to a peaceful protest. Maybe.
I promise you that there's not anything that you can do against the world's finest large-scale fighting force off the leash.
I don't know who need to hear this. You know what I'm saying? I see a lot of people be talking shit about America. Hey, if you don't like America, go to another country, bitch. I love this country. I'll protect this bitch.
They have Marines from two.
I mean, facts. Like, how disrespectful. And here's the thing. You guys think that Trump is disrespectful. You say that Trump's disrespectful to the soldiers. You guys are disrespectful to the soldiers because they fought to prevent this. And you guys allow it to happen. You guys are disrespectful towards the soldiers, not us. That is so crazy. It's just like, yeah. Like, bro, we literally voted to prevent this, and then these guys are literally fighting to protect this, and you guys are disrespecting it through your own radical ideology. Like, yeah, y'all need to sit down. And shout out to my man Dove. He's like, remember the Nazis? People were first kept law and order. I mean, man, you know, the way the Nazis broke down was trust me, it's quite interesting.
7 on standby to deploy to LA to help with the riots. All I got to say is, I don't know, man. It might be time to pack it up because 2-7 out of 29 Palms is probably the angriest unit in the Marine Corps.
Damn.
They are stuck in the middle of the desert with nothing to do.
Oh.
And especially now that it's peacetime, you know they're just getting messed with constantly. They are basically like a pit bull stuck in a cage just getting poked and poked. I've been to 29 Palms a couple of times. And it's good training, good combat training, but that's not a place that you would want to be stationed at.
Ooh.
And everyone feels bad for them. So you know they're looking for any chance to get out of there and to go hurt someone.
Ooh.
If the Marine Corps takes the chains off those boys, I'd say just stay out of the way.
Bro.
I wouldn't want to be on the other side of that. But shout out to my boys in 2-7.
And then trust me, they come in with the pellets, they come with rubber bullets, they come in to incapacitate. Oh, no, they're not going to use real bullets on American citizens, not even the illegals. But they will expertly marksman shoot your ass with rubber bullets, and y'all going to be folding. Trust me. Them mugs is, whew, they'll put you down.
You know, if it happens, stay safe, and good luck.
A little bit of advice for all you protesters and rioters out there in Los Angeles. If they send in the Marines, pack up your toys and go home, especially if it's going to mess up those 500 Marines' weekend liberty. When the Marines get to the sandbox, all the toys are ours.
Mm-hmm.
We don't share.
Damn.
Have you ever heard of the E4 Mafia? Those guys are going to be on special orders for anybody that burns the flag, causes damage to property, destroys a vehicle, to make sure those people get escorted to medical to receive proper medical attention for the injuries they gave themselves in doing those actions.
Oh.
You don't mess with the E4 Mafia.
Oh, wow. That was very duplicitous wording. He pretty much says, yeah, when they see you, pretty much they're gonna F you up and then they're gonna take you to the infirmary after. Like, we caught this guy. He was setting on fire a cop car. Like, bro, why does he have like 2 black eyes and a busted lip? Man, just take him. Like, bro, it's gonna be something like that.
I'm not even gonna be there, and I'm excited. The National Guard, the FBI, LAPD, ICE, they've already ordered their popcorn. This is gonna be the biggest fuck around and find out show of the decade.
I mean, for real, man. If they put the Marines down, I might have to bring a popcorn to the stream. Might be like, all right, guys, it's about to get real. It's about to get real, guys, and they're about to shut down the city like that. And we're like I say, we're dealing with a bunch of guys who's about to get, I mean, probably like basically our super soldiers who about to get taken off a leash and about to run rampant with, well, most likely rubber bullets.
They could pay off the national debt by making it a pay-per-view event. Pack up the toys and go home because the Marines are coming. We didn't get a nickname like Devil Dog for no reason at all.
Bro said we could pay the national debt by making it a pay-per-view event is wild.
You better ask some of them foreign countries.
Oh my goodness. 700 Marines deployed to Los Angeles amid ICE protests. I think it's time to go home.
Now
We're
is
done.
the time to hedge your bets, grab your basketball, and take it home. Trump is not playing. He is sending in the boys. Regardless of if you agree or not, for your own safety, it is best for you to be home. The only people that ain't worried about the Marines coming are the people that are at their houses.
Rob, Judy, after a night of absolute mayhem in downtown L.A., much quieter today as you've been witnessing a few smaller protests going on right now, but very peaceful compared to what we saw last night. However, as you mentioned, there's another ingredient to add into this mix. ABC News learning just within the past hour that 700 active duty U.S. Marines are headed here to downtown L.A., expected to arrive within the next 24 hours.
About to get crazy.
Another night of violence in downtown Los Angeles. Protest.
When I tell you all this nice guy act that the police are doing, bro, I promise you, bro, the Marines are not doing that to you. Not just going to push you back. No, they're going to pull you forward, whoop your ass, then arrest you, and then put you in the back of a car after whooping your ass. Like, this is about to get real, like, cut. So even I'm telling you, I'm about to feel bad for you guys. I'm like, please, turn it in, bro, because if the Marines pull up, gloves are off, guys. It's a wrap. It's around. You guys have reached into that territory where they can kind of whoop your ass, and they're going to get away with it, and you can't sue them. So, and U.S. citizens and illegals alike are going to catch the work if you're not inside.
Crazy.
Another night of violence in downtown Los Angeles. Protesters launching rocks into the crowd, damaging businesses everywhere. At one point Sunday, protesters even blocking one of the main freeways in the area, vandalizing a number of highway patrol units.
And so what do they think they're going to get out of this level of violence? They think that the federal government is just going to go, yeah, you guys are right. We were just kidding. Go ahead and do whatever you want.
Yeah, what do you think was going to happen? Like, we're just going to back off and be like, you know what? Let's let LA keep their illegals. Let's let them, even though majority of Americans voted for it. Well, let's just let LA keep theirs. Yeah, guys, you are pretty spoiled if you ever think that was going to happen. Like, nope, not at all. You were being a bit idiotic if you ever think that was going to happen. Like, you know, we got levels, and you guys haven't reached the last level yet. So calm down.
Once you start this level of violence, the only way to respond to violence becomes violent. They're choosing to not be as violent as they possibly could. Mm-hmm. But when we look at the civil rights movement, that time, they were sicking dogs on them people. They were watering them down with hoses. There was people getting hit over the head with batons. So I think this is pretty mild in comparison to what we've seen throughout history. I've seen significantly worse. You look at that footage from the civil rights movement, this is like Weenie Hut Jr. and compared to what they were doing to those people back during that time.
The controversy over immigration and customs enforcement sweeps in the area.
Can you imagine, bro? Can you imagine the police force just said, got all day German Shepherds and let them all go and like, go get them, boy. And let them all go. Can you imagine that? Like, I'm just saying. I wouldn't want that to happen, but I'm just saying, you imagine them just saying, yeah, we're just going to be like 36 German Shepherds, just let them all out, let them go crazy on the protesters. Like, bro.
Continues. Supporters of immigrants and First Amendment rights rallying at a park in downtown L.A. at noon today. Meantime, the war of words between the Trump administration and local officials continues. The president and one of his cabinet members even suggesting LA's mayor, as well as Governor Gavin Newsom, be arrested. State Attorney General Rob Bonta saying the state is now suing the Trump administration over its decision to activate the National Guard, something that a president hasn't done by himself without the agreement of a governor since the 1960s.
Yeah, but look at it, though.
Yeah, I mean, and with good reasons to. And you know, so crazy. Now, you know what he just said. Now, Dems, did you hear that? This hasn't been done by the president since the 1960s. AKA, yes, mainstream media lied to you, and you can do this without the governor's approval. And it was done in the 1860s, so it's kind of crazy. In 2025, we're acting like this is outside of the executive power. Crazy.
Look at this. This looks like a zombie apocalypse. This is an apocalyptic level of chaos. You got to have some type of control, some type of law and order here.
They threw caution to the wind and sidelined strategy in an unnecessary and inflammatory escalation that only further spurred unrest.
Today, in parts of downtown Los Angeles, residents and business owners starting a new week. But there's a lot to clean up.
Well, it was like a war zone. I mean, Main Street, which is where our entrance is located, was impassable. There were boulders, rocks, bricks, metal pipes.
Local businesses cleaning up the mess, hoping to avoid.
That's LA for sure. She's definitely LA. She got the Gucci shades on and all that good stuff. That's LA.
Metal pipes.
Local businesses cleaning up the mess, hoping to avoid another night of unrest. Mariana Gatto is the co-founder of the Italian-American Museum of Los Angeles.
This benefits no one. And
I knew it. I knew she had money.
I think it only sows more fear in the community. And I think it makes people less sympathetic to
absolutely
the cause, to the
Yeah, I mean, it's going to make us less sympathetic towards these illegals that are here when you're going about it like this. You're getting violent about it. That makes us want to get them up out of there even more.
The fear that is very real.
And even though we've seen a lot of violence over the past few days, this state's Governor Gavin Newsom insisting that it was President Trump's decision to bring in the National Guard that really inflamed things. And again, looking likely that the President Trump's administration further upping the ante, again summoning 700 active duty U.S. Marines to downtown Los Angeles, expected to arrive within the next 24 hours.
Damn, man, I think it's like day 5 of the riot continues. I mean, yeah, it does look like some of it is dispersed, but like I said, who knows, guys? Who knows what's going to erupt over the next 24 hours? All right, now let's go ahead and get into, I would say, the last video of the night, guys. Let's go ahead and get into crisis in China. Europe joins U.S. to defeat China in trade war. All right, guys, let's get right into it.
Europe is done with China, and this massive shift is costing Beijing nearly $1 trillion.
EU plans to increase tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles.
Too often our companies are excluded from foreign markets or are victims of predatory practices. We have not forgotten China's unfair trade practices.
China has slammed the European Commission's decision to investigate its electric vehicle subsidies.
When U.S. tariffs crushed China's markets, Beijing ran to Europe, expecting open arms and big deals. For a hot minute, it looked really good, with fancy summits happening and bold promises being made. But the honeymoon's over. Recently, the EU has started to pull back.
And people allowed to say, oh, well, the European Union is going to go ahead and they're going to go ahead and work with China. See, U.S., you're using the European Union. Here's the thing. I remember when they were saying that to me, I was like, the European Union is going to learn their lesson just like we did. You can't work with these guys because all they know is unfair trade policies for some strange reason. And the fair ones that you do put down with them, they try to find a way to subvert it. So the EU just pretty much found out what we found out is why, well, it's kind of hard to deal with China and why we put those crazy tariffs on China. They thought we were just being bullies, but they quickly found out we were just being reasonable and we were just doing what had to be done. So EU, we told you.
Is slashing Chinese exports, digging into Beijing's shady trade practices, and blacklisting China-linked firms. This major shift is leaving China cut off from one of the world's biggest markets. The CCP bet on Europe as its lifeline, but it's getting a brutal reality check. So what sparked Europe's rebellion, and what does this mean for the world's economic future? Let's unpack the chaos. Right now, things are looking rough for China in Europe. Let's start by discussing the most recent openly hostile acts that shows the mood Europe is in. In June of 2025, Europe landed a massive blow by blocking Chinese companies from grabbing medical device contracts in the EU. Why? Well, China's been caught cheating, favoring its own firms in shady deals, and Europe's done letting it slide. But this is bigger than just hospital equipment. The EU is also fighting back with hefty tariffs on Chinese tinplate, tires, and heavy machinery. All of this is to stop China's flood of cheap goods from crushing local businesses. Europe is so serious that it is even planning to slap taxes on dirt cheap imports from sites like Temu and Shein, aiming to choke China's e-commerce stranglehold.
And shout out to Dove. He's like, don't miss my other chat. But EU is weak without the US. I know both of them thought they were going to be able to turn towards each other and be like, look, man, US crosses both. Let's work together. And then it didn't work out at all. Like, I know, because you both need us. You both don't have the consumers, well, honestly, the economy or the consumer market to replace us. Both of you don't. I mean, even if you put yourselves together, you didn't. So, yeah, they needed us, and they didn't like that they needed us. I think this trade war, it kind of hurt a lot of these countries' feelings because they thought they were going to be able to go against the big bad bully America. Instead, everybody had to bend the knee to the big bad bully called America. You know, us and our tariff, us and the tariff stick.
Europe calls it de-risking. But it's really about breaking free from China's economic claws. Beijing's thrown a fit, hitting back with weak investigations into Europe's pork and dairy, but it's clear that Xi Jinping is just panicking. The fight is not just about trade. Europe's slamming the doors on China's tech tricks, with Germany booting Huawei from its 5G network fears over Chinese spying.
Damn.
The EU is poking around Chinese electric cars and wind turbines, worried they're rigged to steal data. They're also racing to ditch.
Yeah, that's what they did with our solar panels. There was Chinese devices in our solar panels that was not only meant to steal data, but to shut off our electric grid, our solar panel grid, or whatever we had set up with the solar panels, shut those off at will whenever they wanted. And they snuck those devices in the solar panels that we bought from them. I mean, man, China, bro. The word of the day is duplicitous with China, man. I don't know what it is with them, but they just cannot act in an honest manner when it comes to trade or with any other country. I don't know what's wrong with them. Like, what's wrong with you guys? Why can't y'all be peaceful?
China's grip on critical materials like lithium, which China hoards like a greedy giant. We'll discuss this further later in the video. Europe's calling out China's human rights disasters too, hitting officials with sanctions for abuses in Xinjiang. As if the message was not clear enough, the EU is boosting ties with Taiwan. They have begun to send warships to patrol the South China Sea, moves that drive Beijing super crazy. With Germany's new government, sworn in this June, ready to crank up the pressure, Europe is standing tall. China's desperation for Europe's markets isn't just ambition, it's, well, survival. With the US slapping huge tariffs on Chinese goods like 125% on electronics, Beijing's exports to America tanked heavily in early 2025. That's billions in losses for a country whose factories need to keep humming to employ millions. Europe, with its almost $1 trillion market, looked like the perfect lifeline to replace those lost sales. China thought it could charm the EU with cheap products and big projects, keeping its economy afloat. But that plan's crumbling, and Beijing's learning the hard way that Europe won't be its backup. Instead of rolling out the red carpet, the EU is fighting back, and China is left scrambling to save face. But the big question is, how did we get here exactly? To really get why Europe is pulling away, we need to look at what happened a few years ago. The reactions might be recent, but this all started back in 2018, when China ran into trouble with the United States. And yes, this was when President Trump first took office.
As usual.
The US under President Trump started hitting Chinese goods with tariffs. This made it harder for China to sell things like steel and electronics in America. China's economy depends a lot on exports, so this was a huge hit. With the US market getting tougher, China needs a new place to send its products and keep its factories running. That's when it turned to Europe. Europe seems like the perfect partner. The EU is one of the richest markets in the world, with people who buy everything from cars to clothes to high-tech gadgets. China saw a chance to step in and fill the gap left by its troubles with the US. So Beijing started working hard to win Europe over. It wasn't just about selling more stuff. It was about building a deeper relationship that could keep China's economy strong for years to come. At first, Europe was open to the idea. China and the EU started talking about ways to trade more easily. They held big meetings where leaders from both sides sat down and made plans. These weren't just photo ops, they were serious discussions about money and cooperation. One of China's big ideas is the Belt and Road Initiative, a plan to build things like roads, ports, and railways all over the world to make trade easier. Europe was a key part of this. Chinese companies poured money into European projects, like upgrading ports in Greece so it could handle more ships. They also started working on train lines in places like Serbia, which would connect Europe to Asia and make it faster to move goods. These projects got a lot of attention. In Greece, the port deal meant more jobs and busier docks, which was a win for a country that had been struggling economically. In other parts of Europe, leaders saw Chinese investment as a way to boost their own economies. Germany, which makes a ton of cars and machinery, was especially interested. German companies like BMW and Mercedes were already selling millions of vehicles in China. They really wanted to keep that market growing. Overall, from their view, if China were willing to invest in Europe, it could mean more factories, more jobs, and more sales for European businesses. France was on board, but for different reasons. French companies make things like wine, perfume, and designer clothes, stuff that China's growing middle class was starting to buy. The idea of a closer relationship with China meant French brands could sell even more. There was even a big plan called the Comprehensive Agreement on Investment. This was supposed to make it easier for European companies to do business in China and for Chinese companies to invest in Europe. Both sides spent years negotiating it, and for a while it looked like a done deal. The mood was optimistic, and it seemed like China and Europe were building something that could last. But even as these deals were coming together, there were signs of trouble. You see, China wasn't just sending money to Europe, it was sending a flood of goods. By 2023, Chinese products were everywhere in Europe, from cheap electronics to electric cars. Since then, it's only gotten worse. Now, in 2025, amidst the US-China trade war, Chinese exports have been directed to Europe, and they have saturated the markets. This flood has come at the expense of local markets, who, as you might imagine, are being kicked out of business. It hasn't been a slow trickle. It's been a massive wave that started to worry people. This flooding of the market has occurred across all industries, including the automotive industry. Let's talk about electric cars for a second. Chinese companies like BYD and Geely have taken over Europe, which is almost scary. When they entered the market, they began selling electric cars at prices that were hard to beat for European manufacturers. A BYD electric SUV, for example, could cost 20% less than a similar car from Volkswagen or Tesla. How could they do that? The Chinese government was giving these companies huge subsidies. For European shoppers, this was great. Who doesn't want a cheaper car? But for European car makers, this is a disaster.
This is why I kind of don't like how people like, oh, well, how are we going to get it for so cheap? Like, well, don't you understand that the cheapness of these products destroy our, our industries, our domestic industries? Don't you see how this takes jobs away from American citizens? And then you guys are kind of just selling out the American people and the middle class that you claim that you're for cheap products. I mean, man, for cheap products.
April of 2025, Chinese automakers held 8.9% of Europe's EV market. Just so you understand how crazy large this is, it is almost larger than Audi and Tesla's share combined.
What?
And for month-to-month sales, BYD in particular has overtaken Tesla in European EV sales for the first time.
Oh.
In April, it sold 7,231 units, compared to Tesla's 7,165 units. Are you starting to see the trend here? China is digging its nails into every single pie. Naturally, such market dominance does not come without consequences for Europe. Companies like Volkswagen, which employs thousands of people in Germany, started losing sales. Factories that made car parts were hit even harder, along with several other European industries. At the current rate, tens of thousands of jobs have been lost, as several manufacturers like Porsche, VW, Audi, and Volvo have announced major cuts. Other industries were feeling the pinch too. Steel from China is so cheap that European steelmakers can't keep up. Places like Italy were
so cheap and watered down. That's the problem. But yeah, and you see why we had to raise our steel and aluminum tariff to 55%, because all China did was try to lower their prices to make it to where, well, these manufacturers or these people who, whatever project they're building or they're doing that requires steel, would still go to the Chinese manufacturer because they can just water down their steel and lower it. And here's the thing, I don't know if that's the best idea, in terms of a quality product. But yes, this is exactly why Trump decided to raise it to 55%. He's trying to even it out.
Where small factories make various machinery, are already closing. In Poland, workers and manufacturing are nervous about their jobs. The numbers tell the whole story.
Here's the thing. What you're going to notice is that every time China lowers their prices on steel, Trump is just going to up the tariff on steel.
2024, China sent $600 billion worth of goods to the EU, making it the biggest source of imports for Europe. But Europe wasn't selling nearly as much back to China.
I know.
The trade deficit was a shocking $330 billion.
Yeah, I know. Same with us. I mean, I think we were doing like 400 billion with them, and we were doing only 159 billion in sending, but they was sending us like 400 and like damn near close to $500 billion in products.
This surpasses their $320 billion deficit in 2023, but remains lower than the record $427 billion deficit in 2022. That's a harsh pattern of money flowing out of Europe and into China. This imbalance has finally started to scare European leaders. They worry.
And watered down steel means they add other metals to it that are cheaper, like copper, nickel, and all that good stuff to the steel, instead of having it just 100% steel so they can sell it for cheaper because they didn't use 100% steel. And steel's more expensive than, cheaper metal. So they mix it in with the cheaper metals. That's what I mean, watered down steel, because there's cheaper metals mixed in within the steel. And we don't do that in America. You get 100% steel, baby. That's all you get.
That if this keeps up, entire industries could collapse as China takes over. The shifting moods haven't just been about money alone. There has been a bigger fear. What happens if Europe gets too dependent on China? China controls 70% of the world's battery production, and most of Europe's electric vehicles rely on Chinese batteries. If China ever cuts off those supplies, say during a trade dispute, Europe's car industry could grind to a halt.
No.
The same goes for Chinese equipment Europe needs for its hospitals. This isn't just a random worry. Back during the COVID-19 pandemic, Europe learned just how risky it is to rely on one country for critical supplies. When China faced its own shortages, it held on to things like masks and medicine, leaving Europe in a tough spot. That memory stuck with European leaders, and it's shaping how they think about China today. Many Europeans are wary of partnering with Beijing. According to a recent poll conducted in 11 EU member states by the European Council on Foreign Relations, only an average of just 4% consider China to be a quote-unquote ally. 37% regard it as a rival or an adversary. In countries like France, where protecting local businesses is a big deal, politicians are speaking out. Marine Le Pen, a prominent French politician, has been vocal about blocking Chinese goods to save French jobs. Even moderate leaders, like Germany's chancellor, are admitting that the trade imbalance is a problem. They're saying Europe needs to stand up for its work.
So ain't it funny how EU is saying, yeah, the trade imbalance is a problem. Germany, the trade imbalance is a problem. But for some reason, people in our countries, like, trade deficits are not a problem. But it's a problem with Germany. It's a problem with the entire EU. But for some reason, people in our country are sitting here with the stupid idea of trade deficits aren't that big of a deal. Well, and here's the thing, is because, and the reason they say this is because they don't even know how we get to these trade deficits. They don't know about the tariffs that are put on our products or certain industries. They don't know about the trade limitations or bans put on our products or industries. And they don't know about certain countries doing currency manipulation. They don't know about that. So that's why they don't understand the argument of the reason why trade deficits are bad. Because usually a lot of trade deficits are done through, well, foul play. So that's kind of why when people say, oh, trade deficits aren't that big of a deal, it's a bad argument, because you're not going into why there's a trade deficit. Like, try to understand, one, what a trade deficit is, and two, how a trade deficit can be reached.
Workers and not let China take over. This new shift in attitude is a big change from the days when Europe was excited about Chinese investment. It's setting the stage for tougher policies and a colder relationship. While Europe is grappling with these concerns, the United States is adding more pressure. President Trump is not backing down on China, and in fact, he's turning up the heat. His new trade policy is all about tariffs. He aims to make Chinese products as expensive as he can in the US. Right now, he's imposing a 125% tariff on some Chinese electronics and a 50% tariff on steel.
55.
But Trump isn't stopping there. He's offering a deal to other countries.
And that's what I'm saying. It's pretty much like and Trump knows how China operates and how the supplier operates under tariffs. The way that a supplier can subvert tariffs is by lowering their prices to where the tariff doesn't even matter. It's like you're not even paying it. And some Chinese suppliers will do that. But what Trump is doing is testing them, seeing, okay, well, how far can you take it then? All right, you're able to bring it down through 25. What about 50? Are you willing to lower your steel to that low of a price? Are you? All right, cool. Well, I'm going to raise it up to 65. What about then? 75. What about then? Eventually, we're going to raise it to a price where buying Chinese steel just don't make economic sense or business sense at all.
Including Europe. The pitch is simple. If you limit Chinese goods in your markets, the US will cut tariffs on your exports.
Okay.
For example, if the EU agrees to restrict Chinese steel, the US might lower rates on European cars or wine. This is a tempting offer because Europe sends about $570 billion worth of goods to the US every year. Better access to the American market could mean more sales and, again, more jobs. That's exactly what Donald Trump's plan is, to further alienate China on the world stage and leave Beijing stranded. The challenge now is that the EU isn't just one country, it's 27 nations, each with its own priorities. Germany, for instance, is hesitant to pick a fight with China. Its car makers, like BMW and Mercedes, sell 1 in every 3 cars in China. If the EU gets tough on Chinese imports, China might hit back by making it harder for German companies to operate there. In 2024, China was Germany's second biggest export market, worth about 100 billion euro. Losing that would hurt. However, guess who was number 1? That's right, the US. So Germany also sees merit in the US's proposal. France is also open to siding with the US as it sees China's growing influence as a threat. This is especially true in industries like fashion and food, which are central to France's economy. Smaller EU countries are leaning towards the US. Poland, Lithuania, and the Czech Republic see China not just as an economic rival, but as a geopolitical one. They're already wary of China's ties to Russia, especially since the war in Ukraine. For those nations, aligning with the US makes a lot of sense. It's a way to protect their security and their economies. But getting all 27 EU countries to agree is like herding cats. At trade meetings in Brussels, leaders constantly argue over what to do. Some want to follow the US and impose their own tariffs on China. Others want to keep talking with Beijing to avoid a trade war. The EU's trade commissioner, Valdis Dombrovskis, is trying to find a balance. Trump's tariffs are doing more than just pressuring Europe. They're changing how trade works around the world. Countries like Japan and South Korea are feeling the squeeze too. In April of 2025, South Korea's exports to China fell by 10%, partially because of US tariffs disrupting global supply chains. Chinese car makers like Toyota are reporting slower sales in China as well. This shows how Trump's policies are forcing everyone to rethink their trade relationships. For Europe, the choice is tough. Side with the US and risk angering China, or stay neutral and face higher tariffs from America. Either way, China's position is getting weaker, and Europe is starting to see it as less of a partner and more of a problem. So with the clouds looming, is China sitting idly? Of course not. With Europe slamming the door, Xi Jinping is hitting the roads to find new friends. In April of 2025, he zipped through Vietnam, Malaysia, and Cambodia, inking over 100 deals on trade, politics, and infrastructure. These weren't just handshakes. China's pushing hard to lock in markets for its goods, from electronics to steel, as Europe tightens the screws. In Vietnam, Xi signed railway pacts to speed up trade, while in Cambodia, he backed canals and smart cities to tie them closer to Beijing.
And shout out to my man Dova. He says, we saved China in World War II. This is how they repay us. Yet another reason to question whose side we should have been on. We took the side of a cultural decay. I mean, yeah, that's an absolute fact. That's an absolute fact. Because, yeah, China, man. But that's just how they operate. I do not understand it. They just can't operate under fair trade. There is no fair trade with China. And it's kind of, I don't know, that's the scary reality I kind of don't want to accept, but it's looking like when it comes to China, you can't trust them to operate in good faith. You just can't trust it.
Malaysia's got promises of cash for ports and rails, all part of China's plan to replace Europe's huge market. But it's not all smooth sailing. These countries are wary, juggling the US tariffs and China's heavy hand. Xi's charm offensive screams desperation, as Europe's rejection has Beijing scrambling to keep its economy alive. However, new partners might not trust China's big talk after its European flop. And it's not just new markets. China's older plans in Europe, like its Belt and Road Initiative, have also crashed and burned. We'll talk about that in just a minute. As if the tariff pressure wasn't enough on its own.
You know, so funny. I think my whole point about this is that, well, some people try to make it about, oh, trade surpluses and these countries and the economy is booming, which was never the argument. The argument was that due to the fact that we have these trade deficits with certain countries, we lose out on our jobs. And due to the fact that we operate on a fair or on this free trade policy, which was honestly never supposed to be an economic model, because we honestly can make all this here ourselves. Like steel, that was never supposed to be outsourced to China or Japan, because we can do it here at high numbers. And the problem is we just let these guys run off with it to do slave labor and watered down products. And then we're acting like we're getting it for cheap. Really? I don't really think we are. We're just losing quality to get a good price. And that's the problem with these trade deficits, is that if you were paying attention to the video, you've seen how with these deficits, jobs leave because they're not trading enough, or there's a trade imbalance. You see how this affects the middle class and the American people. So when you guys want to make arguments saying that, oh, well, a trade deficit doesn't mean it's bad, it means a booming economy. I mean, dog, does a booming economy means, number wise, does not mean that it doesn't make it impossible to lose jobs, to lose many jobs in a booming economy. Because that's what was happening through the 60s with Nixon. It was a booming economy, but we was losing jobs massively. And the wealth disparity got bigger and bigger and bigger until it got so noticeable. Now we're like, oh, this is what happens when you sell out your domestic economy for cheap goods. This is what happens. And all these countries are starting to learn that this was a bad economic model, especially for products that you can make in your own country. So, hey.
China is also making things worse for itself. Beijing is trying to push back against Western influence, but it's doing so in ways that are backfiring. That brings us to their most recent embarrassment. The CCP tried to pull a sneaky move by using TikTok to mess with Western brands, and ended up making things worse for themselves with Europe.
Do you know who is producing high-quality accessories for those luxury brands like Chanel?
Oh, wow, I remember this lie. But shout out to my man Dova. Welcome Russia into our economy, not give it away. Hey, if Russia can learn how to back down, then yeah, I mean, Trump already said if Russia can back down, we can get to a peace deal. Trump would be happy into inviting Russia back into the world economy and Iran if they could work out some type of peace deal.
See louder, L'Oreal. You're saying you're the supplier behind all these beauty accessories for those big luxury brands? L'Oreal, MAC, Chanel, Bobbi Brown, and even Rosewood Hotel.
Last week we also received an order from Dems. Yeah, the comb like 20,000 pieces, one color. It's our packing plate. Here is one of our warehouse. Here is our material area. All the acetate board we have ordered here.
So tell me, what is this? This is like PVC or acrylic?
Acetate material. The material is eco-friendly and more durable and flexible than PVC or acrylic materials. It's the most expensive material.
How expensive?
For this one, for example, this one like 50 RMB one piece.
One piece, 50
yeah,
RMB.
50 RMB.
And the cost of it.
Yeah.
You see, the CCP saw TikTok as a way to shape what people think. Around early 2025, with trade fights heating up between China and Europe, the CCP decided to use TikTok as a weapon. It went after Western brands like Lululemon and Louis Vuitton, which have a lot of fans in Europe. The idea was to make these brands look bad, like they were using cheap labor or disrespecting cultures.
Yeah, that's what's the wild part. They try to say that, well, what was it? Hermes, like Louis Vuitton and all them were actually made in Chinese factories and all that wild stuff, when that's a lie. And all of them are handmade in, well, Italy. Most of them are handmade in Italy or wherever the designer originated from. Or, well, yeah, Italy mostly.
This was aimed at getting European shoppers to ditch them and buy Chinese stuff instead.
No.
Pretty shady, right?
Bro, trying to get them to buy fake Hermes, fake Louis Vuitton bag, fake Gucci bag. Or they're saying, well, they get them made here, so you might as well buy them from us for less. When that's a damn lie. Trust me. You know the difference between a real Gucci bag and a fake Gucci bag. Why? Because the quality, goddamn it, and the stitching as well. There's a lot of things you can realize between the fake and the real. And shout out to my man CN. He says 12 more for conspiracy hour, y'all. Hey, shout out. Hey, shout out to my dog CN. Let's go.
Paid influencers to post videos slamming these brands, and TikTok's algorithm pushed those videos to millions of viewers. The CCP hid their tracks by funneling money through middlemen, but the whole thing had their fingerprints all over it. And here's where it gets messy. Europe wasn't buying it. First, the European Union, or the EU, was already keeping a close eye on TikTok because of privacy issues. When they caught wind of this campaign, they slapped TikTok with a huge fine for sending user data to China, which broke their privacy laws. Then they started digging into whether TikTok's algorithm was being used to spread Chinese propaganda. This wasn't just a slap on the wrist, it made Europe see China as a threat to its security. The CCP thought they could control the narrative, but instead they gave Europe a reason to crack down even harder. On top of that, European shoppers didn't fall for the TikTok videos. A lot of people saw through the lies, especially when brands like Lululemon said they didn't even use Chinese factories mentioned in the videos. Louis Vuitton also pushed back, saying they weren't involved in anything the videos claimed. People started talking on platforms like X, calling TikTok a tool for Chinese propaganda. Instead of hurting the brands, the campaign made TikTok look untrustworthy, and Europeans started questioning why they were even using it. The CCP's plan to turn shoppers against Western brands flopped, and it actually made people more loyal to those companies.
Crazy. I have been talking to some of my TikTok homies, and I'm like, yeah, you guys need to go ahead and move over to YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, like wherever else you could post your clips at, because I don't know about TikTok. I'm not sure if they're going to stick around the way China's operating. Like TikTok might get kicked out altogether, and I would hate that because there's a lot of people who make money off TikTok who have found opportunity on it. But if TikTok don't act right, I mean, a lot of people might lose a paycheck, which would be TikTok.
This whole mess didn't just stop at social media. It hit China's wallet as well. Europe was already trying to spend less on Chinese products because of trade issues, and this TikTok stunt gave them even more reason to speed that up. Big European companies started moving their factories to places like Southeast Asia or Eastern Europe, cutting China out of the deal. By trying to hurt Western brands, the CCP ended up hurting their own businesses, which is the last thing that they actually wanted. In the end, this TikTok campaign was a massive misstep for the CCP. They thought they could outsmart Europe, but they just made themselves look like bullies trying to control what people think. It cost them their trust, their money, and their influence. And Europe is now more united than ever in pushing back against China, and this failed stunt only made that push stronger. It's a classic case of a plan blowing up in your face. And for China, it's a lesson they won't forget anytime soon.
Yeah, when you be a little too forceful instead of trying to cooperate with people, we always trying to do things underhandedly. People just don't even want to mess with you no more. Actually, if anything, they want to go against you.
It's not just failed social media sabotage that's causing trouble, though. China's big plan to win Europe over with its Belt and Road Initiative has also fallen apart, and Italy's story shows why. Back in 2013, China launched its Belt and Road Initiative. This was a flashy plan to spend billions building roads, ports, and railways across Asia, Africa, and Europe. The pitch was simple. China would fund shiny new infrastructure to boost trade, and everyone would win. But for China, it was really about locking countries into its grip, spreading influence, and flooding markets with its goods. Europe, with its wealthy consumers and strategic ports, was a prime target. For a while, it seemed to work, with Chinese cash pouring into places like Greece and Serbia. But Europe's not buying it anymore, and Italy's rejection of the plan shows just how badly China miscalculated. Italy made waves in 2019 when it became the only major Western economy to join China's initiative. Struggling with a weak economy, Italy saw Chinese money as a lifeline. The deal promised upgrades to ports like Genoa and Trieste, turning Italy into a trade hub for Chinese goods. China's President Xi Jinping rolled into Rome, signing papers and talking up big wins. It looked like a coup for Beijing, proof that its plan could charm even skeptical Western nations. But by late 2023, Italy slammed the door shut, pulling out of the deal. Why? Because China's promises turned out to be a trap. The benefits Italy hoped for never arrived. Instead of boosting Italian exports, the deal let Chinese products flood in.
And this is why, honestly, China was so quick to jump on our side. I mean, not China, but Italy was so quick to visit Donald Trump because they seen how China operated themselves. China doesn't expose themselves to more than just the U.S. A lot of people were kind of sheltered from China's influence or what they do economically to these countries. And now that they got to taste it themselves, they're like, whoa, yeah, I don't want to do this. And now I see what the Americans was coming. I see what the Americans was doing by trying to separate from y'all because y'all try to take over everybody's economy. You just can't work well with nobody. You just try to take it over. It's all about dominating somebody else's economy and taking it for your own.
Hurting local businesses. Italy's trade deficit with China grew, and ports sat waiting for projects that never started. Chinese companies were supposed to build, but the money dried up or got tangled up in red tape. Italians felt duped, like they'd been sold a shiny dream that only helped China. Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni called it a serious mistake, saying Italy got nothing but empty promises. Her government, listening to fed-up voters, walked away to protect Italian jobs and pride. Italy's exit wasn't just about bad deals. It was a wake-up call for Europe. Other countries like Hungary and Portugal also had signed up, hoping for Chinese cash to fix their economies. But they faced the same problems: stalled projects, growing debts, and worries about China's real motives. Hungary's railway to Serbia, backed by Chinese loans, is a money pit, costing way more than planned. Across Europe, leaders started seeing the initiative for what it really was: a way for China to push its goods and gain control, not a partnership. This flop hurts China badly. Losing Italy, a key Western player, makes it harder for Beijing to sell its initiative as a global success. It's a sign Europe's done trusting China's big talk. Instead of gaining influence, China's left with a reputation for overpromising. Italy's move fits right into Europe's bigger plan to shield its markets and stand up to Beijing's economic games. For China, it's another crack in its dream of dominance.
Yeah, and work with a market that can actually open itself up to them, and which is us. And I always say the reason why China doesn't want nobody selling into their market because they don't want to be exposed for having a low consumer consumption rate. They don't want to be exposed for the fact that their people can't afford anything. And if we try to sell our products there, everybody's just going to be not buying it. And then we're going to look at China like, hold on. The people who can buy stuff in our economy, but they can't buy stuff in yours? Bro, what's going on? What was the point of even opening up your economy if there's nobody really buy anything and there's low demand for everything? The only way your economy was running was just off the selling. So y'all don't buy. Your whole economy just ran off sales. Yeah, that's a problem.
Dominating global trade, and Europe is making it clear they're not playing along. This pushback isn't just about trade or failed projects, though. Europe's also cracking down on China's tech tricks, starting with companies like Huawei. You see, China is also making waves in the tech world, and not in a good way. Chinese tech giants like Huawei and Xiaomi are huge in Europe, with Huawei alone holding a 20% share of the EU's telecom equipment market in 2024. But security concerns are growing.
He said, and shout out to my man, though. He said, I must go. Please save me a call next time. I got you, man. I got you. I definitely got you on the call in next time. Shout out to my man, Dovin, man. Been supporting the whole time. And I mean, we are about $10 away from going ahead and doing a conspiracy hour, man. Appreciate the support, guys.
European governments are worried that Chinese tech could be used to spy or disrupt critical systems. These fears aren't new, but they're getting louder. In 2025, Germany and France are reviewing Huawei's role in their 5G networks, which calls to ban the company outright. This comes after reports that Chinese tech firms are sharing data with Beijing, which raises red flags for Europe's privacy laws. China's response to these concerns isn't helping. Instead of addressing their worries, Beijing is doubling down. It's accusing Europe of unfairly targeting its companies and threatening to limit European firms' access to China's market. For example, in early 2025, China hinted at stricter rules for European car makers like Volkswagen. This sucks, as Volkswagen relies on China for 40% of their global sales. This kind of retaliation is making European leaders think twice about trusting China. If Beijing is willing to punish Europe for protecting its own interests, what kind of partner is that? The answer is becoming clear. Not one Europe can rely on.
Exactly.
Another area where China is really...
I mean, that's what China did to us. Like, no, we're trying to protect our own interests, trying to protect our own economy, and it's called us bullies. I was like, okay. The world really called us bullies. We was really offended when China called us bully. I'm like, bro, really? You like the pot calling the kettle black? You're the biggest bully economically in the world. But okay.
The stumbling is in its approach to Europe's green energy goals. China miscalculated a potential market, and it triggered a push in Europe. You see, Europe is all in on fighting climate change, with plans to cut carbon emissions by 55% by 2030. That means building a lot of solar panels, wind turbines, and electric cars. China saw this as a chance to dominate. It already makes 85% of the world's solar panels and 60% of its wind turbine components. In 2024, Chinese companies like Jinko Solar and Longi sent 10 billion euros worth of solar equipment to Europe. This not-so-little act undercut local producers by 30%. This sounds like a win for China, but it's turning into a problem. Europe doesn't want to swap one dependency, Russian gas, for another, Chinese green tech. And as you might expect, this made the EU's gears turn. In May of 2025, it proposed a 25% tariff on Chinese solar panels and a 20% tariff on wind turbine parts. These taxes are designed to give European companies, like Germany's Siemens Gamesa, a fighting chance. Without them, Europe's green energy industry could collapse before it even gets going. For example, a solar factory in Spain shut down in 2024 because it could not compete with Chinese prices. That meant 300 lost jobs and a step backwards for Europe's climate plans. The EU's tariffs are about more than money. They're about making sure Europe can build its own future without relying on China. And much like all the other cases, China's reaction is making things worse. Instead of negotiating, Beijing is threatening to limit Europe's access to rare earth minerals. These minerals are critical for making batteries and turbines. China controls 90% of the global supply of these minerals, so this is a big threat. In early 2025, China cut exports of rare earths to Europe by 10%, saying it needed them for its own industries. This move backfired. Europe is now investing 2 billion euro in developing its own mineral supplies. It is developing lithium mines in Portugal and recycling programs in Sweden. It's also striking deals with countries like Canada and Australia to get these minerals elsewhere. China's strong-arm tactics are pushing Europe to find other partners, and that's a trend Beijing can't afford. Beyond all this, Europe is tightening rules on Chinese investments. Chinese companies used to buy up European businesses, from ports to tech firms, with little pushback. Not anymore. In 2025, the EU strengthened its investment screening process, which checks whether foreign buyers pose a security risk. This has already stopped several Chinese deals. For example, the German government stopped Elmos, a Dortmund-based chip maker, from selling its production facility to a Chinese company. Officials argued that the acquisition would endanger public order and security in Germany. Another block deal involved ERS Electronic, a Bavarian semiconductor company specializing in thermal wafer testing. The German government did not disclose details, but confirmed that a second Chinese acquisition was halted. The message is clear. Europe isn't letting China take over its critical industries. Another big step is closer ties with the US. Trump's tariff deal, where countries get lower US tariffs if they restrict Chinese goods, is gaining traction. In April of 2025, the EU and the US started talks on new trade agreements focused on reducing dependency on China. This includes joint projects on semiconductors, where China controls 60% of the supply chain. By working together, the US and the EU hope to build their own supply chains and keep China out. For Europe, this is a way to balance its trade relationships without being pulled too far into Trump's orbit. It's a pragmatic move, but it's bad news for Beijing. These changes are reshaping China's place in the world. With Europe pulling back, China is losing access to a market that buys $600 billion of its goods every year. And this isn't just a numbers game. It's a geopolitical shift. China's economy is already slowing, with growth at 4.5% in 2024, below historical averages. Losing Europe's trust makes it harder for China to keep its factories running and its people employed. Meanwhile, Europe is finding new partners like India and Southeast Asia to fill the gap. India, for example, signed a trade deal with the EU in 2025, promising to supply electronics and textiles at a competitive price. This shows Europe is moving on. And China, they're being left behind. The stakes are high for China, and it's not just about trade. Beijing's global influence depends on being seen as a reliable partner. But with Europe turning away, that image is crumbling. Other countries are watching, and they're starting to rethink their own ties with China. Australia, for instance, is pushing back on Chinese investments, citing the same security concerns as Europe. Even in Africa, where China has spent billions on infrastructure, some nations are questioning whether the debt is worth it. China's dream of leading the global economy is slipping, and Europe's rejection is a big reason why. So, where does this leave us? Europe's turn against China is a story of high hopes gone wrong. It started with China's big plans to win over the EU, back when both sides saw a chance to make money together. But China's flood of cheap goods, its cultural missteps, and its aggressive tactics changed the mood. Europe, worried about its jobs, its industries, and its security, is now pushing back. Tariffs, investment rules, and new alliances with the US are all part of this shift. For China, the consequences are real. A weaker economy, fewer friends, and a tougher road ahead. This isn't just about Europe and China. It's about the world. Trade is how countries connect. And when a major player like the EU changes course, everyone feels it. China's mistakes are costing it dearly, and Europe's response is setting a new tone for global trade. The days of easy deals and open markets are fading, replaced by caution and competition. For Beijing, the lesson is clear. You can't bully your way to the top. Europe is standing its ground, and China is learning that the hard way.
All right. Then I guess let's see here, make sure. And all right, guys, I guess we're gonna close it out on this one, and we'll just save the last $10 for tomorrow. So pretty much tomorrow's stream, it'll just take $10, open up the call-in line and conspiracy hour and all that good stuff. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and head out on this one, man. I appreciate the support, guys. We're gonna go ahead and end out on a word from the sponsor. All right, man, this is Set with the Set Media, and I appreciate you guys tuning in. Make sure you double tap the screen and subscribe to the channel, guys. We do this every night. All right, guys, have a good morning. Peace, guys. Today, modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI Set, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it up one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is Set, and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor.